watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex claim you real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong still, pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup here. We are on the Boulevard currently. We've been exploring the games. We've been trying some treats. We've been doing it all. And funny enough, we're talking about exploring games. We found our Siege extraordinaires, now turned into NBA and WNBA stars. We got Stokes. Are you about to shoot a brick, or what's happening?
I'm Steph Curry out here. I just want you to know that. This is overall 99, NBA 26. You watch.
Okay, well, let's see this Steph Curry shot happen. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If that wasn't up there, that was going to be a brick. It looked like you were about to start building houses. As for Jess, What are we about shooting? Are we seeing Angel Reese or what are we seeing?
I mean, look, the hoop's lowered, which is great for someone of my height, so I'm feeling confident.
Okay. Well, let's see your shot because as we saw, Stokes is building houses here. Hey, nothing but rim. You know, we didn't really get to see that. You hit the ceiling. Now, I think if I'm gonna give you guys, you know, a little critiques, I think it's only fair. I think it's only fair if I get my own shot in.
There you are, buddy.
You want to shoot at the same time?
Yeah.
All right.
1v1.
Okay. All right. Who's counting it down?
I got you.
You counting it down?
All
Okay.
right. On go. Okay.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, let's do that again. Let's do that one more time. One more time.
All right. You guys know the count. Are you
All
ready?
right. I even got the Jordans on.
All the forces.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh.
All right. Well, obviously, this is why we stick to Siege and we don't play basketball because we obviously can't make a single shot here. But that's not the important thing. The important thing is that we had fun. We all had fun, right?
I had a great time. Oh, high fives all around.
All right. Well, that's it for us here on the Boulevard. We're going to keep exploring. We're going to keep missing shots, and we're going to go try some goods.
Hello everyone, I'm sitting here with Herds, the sunglasses superstar Furia. We're gonna chat a little bit about CJX, because big new update, right?
Yes, big new. Here in the game we have a sports page, and I don't like this page because I see the FaZe Clan picture win the 6th Invitational.
Do you think it's good in general so that viewers can see and buy the Furia skin?
Yes. This new mode, Dual Front.
Did you try it?
Bro, I never played this game mode, bro. Yes, 6 peoples.
Yeah.
I think it's too much. The big difference to CGX, to old Siege, is the 3 bans.
The operator bans, yeah?
Yeah, operator bans, because more options to change the strategies. For example, Skyscraper,
yeah.
All teams ban Bandit and Kite. For Furia, it's not good. So we ban other traps, for example. Siege is more options to play.
More dynamic.
Yes, dynamic.
More strategy now.
Yes. The 3 bans is better for Furia, more easy to counter other teams.
And you guys are really flexible in the way you play. New stuff in the map, smoke pipes or gas tank. Do you think they have a big impact at the highest level?
Not full impact, but they have a little impact. For example, here, the bomb site garage.
Server,
You take this and put here.
And play your 1v1 onto server wall.
Or use this for jump the window in attack. So you boom.
Pop it and then you just will go in.
And rush. This too, you open this bridge and more fast, boom, and
go straight to cash.
Yes, good.
I think especially if you have a playstyle that's aggressive, those are really good to use to try and abuse and surprise players. More aggressive plays from Herds.
Yes. The other is the rappel. No?
Yeah, the rappel mechanics. You can run.
Rappel mechanics, yes. Bank, for example, you rappel in CO in 2 seconds, you rappel in lobby.
So you have all of these new features to abuse to win another international event.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Herds. Wishing you a lot of luck in your next games at EWC and hopefully a new international title on CJX.
I've seen everything, but that man does things I've never seen.
No, I'm not talking about that freak of nature. Is he here? No, he can't be here. He cannot find me. I have to get out.
Nobody could possibly understand the chronic, sustained cruelty that's going on inside of this man's thoughts.
Let's go, Zach! You're the king!
He's good. Let's go, bro. Nice, bro. What you bro? Okay.
I love you guys, bro, for real.
Yeah, we love you, bro.
We love you too, Stompin'.
The king has arrived.
Let's get in.
As you can see, Rainbow Six is lighting up the boulevard. It's not just hype, it's the Esports World Cup.
Yesterday was wild, from clutch plays, heartbreaks, and world-class Siege.
It's only day 3. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Let's see who's playing smart and who's fragging out. It's time to separate the wannabes from the legends.
Welcome to day 3
of Rainbow Six.
I've gotten top 8 at EWC before, but I think the fashion that we accomplished in this time makes me really proud of myself and my teammates.
Reaps with the entry. Now they have the advantage. Still time a factor in all of this, though. And Reaps goes absolutely nuts. And with that, Rainbow knock out the North Americans. They do it in an incredibly dominant fashion.
We had really good prep from our coaches, Cameraman and Ramalho. They both previously were on phase, so they know them inside out.
They need to go now, and Blaz is waiting for them. He finds the opening kill. Cyber and KDS need to spring into action now, but G2 have sent them back to Brazil.
Feel good. Yeah, beating phase is good. Unfortunate for them, but yeah, you know, that's the competition. Happy to be here, proud to be here. I'm just glad for the opportunity.
Does G carve everything out, and Oxygen are one man away from flying home.
This is like the most talented roster I maybe have played for ever in my career, and we're getting to a point where strategically we're one of the best teams in the world, so we can beat anybody at the tournament.
Moving back towards logistics, he's going to go down, and that's it! It's a Furious comeback here from Furia, and they will progress here at EWC.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be a tough match like that. It's definitely a success. How it went, how could it not be a success? We have to go step by step to get the title. It's the only title that we don't have in Siege, so we are really, really hungry for that.
I'm quite excited to play the playoffs, to be honest.
When we're playing our game, no one can stop us.
I think they're the ones that are shaking, not us. So yeah, bring on.
Playoffs here at EWC for the Rainbow Six Siege X tournament that we got going on. Some crazy upsets we've seen over the last couple of days, but our teams that have qualified also have a chance today to advance further. I'm your host, Ginny, joined on the desk with Anne and Jess. Looking lovely, ladies. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm so excited. Playoffs is going to be really good, I think, with the teams that we have left. We're really going to see which of these teams comes out the best one. We're going to have teams that play their first best of 3 today.
I'm just happy to be here. Honestly, I love Siege. I love games. Mood, absolute mood. It's a good day. I'm just happy.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how today is going to be playing out because there is no lower bracket. So yes, maybe you only play 2 best of 1s to actually get here. But if you snooze today, you're out as well. Your keys is crushed. We all know the drill. But enough from us. We have the casters with a little bit of an update on what we can be expecting. So let's head over and see what they had to say.
Gibson, day 2, recap. B stream, A stream, we had some big games. Weibo knocking out Dark Zero, where they flexed their muscles.
2-0. It really looked like it was never in doubt in that game. I think they're the feel-good story of this event as a whole. The attitude they bring, the underdog mentality.
I love the way Weibo were playing.
SI champions knocked out as well, FaZe losing 2-0 to G2, who continue to have a really good showing here at EWC. But the big game of the day, the match of the day that we had was definitely Furia W7M, right down to the wire, literally down to the last round.
Yeah, well, everything you could want in a game and more, but honestly, I still think Furia are showing some major flaws that they haven't been capitalized against them yet. They're as I said in the earlier video, they're stumbling their way through this event, and that's scary, because they're not playing well, and they're still winning games.
Lastly, SSG, the NEL champions, still alive, taking down OXG. Tough games for them, of course, today, but of the teams that did win yesterday, who fills you with the most confidence?
At this moment in time, G2. Obviously, G2 is the team I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do today, and I think you're probably in the same boat as me.
Yeah, absolutely. G2. It's going to be a big day today here for day 3 of the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege X.
A big day today, a big day every day here on the stage because, again, you snooze, you lose, you're out of the competition. But lovely recap. But in general, when we were looking at the games yesterday, there were some upsets. For me personally, I gave a formal apology, by the way, because I was a very strong EZ believer. No.
I wouldn't be here to hear your apology.
Girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep. That's the word.
Well done,
all good. Don't worry about it. No, I'm not. I already apologized, and
it's fine.
It was my fault for believing in NA. Guilty as charged, but the fact that Weibo knocked them out 2-0 was very unexpected.
I mean, yeah, it is crazy. When you look at the second map as well, Dark Zero picking into a map like Lair, something we don't see too often in the APL, it showed that Weibo did have the depth on that map. They actually 7-2 Dark Zero on that one, and it's not the only crazy result we saw yesterday, because I think yesterday just had me and the edge of my seat for almost all those games.
I think I'm a little bit disappointed, and I had a lot of the talent sort of scorning at me when I was like, oh, I wish W7M was just able to get over that final hurdle, get that match point and go with it. But
it hurts.
It hurts, doesn't it? Because I like an underdog story. I like when, you know, the lower echelons of the teams come and rise up to beat the upper echelons of the team. So I think the quality of the games are great.
Yeah.
I just wish there was more upsets. I just am an upset
Whoa,
girl.
That's a hot take in and of itself.
That's not a hot
we've
take.
had actually quite a few upsets, but in general, let's have a look at the Kitty Up plays of yesterday in case you didn't tune in for some of the games, which we do have 2 streams happening simultaneously, so I fully understand. Starting off with G2 FaZe Clan, for me, I genuinely thought this was going to be a lot more competitive than it was. I don't know what's going on with the Brazil team this tournament.
I'm a little worried for FaZe because I always put them in my top 4 every tournament. I don't even need to blink. I
Maybe
just go
you're
top 4. Oh,
Maybe it's your fault.
Maybe I'm the curse. If I'm the curse, I'll take it because I love who's in the playoffs. But for FaZe, I think it shows cracks, which is great because when you're always winning, you don't know what it's like to lose, and they got to taste that.
Yeah, can't wait until we see the highlights of the later games as well. Here we're looking at that Dark Zero Weibo game, getting some active reactions from the host as well. But this one to me was the most important one. W7M were so close to locking it in. Some individual clutches that we saw from them. Then Lobi missing that Rebel kind of could have locked them in to win that game. And then this overtime round that we're seeing right here with Hurts on the jump out. And the final kill to be a Frostmet. The way I audibly guessed, like it was an insane way to end that series.
It is such an unfortunate position to be in, but I think it genuinely highlights the competitiveness of the tournament that we have so far, where genuinely one decision by one individual during one round can be the difference of you advancing to the next day or going home. And the beauty of it as well is the fact that this is a LAN. So we got to see the Crunchyroll reactions, and the beauty, if anything, is the setup where players are face-to-face.
Yeah, and they talked about it in interviews as well, right? Quite often with Siege tournaments, they're sitting next to each other. You can't really look your opponent in the eye, but this time around, especially on the stage, you can look at your opponent once you've just pulled off a mega player. We're seeing the coaches and the players do it as well. I just love to see that kind of tense moment that it creates when you're sitting opposite of each other.
You might not see it on camera, ladies and gentlemen, but it's about 5 meters, give or take. And what's that, like 10 feet or whatever, between the players? That is more than close enough, even without my glasses, for me to see that player smirking at me after he 1-taps. I promise you. And if Anne had been face-to-face with me in our 1v1, yeah, I would have broke your mental earlier, girl. I trust it. I would have got straight into her head.
Just get into their head, mental warfare, rent-free, whatever you want to call it. But either way, the games went the way that they did, which sets up perfectly for the bracket when it comes to the playoffs and what we're going to be looking at over the next couple of days. Starting off today with Virtus.pro, Furia, NIP against G2, Shopify against SSG, Secret against Weibo. You know, I am like the honorary NA person, I guess, this time around after I've done only one one stage. And he's getting done so dirty. Like, why is SR going up against SSG?
I said this about the OXG game as well. I was like, another NA versus NA. And then now we come into this and I'm like, oh man, it's good because the teams know each other and you expect a high-level game. But I love interregional matchups.
It's also maybe like a little bit of a conspiracy against NA. Who knows? Because
I see what
the EU analysts have to have a reason to always be able to say, oh, EU on top. But either way, we have a special guest joining us from NA or EU. I don't know at this point. What do you identify as, Dave?
Watch that.
Is it EU or NA?
I'm EU at heart. EU at heart always.
Well, unfortunately for you guys, you were knocked out yesterday. So talk us through potentially what happened being here on LAN with DZ.
Where do I begin? Where do I begin?
Time.
I mean, we started off the event very confidently, being FaZe. I think they're just the story of us here and at Reload was inconsistency at LAN. Because like we've shown glimmers of what we can be and who we can, like the sort of level we can play at. But I mean, like yesterday, I think it's clear to everyone, and obviously we know it ourselves. We were very below par for what we expect from ourselves. So I think we had a big long conversation after yesterday's loss, and I mean, I think that's the positive thing about our team. We can all talk to each other. We can all talk out these things. I think that's the big difference.
Did you identify a loss condition, like a major one? You're all sitting there going, this was probably the area we need to focus on most?
I think it's a multitude of things. I think there's some stuff on like an individual level, like us all as individuals, we can be better.
Absolutely.
But as a team, like I think it's more like the practice. Like we're given 100% every single practice, no matter who we're scrimming. If we're scrimming a top team, if we're scrimming a T3 team, like there just needs to be consistency throughout the board. And I think that's the main thing we spoke about, because obviously if we want consistency, we can translate that from practice to officials.
Well, baby steps. You guys still have NAL ahead of you as well, stage 2. So I think learning experience for you guys as well, being here when it comes to identifying some of these pain points. Yeah. And it also must be nice that you just get to see everyone in person.
What my team in person?
The LAN environment as well. I mean, I see all of you guys vibing, the players.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got it nice with DZ. Obviously, like we have it, like we're up in a team house in Austin right now. So like, to be honest, I'm a bit sick of those guys right now.
Wow.
No, I'm joking.
Tell him how you really feel.
He's happy to be knocked out. He's like, holiday time, I'm out of here.
Yeah, get me back home to the UK. No, I'm joking.
I'm pretty sure it's raining over there as well, so that's a controversial take. But let's have a look at the STC Club Championships when it comes to the teams and how far they have placed. I mean, there's not going to be any change here right now, Jess, because Falcons are still winning. No game this week has finished. And the only teams really that are still in the tournament that could make a run or get closer to it is going to be Virtus.pro, because Liquid didn't even qualify.
Yeah, I was looking at VP. I was looking even at Weibo. Could they even possibly get into that punching distance? It would require massive wins, not just in this game, but in other games as well. So I think Falcons being knocked out, especially for the other teams who are hoping and vying for those championship points here in Siege, is probably a good thing, because they want to be shooting themselves up the leaderboard.
Yeah, instead, let's have a look at the Aramco power rankings, because before the event started, we kind of like put teams into who's most likely to win, who's not. You guys were actually in the favorites. I'm really sorry to like put a little bit of...
We actually deleted your logo today and it hurt.
I mean, you guys are out.
Rest in peace.
But when you're looking at the teams that are left here, and considering you've played quite a few of them, who do you think are the strong, heavy contenders?
Yeah, well, I actually looked at the bracket before coming in today, and I actually think, in my opinion, I think it's like the upper side of the bracket. I think it was between who's it on the stage, G2 and Furia. I think it's going to be one of them two in the final, and I think at the lower bracket, I think it's going to be between the winner of the Shopify SSG game, in my humble opinion.
Well, NA favorites. I mean, you play them again. You've played them before. We know SSG did the lower bracket run in the NAL, but considering the form that Shopify is on, do you think they have a chance?
Oh yeah, of course. That's what I said. I think it's going to be between them or SSG.
Okay, you can't be Switzerland. You have to like pick one of the two. Come on.
That's all the gossip is about. It's a tough one. I think they're both good at LAN. They're good at LAN. I think SSG throughout the stage have showed a lot of composure. They came from the lower bracket, like to then end up winning the stage. So if I had to really choose, I would probably choose SSG. But I think it'd definitely be 3 maps between them two.
I don't know if that's a hot take, but I'm gonna pretend like that's your hot take for today. Do you agree?
Yeah, might as well. Just add to the drama between us and Shopify.
Yay, love that.
Yeah.
Jess, you have a hot take yourself?
Doctor's note hot take? Actually, you'll like my hot take. I actually think that if Weibo went down in first phase and FearX versus the team previous, which was Genji, whether it was FearX or Genji, you wouldn't be sitting on the couch here with me today. You would be in playoffs.
Well, I'd like to think that a hot take was a reality, but I'm about to pinch myself right now.
Yeah, I think any other team in that lower bracket outside of Weibo, I think, even FaZe, given how poorly I think they play considering their usual ceiling and your stylistic playstyle, I think you go through.
Well, that's a different reality, and we live in this one. And unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, you're sitting on the couch joining us right now. So, I don't know, I guess for you, it's an unfortunate situation. But thank you so much for your time and joining, giving us a bit of a hot take. Instead, we're going to be heading over to Lax, who is ready, standing by with a bit of an update in terms of what today is going to look like.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of the Rainbow Six series here at the Esports World Cup. We have a very exciting day. We are in playoffs. This is such important for all these teams. 8 teams playing to make it to semis, where 4 teams will be going home, 4 teams will be advancing. But we have to talk about Stream A's matchups. First game is going to be WBG versus Team Secret. That should be a good one. Second one is going to be Furia versus Virtus Pro. Now, if you were to ask me, what game am I looking forward to the most? What is going to be the game of the day? It has to be that VP versus Furia matchup, because you have to look at the history between those two. They haven't played each other all the way back going to 2024 SI, where VP would ultimately fall short to Furia, where Furia would then go on and win the SI World Champion. So for me, this is a big hurdle, a big obstacle for VP to get over and change all of history and possibly put themselves in a grand final to become the Esports World Cup champion going forward. But we won't know until later today.
That's very correct. We will not know who's in the grand finals, and not even until later today, until later tomorrow. So that is a little bit of waiting on our end of things that we have to do. But instead, we're going to be looking at Secret going up against Weibo Gaming. Secret coming onto this LAN, there were questions whether or not this roster could actually perform, considering the lack of experience, as a lack of a better word, when it comes to competing on these international stages. And they came out of the gate swinging.
Yeah. Super impressive. I mean, those 2 best of ones they played to qualify directly, and the most impressive thing, in my opinion, was that 7-2 against W7M. What we saw from Secret in there was they were punishing the aggression that W7M bring out. They were soloing out these roamers, and they understood what was needed to take a team down. And we're seeing a perfect example of that here with the plan that W7M brought out in a 5v5 fashion. Now, what did Secret do to try and gain momentum and gain that control back? They did not just send 1 player outside the window, not just 2. They sent 3 players out the window to try and counter those of W7M that were outside the window trying to hold that plan down. And that kind of teamwork is what I love to see from Secret. Just send 3 players out, the other one gets to counter defuse, and it worked so well for them.
I love this for Secret as well, because a lot of teams do struggle in the mid to late round. That is where a lot of the loss conditions lie for these teams. For Secret, they've made it their win condition, and that could be the difference maker here at a tournament like this, where microseconds, this is exactly what Anne was talking about. How do we retake on a very difficult post plan? We're going to send every single body we got out the window, out the door. Knock, knock, baby. It's Team Secret, and we've got that little retake. I love that for them. That was an excellent round, and I'm really glad you brought that up, because I was shocked at that retake.
Yeah, when we're looking at Secret in general, I feel like every single one of their players has stepped up this LAN, and they've really locked in, and they are so hungry for that title. But one individual that stood out, especially on day 1, game 1 against Falcons, was Adrian.
You asked me for a hot take earlier, Ginny. This is not a hot take. No one should think this is hot. This is lukewarm at best.
Okay.
They don't beat Falcons without Adrian that day. That is my hot take, lukewarm, however you want it. I think they win that game because of him.
That's a really good position for them to be in, but today they're going to have to play their first best of 3 so far of the tournament, and Lax stood by with them, had a little bit of a conversation ahead of the best of 3 to see what mental state they were in.
Here we have it, the Secret boys. You guys all rested? Yeah. There's the boy I was looking for, Adrian. Adrian, I gotta ask. Yeah. You guys have obviously had a day off. You guys, well, a couple days off actually, been able to chill, watch your opponents. How are you feeling about coming to today's matchup?
Feeling good, feeling prepared, ready to play them. They made an upset with DZ. They were playing really well. We watched, and we're ready.
I kind of want to ask. So, what we see from WBG and how they play, I would say it's a more unorthodox, a little bit chaotic sort of play style. And, just based off your performance alone, you've been popping off. How are you going to counter that play style on top of Team Secret being able to counter that?
I think we'll do a mix. I think we'll match the aggression, maybe even go even more aggressive, or just wait for him to come at us, set up crossfires, just be ready, be active.
So the goal for you guys is to play more of a passive-aggressive play style, wait for them to peek in till you take advantage of those situations?
Yeah, or cause even more chaos.
All right, and last question. You're in a 1v1 to close out the series to push you into a semifinals. Who are you taking in that 1v1?
Any of them.
All right, well, as you heard it from Adrian, he's ready to take on any single one of them, that 1v1, to push them up into a semifinals appearance. That's it for us here. I'll send you guys back to the desk.
All right. I mean, Weibo Gaming is their opponent, so Adrian is looking confident. He's ready to go. But it's not an easy roster either, because we've seen these individuals work well together, but now they're all under the same banner.
I love a little bit of APAC pride coming from ANZ as well. Turd being the ANZ representative for this roster, and then we have a nice mix of internationals as well. This roster has a couple of OGs as well that are rocking through it. They will be familiar with Secret. It's going to be the OGs of Speakeasy and Ape. They were on the old Elevate. And guess what? A little bit of a tidbit of a secret here for all of you out there that want to know. They managed to knock out their old org to get the invitation to EWC.
Ooh.
There are layers among layers about these two players. So now that they've put this roster together, it is a really great performance.
That's actually a little bit of drama as well on the side of Weibo, but they should be very proud of making it this far. I think APAC all the time when it comes to Sieges considered as the underdogs or some of over the region that we lose first, but they're still here going up against Secret. But I wonder how they're feeling.
There we go. All the boys from WBG ready to go. How's your morning going so far?
Good. We woke up early, did some theory stuff, and yeah, we're ready to go.
So I have a question. You guys made me crush Dark Zero's keys. Your post, obviously, you tweeted at me. Why'd you guys make me do that?
I don't think we were told. I mean, we were playing like...
You guys needed to have them close it.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter. We are here for Team Secret anyways. I bet we will crush it today.
So I just want to get your opinion on this. Everyone was saying that you guys upset a lot of your opponents. Obviously, you guys fell into the lower bracket. You get a 2-0 on Genji. You get a 2-0 following up on Dark Zero. I don't think a lot of teams here are giving you guys the credit that you deserve. Do you feel that that's kind of been the same thing?
Honestly, it's better if they don't give us credit and they really underestimate us. I mean, it will make our game much easier. I mean, if they were really not trying their best, then, I mean, it's on them, right?
Absolutely. And, I mean, just one more thing. Are you going to bring that exact same energy, yelling after every single round? I saw what you guys were doing against Dark Zero. Are we going to see that exact same thing coming out of you guys against Secret?
Yep, for sure.
All right, well, you heard it here. They're going to bring that energy. They're going to bring that hype. And also, one more question, because I asked them, you're in a 1v1 situation to put yourself in a semifinal. Who would you take that 1v1 against that you are confidently can say that you would beat?
Probably Savage.
All right. Well, in that 1v1, he's taking on Savage to push them into a semifinal. That's it here for WBG. We got to see if they can bring the hype and bring that game plan. Send it to the desk.
Probably Savage. Okay, a little Savage himself. We'll see. Who knows? They might be in a position where they actually get to do that. But because it's a best of 3, there's also going to be a map veto. And Weibo here is looking to get the upper hand because if you want to put yourself in that position, this is where it starts, Jess.
Oh my god, this is a rematch for Speakeasy and Ape that they played all the way last year in Montreal Major against Secret and their core, and they've decided to pick it against them after they lost to Secret 7-8 in overtime. That means that they're confident on this rematch.
Yeah, I like to see that Shelly as well from Secret. It's quite high preference for them. They won it 2 times in the EML, one of them being against G2. It's quite high preference for Weibo as well, but we're looking at a lot of footage from them in the APL too. The Decider Clubhouse, in my opinion, fits this matchup very well between these two teams. When we're looking at this one, it's kind of lower preference on the side of Secret, or high preference rather, sorry, but more losses in the EML, whereas on the other side for Weibo, it is a lower preference, but they have performed better on it during the APL.
Well,
I'm telling you, all I'm saying, Weibo has a deep map pool, so be careful.
Well, Weibo also has played the best of threes, crawling their way through that lower bracket to be able to compete on the stage here today. Whereas for Team Secret was smooth sailing, 2 best of ones. But this is going to be the test of their energy, their stamina, and whether or not they can adapt as things go through. The first game of the playoffs of EWC Rainbow Six Siege X starts now. Let's get the players on the stage.
The world champions, they're gone. The three-peat winners here in Riyadh, they're out. It has been wild here for Siege X at the Esports World Cup, and we are just getting started. The top 8, they are locked in, looking to become top of the world when this is all said and done, Milos.
Ian, it's actually incredible that the competition is so tight. All the way making it to the playoffs, the first day of these quarterfinals, where there are no more second chances.
That's it.
You had that in group stages. You know what? You fall out. There's still a way for you to come back, survive through yesterday's games. Today, it's best of threes. You lose, you are out all the way until we hit grand final Saturday, where it's a best of 5 series for all the marbles in our EWC trophy.
Of course, we've already had some upsets, but we still have legends looking to lock in legacies on this stage. We have underdogs ready to show out in front of the world. Let's right now begin with our first quarterfinal. Please welcome Team Secret. These guys are absolute savages. They are flying out here in Riyadh so far, easily cementing themselves inside of this quarterfinal, and I've just been checking them out behind the scenes. Make no doubt about it, they are ready for this.
Absolutely. Their past year of competition has been incredible in EML, but they have their work cut out for them. Let's welcome their opponents, Weibo Gaming! It's no secret that APL teams are always seen as underdogs no matter what stage they are on, but they have proven that they are miles ahead of the competition in their own region, but also here on LAN, in events over the past year and a bit of competition where different forms of this team has seen play. And today they make it to their biggest stage yet against Secret.
Make no mistake about it, this is a huge opportunity for both of these teams, a chance to lock in that spot in the semi-finals and of course securing $130,000 in the process.
That is a decent amount of money, I'm not gonna lie though. Gentlemen, please, Weibo Gaming, please Team Secret, you may place your keys, take your seats for our first quarterfinal. We have dark horses on both sides from their own regions going up against one another, so let's not talk too much about this and send it directly into game.
Historic match here at the Esports World Cup Pengu. Weibo Gaming from the fires of APL to the heat of Saudi. APAC's last hope. Underestimate us? I dare you. Team Secret, on the other hand, they sent last year's champions packing and humbled the Brazilians. Undefeated for now. For a spot in the semi-final, we are here into the playoffs to fight for the trophy. Weibo Gaming versus Team Secret on the main stage.
That's pretty good. I like that. Thank you very much. You cooked that without me, by the way. I was just sitting here not knowing that was going to happen. A bit of a surprise matchup as well. I think a lot of people going to this said, Weibo who? Who are these guys? They're not going to make it very far, right? We're thinking about Theorex, maybe, something like that. No, they're gone. They went out early.
We saw the APL, you and I.
Yeah.
We looked at these teams coming from down in the Asia-Pacific
region. Who looked
region.
best in APL?
It was Theorex.
It was.
Without a doubt. And yesterday I saw them hanging out in the Players' Lounge, defeated. Eliminated from the tournament. And of course, Enterprise, they didn't last long. Also first rounded. Weibo, not only avoided being first rounded, but they've also made it here to the top 8, knocking out one of the favorites from North America, Dark Zero, who made it to that grand final in NA, who so many people had been saying were back in peak form, yourself included.
I was there.
They got sent packing by Weibo.
I know, it's been incredible. I saw Meepy on Twitter, the coach of Weibo Gaming, saying, we've been working so hard on just the fundamentals of Rainbow Six Siege. You know, the trade game, playing good crossfires, the very, very basic things. And when you speak about APAC as a whole region, every single subdivision here, often what they fall flat on, it's gonna be those fundamentals. The issue is, the longer they play for, in bigger series, best of 3s, best of 5s, etc., that's also where the map pool will become a problem. Weibo going into this have already shown 5 unique maps. And they're going to start off on Skyscraper showing a 6th map out of the possible 9 available to them. That means the longer they're going to play for, the less new strats, the less juice they're going to have going for this event.
Of course, coaches Twister for Team Secret and Meepy all the way from Europe. He's had his fair stint in North America as well. Now he serves APAC. You can see the Weibo pin as well. Got to admit, he is very mightily well dressed. Also worth noting, this is a very international matchup. Team Secret, who by the way are the youngest roster here at EWC for Rainbow Six, are a truly European roster. 5 players from 5 different countries: Portugal, Germany, Poland, France, and Sweden. And of course, Weibo, a very mixed bag of APL players. We've got Ape and Hovenhurst from Indonesia, Reaps from China, Speakeasy from Singapore, and Turdster hailing from all the way down under in New Zealand. There are 9 different nationalities playing in the server right now. What a privilege that we get to see some truly global Rainbow Six.
You see Adrian getting locked in, a little bit of meditation perhaps, focusing up. I think when it comes down to gameplay, of course, I'm going to have a slight favor towards Secret here. Not because they're from Europe, but because of the map pools. Just starting off on Skyscraper, Secret on defense. Already here, I'm a little bit worried for Weibo. I think they're much of a vibe team, a momentum team, at least in the APL. If they have a very slow start, like a 1-5 or maybe even 0-6 half, there could be the first map just done and dusted. I want to see Weibo hit the ground running.
And it was a big gamble from Weibo to pick Skyscraper, where we saw Team Secret defeat the EWC champions of last year, Team Falcons, formerly BDS. It was a tight affair. It was an 8-6 in favor of Secret. It was very much one of those games where it just looked like whoever could find one attack round would win. But Weibo saw that. They saw some weaknesses in Secret, and they said, look, I know that we've already played 5 different maps. What's a 6? We have such a good map pool. That's what Weibo are saying to themselves. They're happy to contend Secret on a map that they know their opponents are very good on.
On the other side, though, Secret only played in 2 best of 1s so far to make it to playoffs. They're barely warmed up. Yeah. Weibo played 5 maps, a single best of 1, then a 2-0 and a 2-0. So they've played much more Rainbow Six Siege, and they're much more warmed up here on the international LAN stage. Secret, they didn't have a very, like you said, dominant win over Falcons, but they got the job done. Then against W7M, 7-2 victory on Cafe, looking much, much better. Which version will we see? The, ready Secret in the very first round, or the Secret that's going to need like a couple of rounds to warm up?
Well, we're here into the playoffs, and everybody is wondering, can APAC hang with Europe? This is where we find out. It is Weibo versus Team Secret as we kick things off over on Skyscraper.
Very curious in the bands here. Monty coming out, Kaid as well. Often what pro teams will do is they very commonly will ban the Kaid first to just get the vibe check on, okay, are they going to be banning out, the Harpy operators? If you don't, you can get that secondary ban to be something else, or you can just double down on the bandit and the Kaid, of course. For the opposite side, we're looking at stuff like Dokkaebi, Grim, Deimos, double shield ban, Blackbeard most notably. We have seen a double shield ban here on Skyscraper. I think that's excellent stuff from Team Secret. One of the ways to simplify the attacking rounds is, most importantly, gonna be Monty. I think banning that away from Weibo as a crutch operator was a very smart choice.
Weibo getting rid of the double hard breach, like you said, and the double shield bans. It does leave a lot of things open here.
It does.
Let's start with talking about the attacking side. If you get rid of those shields, what remains? Often we're talking about those execute-based operators, and yeah, you had a little chuckle there. You know what I'm saying? We've got Dokkaebi, we've got Grim, we've got Deimos, we've got Roam Hunters, so your Dokkaebi and your Deimos, but then you've also got those execute ops, your Ying, Glaz, Grim, and my God, trying to hold on to a site without all that. I mean, who cares that you've banned out Monty and Blitz? There are so many tools available for Weibo.
And I think that goes to speak to Team Secret's defensive lineup in the first round here. They're very much playing for map control, for roaming, for gunfighting, and I think that's because they know a lot of util operators execute are up and available. With the shields being banned out, that's going to make roam clearing more difficult, getting inside the building, getting a foothold. So Secret saying, hey, we're going to ban the operators that make it easy for you to roam clear, and now we're going to aggressively roam. If they're successful, that's going to be the playstyle the entire way through. If it's not going to work out, they'll just play utility by the bombs in the following round. So Secret showing two different potential styles here already.
Particularly the Capitao and the Fenrir, two trap operators, are going to make the roam clear difficult. But guess what, Weibo, they know that it's not going to be easy to roam clear, so they've brought Dokkaebi, Deimos, and Lion, all of which are excellent for clearing out these troublesome little roamers like Joom, a player that we've talked plenty about so far at EWC. A very strong player for Secret, one of the best from Europe, but he struggles on land. What can he do here on this aggressive roam with Noah and Mowgli in tow?
It's all about finding that fine line if you're Team Secret right now. When do you fall back and how long do you stay for? As long as the pressure isn't too much, they can keep making these aggressive plays. And as I said earlier, it's hard for Weibo to simply get in the building.
The equation is opened by Noah, but Hoffens! What a gnarly shot! He does get traded by Mowgli. Still the advantage for Weibo, not if Mowgli continues to find frags on his retreat back to site. As the Azami, he can solidify his position and fall on back. And while it looked like for a brief moment Weibo had succeeded on that roam clear, they end up far more bloody than Secret.
Secret putting enough bodies on the roam to say, guys, there's always going to be another person behind the dead body, and just keep fragging it out. You're up one player, half the round to go. Benefit though is Weibo still have Turret alive on the Deimos, so you can still isolate some couple of players, still has frag grenades as well. But Secret, they play smart, they fall all the way back to the bomb site. They're not playing Dragon Statue, they're not playing in the drum room either, they're all the way back to the last layer of defense, playing off the cameras and crossfires.
It's not going to last much longer though, as Secret aggressively peek on out. Big 3K from Mowgli as the Frenchman gets lippy in the server. Not a good start for Weibo. That roam clear, it looked like it had legs for a brief moment, but then Mowgli said absolutely not.
I'm going to go back to a point that you've made a couple of times now during APL stage and also at EWC. Rather lose the round quickly and try your best than slowly just burn out, nothing happens, right? Yes, they didn't get the result they wanted, but Weibo said 3, 2, 1, Dokkaebi call, send it. And I think going into skyscraper attacks, you cannot go quietly into the night because you should have a very slow, very brutal couple of rounds before side swap. At least they're trying, if you know what I mean. So I actually want to honor them, like it was a good attempt, even if they lost.
When Team Secret played against Falcons, like we said earlier, it was very much a defender's game. It was a 4-2 split on defense for Secret, and then a 2-4 when they switched onto their attacking side. And then in overtime, they themselves won 1 on each side, which is how they won at 8-6. So Secret should definitely be aiming for the forward here. So while that is a good way to kick things off, keep in mind that even if Weibo only win 2 rounds, that's kind of par for the course. If they win 3, I would be sweating as a Secret fan.
Oh, for sure. That's when things get very serious. I said earlier how Secret can play both styles. They showed us aggression, early extension in the first one. Now heavy utility, right? Both the Clash and the Mirror being brought out saying, guys, we can lock down the bomb site, we can make your life miserable. And now you're forcing Weibo into a, not a difficult spot, but a choice of, or a situation of making a choice. Now, either you respect the Clash Mirror and play Ashe Capitao, for example, or you get better roam clearing operator so you can't deal with the utility. So now Weibo, yes, they can deal with the issues of utility, but they don't have all that much firepower, right? There's no Dokkaebi, there's no Deimos all of a sudden. So we're back to the point of, can they win out in the individual gunfights now without that kind of utility support on the offensive?
At the moment, Speakeasy's found a world of hurt. Adrian goes for an aggressive run out all the way from bedroom, jumping out a window, spotting the ace. Now, that's one of just 2 hard breaches available for Weibo. They still have some redundancy thanks to Thermite, but yeah, the Clash is going to get so much info for Secret. They're playing very proactively on this defense.
I look at the spots. There's one player by side. That's the Clash, basically, because they're full intel game. So they're putting, again, a lot of bodies on the roam, just to overpower the attackers. And if they need to, they can always fall back for free, but they keep winning gunfights.
Yeah, it seems like Weibo can't quite get a handle on these roamers, on these aggressive plays. We heard it from Adrian. When Laxing was interviewing him before the game, he said, we might just play even more aggressive than Weibo. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Secret. Reaps against everybody, and he can't find anything. It's another quick round in favor of Secret.
I really like how, yes, they're playing Mirror and Clash, but they're not going to fall back and play passive. They're showing Weibo that, hey, you're not good enough right now. Like, you got to play at a higher level to pick apart these defenses. And after only 2 rounds being played, Weibo will call their tactical timeout.
That is
before the third operator bank.
A very early tactical timeout, Pengu. We had to see some of those kills. There's a lot of really gnarly tight angles. And a lot of good crossfires being held by Secret. Savage is very happy now. It was Speakeasy who called Savage out and said, he's the player I want to be playing against if I'm in a 1v1 later on.
Are you sure about that?
Disrespect, though, from Adrian. He said he doesn't give a damn. He'll play anybody.
So far, I mean, that seems like a pretty accurate story. Twister, of course. One of the coaches that often after he calls a tactical timeout, a big shift happens for his team. When your opponent calls for it, in this case Weibo, of course your team can also talk amongst each other and the support staff. It goes both ways.
Yeah, hopefully for Secret we don't see a big shift for them after this tactical timeout.
You want to keep it going.
Everything's been doing pretty damn well. It's Meepy that needs to get the boys back on track for Weibo here. 2 rounds, not looking too hot. The first one, at least it had a bit of teeth. That round just there were no wins.
There were no wins.
No wins at all.
I think that particular round was a great display of how hard it can be without a shield operator. Imagine you had the Monty or just walking down the hallway saying, guys, there's a person in Geisha hallway. I'm going to block the angle, smoke it off, and just be annoying or whatever. Jump in Geisha window, anything like that. Yes, you can say, oh, but Pinku, you got the Fuse shield, you got the Blackbeard shield, sure, but there's so many different long lines of sight of crossfires. You look a little bit too far to the left, you can shot from the right. So you want to have that Monty full extended shield. That's the only realistic way of staying alive. Seems you're going to make the very basics difficult for Weibo. Get in the building. Seems almost impossible how aggressive they've been so far.
Well, look, I'm not a pro player, but I hazard a guess that one of the things that's made this very challenging for Weibo is their roam clears are actually very predictable. There is no lurking going on. They're always pushing from the main doorways and windows that you would expect to push from. So when they were roam clearing last round, it was from the back stairs, it was from Geisha. There was no one lurking down below. They weren't playing slowly, baiting the aggression from Secret. And that's the thing. Secret are playing aggressive. Weibo need to read that. They need to make sure they don't get caught out by little rats like Doom. He has been spotted.
They barricade the door from the outside, but they have a crouch sort of rotate.
Ooh, it's a bit awkward.
If only he knew. Could gotten a free gun to Doom. He's baiting the angle instead. Good read from him. Bit of a pre-fire. Nothing lands and can fall right on back. But this is wasting time for Weibo. As 2 different attackers have to commit to a rotation to get those windows opened up.
Yeah, Doom has been spotted. He gets back towards the site, hiding behind the sushi bar. Weibo. It seems like instead of playing for a hard roam clear this time, they're spotting players and then deciding what their call is.
Gap finding, as we say.
I think that's the right call here for Weibo, but you do need to make progress somewhere. And in this case, while they didn't find Doom downstairs, they have started their roam clear. However, a big flick from Mowgli finds his 4th in the game, and Turdster is put to bed.
He just shot the wall for funsies. I mean, I'm sure he knew somebody was in the area, but still. That's just disgusting. I mean, poor Turd.
I did call him for Moss Files after that one. As the keeper barriers are slowly whittled away, but Speakeasy's taken a hell of a lot of damage on his fight. Adrian finally falls. It's the first one that Weibo have found. They need to find a hell of a lot more than that, though. Mowgli is still tearing things up here in drum as he falls back. Remember, the bomb site is downstairs in kitchen and barbecue. There's so much ground to be taken here for Weibo.
Playing the second layer right now. Mowgli on the offense. The rest playing far back on the staircases and engagement. So he's the last layer now. Noah finds Reaps elsewhere.
Oh, this is cheeky. Oh, it's so cheeky from Mowgli. Another 3K. Arpe, the last one remaining. And I don't think he's got a shot in hell. It's going to be 3-0 for Secret. They have looked indomitable on their defense. And despite the tactical timeout from Weibo, they find nothing. A good kill from Arpe, but Noah will trade it. Secret are firing up.
I really like this from Secret because what it looks like to me, just look at the player positions. They have 3 people playing very passive, they're playing somewhat passively together, playing by black stairs, red stairs, and Geisha. They have a crosser. They can rotate around to help each other. Then you have Mowgli being the +1 guy. Mowgli, just make a play. Whatever you want. If you die, we got the 3-on-3. It's whatever. they keep having this kind of wild card in these rounds, which in 2 of them has been Mowgli making a huge play himself. And you're forcing Weibo into an awkward spot. What do you ban here? The opted for the Clash, sure. Has Clash been a huge issue? In one single round,
yeah.
Clash only saw a single attacker in the terrace window. It was the roamers that were the problem.
Yeah.
The roamers haven't been banned.
Honestly, if it was me, I'd probably just get rid of his army.
Yeah,
like,
at this point, I think so.
It's not like Mowgli's utility is particularly good, but it's just like change Mowgli up. Like, just change things.
Just target ban him.
Farming with that SMG at the moment. Target ban Mowgli. It's already a really powerful operator anyway. It usually requires a lot of work. Weibo, though, despite it not being their tactical timeout, immediately after that ban, they're flipping the switch.
Yeah, they are. 4 now in operators, bringing out both the shield, the glass, the finger. They can do some crazy stuff in this one.
It's harder to gap find with that Dokkaebi ban, though.
I was going to say, I think the Dokkaebi ban is perfect here for Secret because, again, if they want to roam and stay on the offense, Deimos or Dokkaebi, I think will be my top 2 picks probably. But Turd has been mostly ineffective because he either dies early in the round or they can't get in the building to use the gadget.
Yeah, I think the shield is the right call here from RP. Team Secret are playing very aggressively. Yeah. They're swinging everything. And you need to have somewhere to just brute force map control and punish aggression. And I think the shield is a good hammer. You need an anvil as well.
Going into this, I was trying to be like, how would I play this matchup if I was Team Secret? And I was like, I think on defense, they should play incredibly slow and just wait for Weibo to get to like uncomfortable positions. And they kind of are for the first like 40 seconds, but then say, we could just lash out. Like, we got them right where we want them. And I think Secret make a bit of a statement in this one, saying from the very first round, we're aggressive, we're confident, we're here to play.
Oh no, Ape falls! Big Nitro Cell! It doesn't matter that there's a team kill because it seems like the defense has got the side on lock. Reaps and Turd may have found their way into the building. Turd's still on rappel outside. Reaps needs to find an opening here as his team is still trailing behind. 55 seconds into the round and half the server has died.
Quick rush, no follow-up behind the Blackbeard, or at the very least mistimed at that. He gets meleeed and gets shot down. Both attackers now inside of Geisha, so no backstab, no split pressure. And then once again, Secret's positions, crossfires. Doom can play the contact, Adrian can swing. So can Noah. It's all about waiting for the first person to say, guys, I got the first angle, follow on my lead.
Well, there's also no diffuser here for these 2 Weibo players. There is a rotation for them to enter karaoke into the bomb site to get that diffuser should they wish to, but because of these shots, Secret will know that both these players are in Geisha. Adrian can lock them out with the smoke. They need to somehow isolate a kill here. Oh, the nade could be good. Could be. Turdster has to cut off the cross. As the nade goes out, it needs to flush out Adrian's position. What? He sits through the nade and actually falls. But the thing is, Weibo won't know about it until they drone him. That's what Reaps is about to do. He sees that he's on the floor, and he knows that Weibo actually might have an opening.
Second nade, surely. I'll just leave him injured, perhaps, in this one. They know they can't go for revive, actually. If only they had a smoke grenade for the glass, but they don't. So Reaps and Turdster has to work together. Oh,
changing max. It's a good angle. A one-way for Noah, but it doesn't seemingly work. Turdster taken low, but he is still alive. Turdster can actually make a rotation if he wants. Look at this. Reaps is going deep. He needs to find this kill. He's been spotted. Doom needs to hold the line. He finds one before he's traded by Turdster. It's a 1v1. And Noah, he's tempted to go aggressive. He's got the HP advantage, and he knows exactly where Turdster is. 30 seconds ticking away as Turdster is spotted, and Noah clutches it for Team Secret.
No revive needed. I was sitting there thinking, do you go for the revive or not? It's risky if you get pushed, but at the same time, there's no information from Weibo. Convincing round once more. I mean, it came down to a 1v1, but it was a good shutdown off the rush initially by Team Secret. They're Blackbeard being solo in the window here. I'm not sure about that. Mowgli tanks the angle, C4 gets a 1-for-1 trade, and with that, there's no more execute options from Weibo. I like the fast push. It certainly could have worked. It shows that they're not afraid to make the play. That's important because this will be potentially a very long best of 3.
Definitely a big point of failure there was losing the Blackbeard in Geisha. I'm trying to think what Ape could have done differently. I'm wondering maybe if he used his nades before he entered, he might have had more of an advantage.
That's fair.
In that knife fight, but that's the problem. If you don't knife first as the Blackbeard, or if you don't use your gadget, the bash, you actually can be immune to knives while you use that bash, but it does lock you in an animation, so it's a risky business. Ape not typically the shield player. Occasionally, I guess he is, but
Yeah, if that fight had gone the other way, I actually think Weibo probably win that rush quite convincingly. I could see that for sure. I mean, getting Geisha is the heart of that bomb site because you get the hallway control, you get the bomb site access, the crossfire enabled. The Nitro Cell that's not the Nitro Cell doesn't go through. It changed a lot of things.
It's not been a good half for Weibo, to state the obvious. It's 4-0 for Secret, but there is still a way back into it. 2 rounds of attack here is still a manageable game for Weibo. They can move on to their defense. Feel pretty confident that they will likely get 4 of their own.
A lot of pro teams, they don't mind playing Skyscraper, but they mind picking it, and this is why. You start in the attack. For most teams, 2 attacks the best you can do. Weibo might not even get 2. And then you just gotta have faith that when we go on side swap, our defenses will be strong enough to make the comeback happen. But it's always gonna be more difficult to play from behind, even if you think your defense is crazy.
Yeah, and Secret are just flowing with confidence right now.
Yeah, they're floating.
Playing quite aggressively. Bit of a lurk. Vertical game here from Speakeasies. He goes below the bomb site. Sorry, it's Reaps. Goes below the bomb site on the Grim. Not a usual operator to go downstairs. He's just shooting some good mines, I guess. Curious decision.
The window jump in later on. The thing is, when you take below, often we see a bot come into play some verticality, but you got the Deimos on turrets there, so you gotta get the red pings, then track the player that's relevant to the verticality, try and go for a free pick. But look at the positions. No one's really playing by the soft floor inside the A-bomb side. Doom is playing by minibar, Moj is playing by Dragon. Until Weibo applies enough pressure from outside the building, Secret knows that the bomb side isn't on any immediate threat. They can just sit back.
Well, the Grim's Bees trying to lock up that stairwell as Reaps goes back inside again. And Savage gets targeted by that Deimos, but yeah, he's ages away. We really need to target these players on site. This is an aggressive entry from Uppe, doesn't pan out. Are the rest of Weibo going for it? Seemingly not. Adrian has still got the site on lock. Doom as well in his position, despite not having the mirror. It doesn't matter. We need more impact from Turd down below. He is the single operator that needs to open up these rounds. It was such a devastating loss having Uppe jump in and fail. And I don't think Weibo have anything to go off in this round. Secret are still playing aggressively in the site. Tursta is struggling to find these players. And Savage has dropped down the hatch and stabbed him in the back. It's Speakeasy in a 1 versus 5. And it simply could not be worse for Weibo. There's nothing left to be done. They don't even have a round on the board. Speakeasy finally gets his first kill of the game as Secret sit back and wait.
Disaster. They had to, thank you, Savage. They had to try and find Adrian, who was playing the Warden by the bomb site, if you want to jump in that bomb site window. 1, they didn't have enough information to know where he was, and 2, there was a mute jammer right around the corner, so if you go for a tracker from Deimos, it's ineffective. Again, the bug is a safer option. Of course, you can shoot back through the verticality, but Weibo are missing simple pressure in the map. Secret only had 2 people by the bomb site. They still had people in Dragon and Drum because they knew they can't get in. So the lack of pressure, the lack of backstab, as you said, lurking around, everyone knows they're super safe from Secret. No one's afraid of for anything.
Yeah, I think an understated pick in that round for Secret was actually the Warden, because I'm thinking, well, what's the way that Weibo could have made that work a little bit better? And it's spamming util on-site flashes and nades.
Where's the glass this time?
Ying glass or flashes or nades even in tandem with that player down below on the Deimos or a buck or both.
Give them help.
And players on the windows to watch the cutoffs. That would have had a lot more success. But to think that not a single kill was found for Weibo until it was an exit, not good enough here for the APAC team. This is, I can say, as someone from the APAC region, this is what every APAC fan fears, right?
Yeah.
Because we're always underestimated, or we're always, I don't think underestimated is the right word, we're always dismissed as a free win.
Dismiss is better, yeah.
And sometimes that's true, and sometimes it isn't. Yes, 2 APAC teams of the 3 were first rounded at this event, but Weibo has had a few upsets. Gen G, and most importantly, Dark Zero. And Speakeasy himself, he says, look, we like to be underestimated. We want them to think this is going to be an easy game. But unfortunately for Weibo, what that attitude for Secret has gained for them is this irreparable confidence that Team Secret have used to dominate this matchup.
I wouldn't mind the situation if somehow this was like, you know, Team Secret's map pick, and Weibo chose attack because they're being silly, and it's whatever, but this is their map pick. They wanted to go here, knowing that they were going to start the attack inside. They could have gone anywhere else in theory by changing the map pool, but then again, Weibo going into this, they've played 5 unique maps, guys will be in the 6, they know they're limited by their map pool right now.
It's true. I mean, it was a very a confident play from Weibo to pick Skyscraper, knowing that, like you said, we played 5 different maps from them. Next up, the pick from Secret is actually Chalet, which is where Weibo have already played. They almost beat Shopify Rebellion. It was their first match of the tournament. They're going to rush. This might well be a rush. Out goes the exothermic charge, and in goes Speakeasy. He's been spotted. Arpe's the first one to fall, but Secret.
Oh, team kill.
They're dropping like flies. Turnster might team kill the Blackbeard, but it's still a winnable position here for Weibo as they have the numbers advantage.
Secret far apart, one above, one below. So Adrian and Doom cannot work together for this one. Nice angle though from Doom, can see the Geisha breach or the rappel angle at the very least, looking for a freebie, but Weibo right now, they hit the reset button. They're droning, they're slowing things down. They know right now this is the most winnable position they've been in 6 rounds. But if Doom or if Adrian goes unchecked upstairs, that might change very quickly.
Drone might help, but
it's a jammer somewhere as well.
Mute jammers around.
It might be in a jammer actually off the throw.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Oh, it's alive. It's going.
Spotted and taken down by
But
Doom.
that's Doom, so Adrian's still hiding.
Yeah, and he's just going to fake that he's going to fall back. And oh no, never mind. Turnster has found one. Only one player left for Secret, and he's hiding inside a Karaoke. He's spotted, and he does get that diffuser down. Hoven and Reaps now know exactly where he is. Will they find the crossfires? Will they find the refrags? Adrian just needs to isolate the ones, but Hoven, a bullet straight between the eyes of Adrian, and Weibo finally find their first round of the game.
Again, you gotta praise them. Despite 5 rounds in a row not working out whatsoever, they still go for another rush, trying to say, guys, we got this, believe in it, 3-2-1, let's push on in. It wasn't pretty, but it worked, and they even team kill. That could have been a 4v2.
Very much could have been. I don't know how Speakeasy died here. Yeah, it was unfortunate. I think Tursu was trying to take the fight against that Fenrir that Speakeasy was also battling.
He was overheating Speakeasy. He was trying to do it all himself. Turd said, let me help you, man. Then takes him down and then gets the kill.
Oh well, a win is a win for Weibo, and that's 1 round on the board as we move into the second half. Look, it does feel like you're huffing copium if you think that Weibo still have a solid chance in this. 1 round is not enough on your
It's a long
attacking
road,
side.
okay, but there is a road. There's a path.
I mean, Fury have done it a few times this tournament.
That's true, and Weibo and Fury are very not similar teams at all. It's one of those.
Valid.
Now, if there's one thing, though, for Weibo, like, just look at this from a best-of-3 perspective. The more rounds they can get, the more kills individually, the more good vibes they can achieve, it's all about the best-of-3 right now. Skyscraper, for Weibo, doesn't matter. It's about setting yourself up for Chalet and then for Clubhouse.
Well, they've got that first round win on the board. You know, Speakeasy's got his first kill when he was
actual
in
kill.
the one. Yeah, true. Not just
he
that
got a 1v5 kill, yeah.
1v5 exit frag. I mean, that's definitely a chip off your shoulder for Weibo.
Oh yeah. I also think just seeing the playbook from Secret, right? Because when you start off in this matchup, what kind of style was Secret play? They've shown 2 maps so far, 2 best-of-1s. You have almost nothing to work off of in recent history, besides EML, that's like a domestic matchup, right? So now you've seen it if you're Meepy, if you're Mentalist, the support staff of Weibo. Going into Chalet and or Clubhouse, you're going to have a better expectation of what's going to happen. You can prep more for that, discuss it with your team.
Well, yeah, the thing that Weibo learned, it took them a little bit of time to get used to it, but the thing they learned pretty quick was that Team Secret are going to play very aggressively on that defensive side of Skyscraper. Now, they flip to the attack, and it's a different ball game completely. Weibo get to dictate the pace in a way. They are on the defense. They get to decide, are we going to anchor up, or are we going to play aggressively? And to be honest, it's actually quite a similar lineup from Weibo that we saw from Secret.
I didn't watch the Secret match versus WCN because you and I were casting at that time, but I remember against Falcons for Secret, they were playing very timid, very passive, very almost scared. June was like hiding in corners, not taking gunfights. If you're watching that game and prepping for that kind of Secret, this is a different one. This might be the W7M Secret that showed up all of a sudden, which is very aggressive, very confident, and hit the ground from the very beginning in that opening round. Now, we've spoken a lot about the different players, Mowgli popping off, Noah doing good. Doom has still had a bit of a quiet one. I will say in this particular case, he might not have been needed because Mowgli's popping off and getting all the kills, but I do want to see Doom get a bit more proactive and involved, I think, with the rounds on the attacking side. He's playing the box, so soft destruction, verticality, supporting teammates with those flashbangs. I want to see him working together with somebody else to find success.
It looks like Secret are prepping for an explosive execute, but it's not necessarily a rush. They're doing a lot of work in the early phases of this round to make sure they're ready for it. Clearing out barbed wire, isolating Speakeasy. They know now Speakeasy is in this position that we've seen Adrian play before, with the shotgun, and a lot of this round is going to rest on his shoulders.
I like when the Blackbeard, the shield player, goes from down the staircase up and fights him, because from the door you got the crossfires, which is the problem right now. Can they clear this out? I mean, they got caps of fire, 1 frag grenade, 2 flashbangs. This should be a free kill, but if you don't do it perfectly, it will not be.
Weibo do have a good read on the situation.
Yeah, they do.
But Joom at the moment, if he can bait the peak from Speakeasy, that could really open the gates for Team Secret in the round. Pre-rip C4 from Hoven to take the fight onto the player on this window. It is Adrian. It does not land, however. Speakeasy does find his first, and the Blackbeard has gone down. That is the secret element for Team Secret. And the fire from the Capitao does not land its mark. Speakeasy has the backstairs on lock, and Secret are left reeling.
They knew the water was close window. He's still there right now. I mean, I think you'd say Joom is a guy in the corner, kill him first, then deal with the backstairs player. Joom is still 2 flashbangs in pocket as well. They're not using them. Finally, he goes down. That could have been done a minute and a half ago, by the way.
It took a very long time. Joom was worried about that player on the backstairs of Speakeasy that whole time. And that's why he wasn't taking that fight vertically. Now Speakeasy has abandoned his position. He has used all of his gas, but he's got his shotgun still, and he's waiting. He spots both of the last 2 players from Secret. Joom finally makes it possible, but not if Weibo continue refragging, and Turd secures the first round on the board for Weibo on the defensive side.
And we gotta praise Weibo there for the discipline and patience. They knew, hey, we got all the strong positions, the backstairs, the bomb site itself, and they're not really doing anything to force us out of them. We saw a single capital fire spent on the staircase. Speakeasy walks 1 step to his left, avoids the fire. Right here, nade came out, fire came out, but it missed the mark. I mean, you're firing off the bottom platform at this point. That's why you can't play, because you got people to know. You gotta fire further up on the staircase, or at least with Joom, use one of those 2 flashbangs when you go for the swing.
I mean, also, you got 2 fires for Capitao. You could both completely isolate those stairs. You would have to play from the doorway where Blackbeard was rather than down below. You mentioned that you prefer the Blackbeard being down below on the stairs.
Yeah.
My guess is the reason why Secret didn't want to do that is that's what happened against them when they played, it was Falcons
I remember that.
on this map, and Adrian completely farms the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
So maybe they felt like sending a shield on the staircase, not the greatest idea. You famously have critiqued shield players on staircases before, but having that Capitao on the door would have certainly opened a lot of avenues for Secret to completely remove the positionality from Speakeasy.
100%. There's this like old, not a saying, but this old strat thing that my old teammate Dunas actually told me about back in like 2017 when we were very bad at the game, obviously. Which is, guys, we're playing the glass and we're saving all of our smokes to plant the diffuser later in the round. But we're dying to the roamers. We should use some of our smokes now so that at the very least we can see the bomb site. That's one of those rounds. They only spend 1 capital fire because they want to use the second one elsewhere. But if you don't clear the staircase position, you won't see the damn bomb site.
Exactly.
So you might as well invest as much as is required to at the very least work through the round step by step. I feel like much more could have been done there.
Weibo are starting to build a little bit of momentum, but they are still trailing behind. Now Turdster on the clash. He's spotted this Montaigne, and Secret are using the operator that they removed from play when Weibo were on the attack in that Montaigne. Turdster, oh, this is really well played by Secret. I like the EMP to prevent Turd from using his gadget, and then the Nomad air jab to force him on back. Reeves is isolated in his position. I'm not sure if he's able to retreat. He does spot the player for a brief moment. It's also going to impact the Selma on his retreat. Weibo have successfully peeled back a layer of their defense.
Step by step, I mean, this is beautiful. This is what Weibo couldn't do themselves, again, because they did not have the Monty. Ash charge deals the mirror, Monty gets map control, Reeves for a second swing, a third swing. He's crazy.
My God. Very ambitious. He drops downstairs, and it's well read by Secret, who have Joom lying in wait. Reeps drops below and drops to the floor. Secret have the numbers advantage, and they still have this Montaigne to march forth.
It's the perfect operator. Again, free intel, constant information, Joom knocking down below for their flank potential NEC4s. The only obstacle now is going to be a clash, but with numbers dwindling like this, the clash won't matter all that much. You can overwhelm the bomb site. Speakeasy finds one in Mowgli though, but Ash has already spent both of their Ash creatures, I believe.
And the air jabs here make this difficult. And here comes the activation of the gadget from the clash. There's no way to clear this realistically. Flashbangs go out to try and suppress that position, but meanwhile, Ape has fallen. Maybe this is winnable after all for Secret, despite the Clash's position. Turdster goes down. Joom
duels him perfectly. It's up to Speakeasy, but he falls, and Team Secret propel themselves on the map point.
Beautiful step by step. I mean, they had the exact right operators. Maybe in a perfect world, you had like a Sophia or a Capital to deal with the clash easier. They brought the Nomad. They tried. They were just spamming flashbangs. And then once they get numbers advantage, they can go in the side window, the soft floor, or the soft wall to the bomb side, and just apply pressure from every single location at once. This opening was great. And that's what we're missing from Weibo, right? That lurker downstairs.
Oh, what's that from Hoven? Why is he jumping outside?
Out the window, yeah. Not necessary. And a swing here as well. Well, seeing the kill feed now, I feel like Weibo made that a little bit too easy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, too much swinging from Weibo. Secret have the read on lock here, Pengu. They know that all they have to do is put a little bit pressure, a little bit more pressure, a little bit pressure, and then they're getting free kills here against Weibo. I mean, almost all of those players that fell for Weibo, it was just a Secret player holding an angle, waiting for someone to swing.
Every single one, actually. Even the first death was well jumping down, right?
In fact, yeah, every single kill was just holding an angle, waiting for a swing to come through.
It's ironic because literally last round, well, the round before that one, I was like, Weibo had good discipline, playing about the staircase, not swinging, and the next round, now they swing everything, and they didn't need to because they had utility, because they had numbers, equal numbers until the first guy died.
Yeah. It's been a bit of a disappointing map, to be honest. I thought we were on for a game here, and Secret have not made this look competitive. No, they have really stormed through Weibo. 6-2, quite a lead, and 4 map points before them on Weibo's map pick. Not the showing that we expected from the team that 2-0 Dark Zero yesterday.
No one just keeps delivering. This guy's had a great individual stage and he just keeps it up. I was like, okay, you're going to land, maybe some nerves, you know. You're proud, but how proud can you be? He's still proud. He's holding his head high. He's proving his skill level.
Very aggressive from Doom. I'm not sure what the idea was there, trying to rush the site, but Speakeasy's watching it.
This is one of those cases where we're up 6-2. Let's just try it. I think it's one of those.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it because, I mean, if he gets the kill or there was nobody there, you got the bomb set for free.
Also,
that's
I think
massive.
If you kill a site player in a play like that, you're really going to tilt Weibo for Chalet as well.
So, guys, what are we doing?
Another free kill for Weibo, though. You can see Team Secret are taking a lot of risks. They're playing very disrespectfully this round.
Yeah.
And it's not working out for them. It's kind of the opposite to what we saw last round, right? Where Weibo were the ones peeking and giving free kills to Secret.
And Secret doing step-by-step action. There is no step. We're just doing something.
Everyone's doing something separate as well, by the way.
Now Savage will try to lock by the bomb side door, I think, instead. And we still see Speakeasy locking that down. Double reinforced wall. Got the ace there, but no summer charges. Good nade.
Oh, and a good peek as well. That was well played.
They could maybe plant on the desk here for Blackbeard, actually. There's no vert. Hard right on the desk, there's no vert that can see it, so he can walk in.
Yeah, a little bit of vert available. Ape, though, does find the kill upstairs. That was Mowgli, the lurker, trying to take down that vertical play from Weibo, and this is the concern. Secret might be able to enter the side, but they need more kills because Weibo are far ahead. And now Team Secret rely just on Savage, on the Blackbeard. He said he might be able to find a safe plant spot. He, of course, will plant with the shield on his back, but it might not matter at this point because there's 4 players from Weibo. They could even go for a retake if they so desire. Shield on the back. Savage starts planting. It's a bait, but it doesn't matter because Upbay's got his number. Weibo find a 3rd round.
Not the most inspiring round from Secret, but I think, again, as I said, it's one of those, like, let's just try something, guys.
Just
Make it
YOLO.
easy. Yeah, it very much seemed like it. Of course, Speakeasy had not been on that bomb site, had not found the kill. Doom gets in successfully. The entire round changes. 3rd operator ban, I feel like you can just say goodbye Clash here in Simplify, or the Mirror, for example. I think for Weibo, it's more of like Monty or like whatever else.
Yeah, I think Monty is probably the play here. I was going to say Monty or Nomad. Nomad was actually not a bad pick from Secret.
I like the Warden ban, actually, now that I see it. You can just brute force Ying Glass and whatever else.
And I'm sure that Secret were expecting the Monty ban as well, so they knew they couldn't crutch off that anymore. Now, banning that Warden, it opens up Glaz and Ying to be really powerful operators.
Yeah. Savage is one of those OG Blitz players.
Yeah, really? From back in the day?
Yeah, he's always been playing this operator in his Pro League debut as well and whatnot, just running around.
Yeah, no, you compare the operator bans from Weibo when they're banning attackers compared to what Secret banned, and you know, obviously Secret got rid of 2 different shields before their 3rd ban came in, which I actually can't remember off the top of my head what it was.
But here, Weibo have left a lot of shields in. Instead, they went for the Deimos, they went for the Grim. They had a lot of respect for these roam clearing and execute operators that Team Secret...
Dokubi.
Yeah, I mean, Dokubi's the one... Yeah, Dokubi was the third down. Also something left in, to my surprise. I feel like the Deimos and Grim, they're good, but, you know, having seen how the two halves have panned out so far, I definitely wouldn't be down in that Grim over, you know, Monty Blitz, Blackbeard, or even the Dokubi. Oh my god, look at this lineup. I just saw the repicks.
I was gonna say, when you see an armor or shotgun being picked, combined with a Ying and a Blitz, you know something crazy is about to go down.
Don't peek it, Ted. Don't peek it, Ted.
Yeah, you've always said you're welcome. You got some damage. Just take that and leave. He knows, though, that two people go into the Geisha area. Unlucky for him, he didn't see any of those pocket operators, the armor or the Blitz and Ying, so Weibo don't know exactly what's coming.
Oh! This is very cheeky. Here comes the rush. June coming from up below the stairs, but Weibo are finding all of the kills, and even the Ying himself will fall. It's an aggressive jump out from Reaps to try and find players on the Geisha balcony, but there's nobody there. And all that remains of Secret's rush is this Amaru shotgun at the bottom of a staircase, looking hopeless and aimless. What was that from Secret?
So,
two frost mats.
Yeah, so Blitz jumped in Geisha, and I think the second play did as well. There were two different frost mats that completely stopped the push.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so they're Ying spamming, and they're going to make an aggressive play, just find a gap somewhere, and the frost trap said no.
Hoven's just actually farming on the frost mats.
It's actually ridiculous how much value that gained them that round.
You're 3-6 up, come on. Yeah.
I mean, he's not wrong. They're up 3-6 and they're 6-3, and they're just kind of baiting right now, talking. Give me something. Knife. Oh. Okay. Let's see if there's enough.
No, it's not happening.
Yeah, come on.
No way.
There's no timing for Doom, so maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm down for a knife fight though. Like you go 1 for 1 5 times.
Yeah, Weibo's gonna run at him with the knife, and then James is gonna shotgun.
I think the first fight might be a knife fight, but as you get lower and lower for Weibo, the guns are gonna come out.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. There's no way you let the round slip.
Curious if this is a. I mean, it must be a technical timeout, so to speak. Secret talking, guys. How do we lock down the following round? Because now it's getting a bit too close for comfort. Gotta show us that they can, you know, hold their own on the attack inside, because otherwise we can give them the exact same critique as Weibo, only going 1 at 5.5.
Of course, I mean, they've only won that one attack round so far. It was a very convincing one, to their credit, but I think Weibo realized, I think what happened, guys, is we just peeked into every player. And if we just sit down and hold good positions, maybe we'll be fine. Junior's going to go for it. Supernova in hand. Hoven, after his success on the Frost, he's just chilling outside. We've seen a lot of good Frost, haven't we, in the tournament so far?
Oh, we missed.
Come on. It's troll.
He's going to lead him to him. Come on, take the bait. Yeah, come here.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Here comes the bait.
Yeah, he's just waiting for him. Come on, come my way. Oh, Jim, come on, don't save it. Saving the KD for June, and it's a convincing round for Weibo, thanks to those two frost mats on the Geisha window.
And a timeout call by Team Secret as well, on top of their already player timeout. Okay, now it's serious business time.
All right, time to lock in, says Twister. We get to look at these jump-ins from the frost. Looks like they were trying to pick themselves back up again after those frost. Oh, it was a different frost map. It was on the window, I see. Two separate windows. I mean, that's the Ying's fault. He really should have checked. You can upside down rappel and see that frost mat anyway.
But they're going fast, James. There's no time to check when you're going fast. What are the odds that the first frost brought out in that entire, well, second round, I guess you could brought one round as well, would be there, right?
I'm sure that's what Palu thought when he jumped into a frost mat on 7-7 match point, losing the series. Yeah, you sprinted into it. 7-7 match point. W7M getting eliminated from the tournament because Palu walked into a frost mat.
Granted, he was in a 1v3. Yeah. You can't blame him solely.
I'm
but
trying to sell a story here, Nick.
I'm just saying it was
you don't have to ruin it with facts.
The story was like, Palu clutched a 1v2 and a 1v3 prior on that bomb side. So when we saw the 1v3, it's super tense, 7-7,
like,
he's walking in.
And then he walks into a frost mat. Oh, well, I'm excited to see the rest of Furia's campaign. Of course, they play later today, but it's Team Secret and Weibo that we're looking at right now. And we are potentially on the verge of ending Skyscraper, but it feels like we've been that way for a couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's always awkward when you have very defender or like one side favored maps because...
Especially because Team Secret won an early attack, so they've had that point for a while.
That's right. They won
the second attack.
The second attack in round, and it's like, okay, it's gonna be over.
Yeah.
And it's just, it hasn't ended yet. We're still going. And I'm getting a little bit scared for Secret because it's not looking all that convincing on the attacks all of a sudden.
Not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every round that goes by, Weibo are looking much more solid on their defenses, and these rushes from Secret have not actually worked out at all.
I'm seeing Blitz, Blackbeard, and Ying. Should I get worried? Is it time to get worried?
No, because you remember what happened last round with the Ying and the...
There's no Frost this time.
True. So maybe it's going to work. The thing is, Nick, did you see, by the way, before Reaps reinforced this wall, he opened a hole and put a my disc outside.
Did.
What's the purpose of that?
Can I catch the Selma, man?
Damn,
yeah.
Smart.
Look at this.
Are they going to see it?
Nope. Oh, well, Ace isn't even here, actually. It doesn't matter. Ace is not here.
What? Did they see it?
They must have seen it, yeah. So they're going to jump in, terrace window with Blitz. So, okay, hold up. Blitz solo jump in. So Blitz has the pistol out, no shield. You make less noise this way. So he's hiding the Blitz pick. They're gonna Ying, force the rotation, and backs up with the Blitz maybe?
Curious. This is a very strange cook here from Team Secret. Arpe's trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
I don't like this.
I think he may well have heard the Blitz now. Aggressive play. Arpe's found one. Now we have to fight the Blackbeard. He finds both. Here comes the Blitz. Savage puts him down. Team Secret recompose. And with Noah finding the backstab inside of the side, this could be the end of it for Weibo. Team Secret now have the plant. Going down 3v1 as Turdster makes his way back. He spots the Blitz, but there's no way for him to take that fight. Adrian going for a jog around the other side of the map while Noah gets outside and locks it down. Team Secret, it took them a few goes, but they do lock in the first map, knocking Weibo down 1-0 in the series.
How is that the attacking round they win? Two people die immediately. Blitz are solo pushing, and out of nowhere, they are just in the bomb site getting things done. Bit of laughs there and smiles from Secret knowing, guys, that should have been easier, but we got the job done in the end. That's the first map. Weibo might actually have a chance here, though, going to Chalet.
We saw some moments that gave us a little bit of hope for Weibo at the end of that game, but you can't deny that when Secret decided to get serious, when they took that extended tactical timeout, about 5 minutes of a tactical timeout, followed by the real tactical timeout with their coach, they looked solid. All they had to do was cook up one attack to lock things in, and now Team Secret are one map away from the semi-finals here at the Esports World Cup.
So the pressure showcasing. I want to see more on the attacks. Of course, Chalet, a very different map than Skyscraper, so it should be a very different look from both of these two teams. Both of them are one block though. They should be ready.
Yeah. And Weibo, we know that they have a lot more in the tank than this. This is their 6th different map that they have played in the tournament so far. Team Secret, they managed to win Skyscraper for a second time after taking Falcons down in their opening match of the tournament, and now they look to finish things off on Chalet. Weibo Gaming on their last legs, and that second map is coming up after this.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Last one, Terrace. Let's go! Good shit.
Let's keep it up. See, guys, at least she's not doing anything.
Yeah,
just
little
default.
okay.
But let's make sure we bring the mutes now.
Headphone user warning. A little too late for us as well, but welcome back everybody to Rainbow Six Siege X at the Esports World Cup, where Secret find themselves in the lead 1-0 against Weibo. And that was Weibo's mapping after all.
Yeah, but you imagine, obviously, when Weibo picked this map, that means Secret gets to pick the starting side. And that turned out to be huge for this as well. Getting on the defense, immediately playing aggressive to make sure Weibo cannot get any kind of momentum. We know this team plays really well off momentum. We know they thrive off of that. They will continue in that. And Secret did anything they could to stop Weibo from getting anything.
I used the word suffocating with Anne in the green room. I still stand by that. They were very suffocating. But happy anniversary to Speakeasy and Ape, who 1 year ago took a couple of the core members of Team Secret to Skyscraper and lost. And then a year later have gone to Skyscraper and lost. Congratulations, boys. Maybe the third time won't be the charm. Don't do that again.
Sometimes history does repeat itself, but there's not going to be a third time here, because instead we're going to be going to Chalet, and this is going to be Secret's map pick. So if anything, you've already beat your opponent on their map pick. You're confident heading into the next. Secret is genuinely looking quite unstoppable so far.
Yeah, and especially if you think about what we talked about in the pre-show, right? I mean, Secret having beaten G2 on this map, having beaten a team like BDS on this map as well. That's quite huge. What we're looking at for Secret, though, when they go on these attacking rounds, I think that's where they kind of slipped a little bit on Skyscraper, is to make sure they're ready for everything that Weibo will bring. There will be cheese. There will be frostmats.
It's funny you bring up cheese, because I wrote down in my notes before this whole series began, Weibo is lactose intolerant. Now, stand with me here. They're lactose intolerant because they usually ban all the cheesy ops. On Skyscraper, they didn't ban the cheesy ops that Team Secret love. We're talking about the Monty and the Blitz. They got there in the end with the Monty, but by that point, they could just replace it with the Blitz. I don't think Weibo was as prepared as they should have been to go up against Secret specifically. And as a result, I'm a little bit worried you come into Chalet that's not your pick, and you're even less prepared.
So then for me, the question remains here when it comes to Chalet, when it comes to switching things up, adapting on the fly, which is the core and the essence of the best of threes. You, if anything, want to see that from Weibo, because Secret is already locked in. So from Weibo's side of things, what are we doing in these next couple of minutes to prepare for Chalet? You can't say cry.
The good thing is, the positive is, it's a high preference map for them, right? They like playing this one over in the APL. That's a big thing, so they enjoy playing this map. And what I want to see from them is ways to counter that aggression that Secret are bringing out. Like we've seen runouts from them. We've seen spawn peaks from them. I reckon they bring that to the table as well to stop Secret a little bit.
I'm a little worried that they will fall into the same trap that that Skyscraper has of you could be up in their faces on defense. On Chalet, you can do exactly the same thing. So Weibo needs to play tighter, the same tightness that Team Secret operates on. And if you can almost copy and replicate what Team Secret do on a daily basis, that's how you overcome them. Unfortunately, it's a bad stylistic choice for them to go up against Team Secret. They didn't get the choice, I should say. It's just a bad day at the office for them. So they need to overcome this. I actually don't think it's fire versus fire. I think they need to be more structured, they need to play more tempered, and they need to deal with these problems step by step, because the late game is where Team Secret flourishes. So you need to make it to the late game to cut off that win condition.
I think from the side of Secret, then all that I'm really hearing is continue doing what you're already doing. I feel like they've genuinely found the crack, so to say, in Weibo's armor. And I think as well to highlight the fact that Weibo actually is here in the playoffs. And we can't really say the same for some of the top teams that we were expecting to see here from NA, from Brazil. So this is already a huge feat. They get to play on the stage, they get to play in front of the crowd, they get to play face to face with their opponents with all the lights and all the audio and all those beautiful things as well, which could make things a little bit more complicated too.
It could be, but I think this is also a big thing for Weibo, right? I mean, if we're looking at this team in general, we know it wasn't always easy for them last year with things that happened along the lines of making it to their SI. So for them to actually play main stage, because they got to this exact same point last year at EWC, but that game was on the B stream. So despite making it to playoffs, they weren't on the main stage. They got eliminated back then against W7M. So for them to be here, they need to soak that all in. They need to make sure they enjoy playing in front of the fence. It could be their last map. We sure hope for Weibo's sake it isn't, but this is huge for them. This is a big accomplishment and they need to make sure they enjoy it to the fullest as well.
And if Team Secret want to be respected and not being called the underdogs over and over and over again, which I'm kind of sick of the storyline and discourse, being that they are underdogs given how many different upper echelon teams they've beaten, they need to do this comfortably 2-0. So yes, I want Weibo to put up a really good fight, take us to map 3. I am dying for it. But if Team Secret really want to be given the respect that they should have already deserved, it needs to be a clean 2-0.
Yeah, and the way to that defeat, the way to that victory, you have to actually take Secret down along the way. And that's going to be a difficult task because this is Chalet, Secret's map pick, and they look more comfortable than ever. But this is Weibo's shot to prove to us and to prove to the world that they can do it, and this is the spot that they deserve to be in. So let's head over to Chalet, our second map of the best of 3, and see whether or not they can make it all the way to the decider.
Thank you, Jeannie. Yes, Team Secret remain undefeated here at the Esports World Cup 2025, live in the Amazon Esports Arena. They get ready for the second map. They've won 3 maps so far in the tournament. That's all they have played. On the flip side, Pengu, Weibo have already played 6 maps, 6 different maps. And for the first time, they go back to a map that they've already played in Chalet.
That might be a good thing as well because they're more familiar with it. They've already played it on LAN before. And also, I think now the biggest thing for me, if I'm a Weibo person, now I know what to expect from Secret because they have shown some fast gameplay, some slow gameplay earlier this tournament. Now you know exactly what you're dealing with. And I also think it was right on the money for Financial's desk. Fundamentals and 1-2-3 step for Weibo is much more necessary because they gotta survive into the late stage of the round. They're not getting there. Most of those rounds on Skyscraper, they ended in about 60 to 90 seconds once that first engagement was made, which often Weibo, of course, lost.
Yeah, Hoven, Reaps, and Turdster, and actually Mentalist, who's one of the support staff for this Weibo roster, all of them did play here at EWC last year, as Jess mentioned on the desk, under the Bleed banner, of course. They made it to the playoffs, and they bailed out 2-0 in those quarterfinals to the eventual runners-up, W7M. This time around, they've made it back to that same spot, and it looks like, unfortunately, they might be on track for the same result. Not even to win a map. They've had their own map stolen from them. And if they are to come through and find a victory here, it's going to start on Chalet, which Team Secret are no doubt poised and ready for. Team Secret are looking as good as ever. Their first game against Falcons, it actually did look quite rocky, all things considered. Team Secret have beaten Falcons before. They've lost to Falcons before. They play a hell of a lot over in EML. But on play day 1, here at EWC, that was not a convincing game. It came down to the final round. The question was, can Secret win an attack? And they did. Ever since then, though, it's been an absolute breeze. A 7-2 over W7M, and then a fairly convincing 7-4 on Skyscraper just now against Weibo. It's just the beginning for Team Secret, and they are looking in peak form.
If you're Weibo, speaking about how they made it this far last year, if they were to like exit out today, I still think this has been a good look for them. 2-0 Dark Zero, 2-0 Genji, getting good international experience. And I know we always said like, oh, the APAC team, you know, how far can they realistically go? But Meeby himself, the coach behind the players of Weibo, has been very outspoken. We are here for the international matches. Like, that's what we're here to play for. The same story that we kind of gave Fearx. It's not about winning domestically in APAC, because they can do that consistently. It's about actually getting further and further internationally in Weibo. They haven't been as quick to do that as maybe we would have thought. They had some upsets, some small bumps in the road. And this has been, despite what happens here, a great showcasing up until this point. Yeah, and look, holistically, if you look back at stage 1 within the APL for Weibo, it still wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. It wasn't. They struggled against Elevate. Of course, the former team of Ape and Speakeasy, who is now filled with Brazilians, including Psycho, former world champion. Weibo, we thought that they would completely run through that bracket, but no, they got knocked down to the lowers. They only had a comeback victory against Elevate. We thought that this would be, we talked about Furex, we said they're the Korean super team. Well, for Weibo, this is kind of like the Southeast Asian super team because it's the formation of that old Bleed roster, Hoven, Reaps, and Turster, and that old Elevate roster, Speakeasy and Ape. These are 5 of the best players in Southeast Asia coming into the same roster. We have high expectations for them. They've also got a huge upgrade, having Meepy as their coach for the first time, an international coach since we saw Julio supporting the Bleed roster back in the day. It should be, all the ingredients are here for international success. When is it going to come? Because like Jess was saying on the desk, Speakeasy has been playing at these tournaments for a hell of a long time. Even Ape and Hoven, they played all the way back at the Berlin Major for Gaming Gladiators. These guys have come to so many international events before, and yet they've never made it to the top 4. This is their moment to deliver that performance for the first time.
Visum's going out. Server getting booted, operator to go.
1-0 up in the series for Team Secret, and it's time to get into Chalet. Their own map pick, but Weibo, their last chance to stay alive here at EWC to fight for that semi-final. Team Secret have been in peak form. Weibo, the challengers, the contenders, can they give us more of a fight than we saw on Skyscraper?
Double shield ban perhaps sees. There it is. The Monty and the Blackbeard respected back by saying Kaid and then the Clash. So a lot of shield target bans here on both maps actually. Goes to show what kind of operators that you're expecting to come out. I do like the fact that Blackbeard gets targeted by Secret, not the Blitz or anything else like that, because we did see Weibo go onto it when Monty was target banned the first time around on Skyscraper. The question now is for me, Weibo, we gotta see more from on the attack. That's where they struggle, of course, on Skyscraper. Chalet is typically an attacker-feared map, so it's a whole different story now, but they haven't really been getting all that much experience on that last map of problem-solving and getting to the map strategically, because Weibo didn't make it in the building on 4 of their 6 attacking rounds. So they gotta show us immediately here that Chalet, they know the map, they can get in, they can start working those 1-2-3s and ABCs of an attacking round.
Yeah, last time Weibo played this at EWC, it was against Shopify Rebellion. It was in their very first game, and they looked really solid on their attacks. They went 3-3, but they really struggled on their defenses. So if I'm Weibo here, I'm definitely aiming for a 4-2 split on the attacking side. 3-3 may be enough, but there is concern as we switch into that second half how Weibo will look on that defensive side. As we get into it, we do see the shield getting locked in. It is that blitz. Like you said, probably the least favored of the shield operators that Weibo would want to bring, but Monty and Blackbeard are, of course, banned.
That's all you got. Speakeasy can play the operator. They got good bombs at information. It's a ward and a smart choice here from Secret to say, hey, you're going to bunker up downstairs. You can see through smokes and flashbangs, of course. There's no mirror window to speak of. It's open, but not played in this one. Secret, to no surprise, playing very, I would say, like aggressive lineup. They can be very flexible. They can roam around. They can take gunfights. They're not going to hide behind utility. They want the fights, just like on Skyscraper.
Yeah, Weibo are unfortunately on the back foot early on. I don't know where Ape just died. Looks like he was trying to lurk down below early on. Savage puts him down way too early. Perhaps that was in Mudroom. Yeah, I think it might have been. That's a very rocky start here for Weibo. They also have their Twitch drone shut out very early. Secret, again, just looking oh-too confident.
The thing is, right now, all of master bedroom and kitchen is clear. So I was going to say, where...
Oh, no.
Speakeasy. There's 3 people here from defense. Like, you're not going to get that kill, bud.
Yeah, and that flash still didn't land. He needed to play a little bit more conservatively. Not the read for Weibo. Speakeasy dies alone. Same for his teammate, Ape. Last time Weibo played Chalet against Shopify Rebellion, they had the Monty. That's what Speakeasy was playing all the time. Now they don't. They have to play a very different style of game.
I was gonna say, I don't hate the fact that Ape is, you know, downstairs alone going for a lurk play, but they didn't even have office control yet. So again, just like before, there's no pressure on the map, you know, forcing Secret to hold specific angles. So they have so much freedom to do anything that they want. Now they can just hold top blue, they can hold mezzanine, and Weibo have no choice but to go straight into the setup.
Oh, spot the player, but not finding the head. Savage finds his second, and Secret are completely locking this down. It's a bit sad to see Weibo struggling to find any form of competition here, as Reaps will find an exit frag before he's put down. Team Secret continue their form from Skyscraper here on Chalet with the opening round.
We've got to hit the reset button right now. Fundamentals, 1, 2, 3. We need Weibo to play boring Siege.
Yeah.
If you see that setup, you go master bedroom, you go kitchen with 5 people, and you will drone into piano, you're going out the door even. And you take this position without the bit swinging, you open up the windows, you go to the soft wall, then you start flashbang clearing the shield, you destroy the shield, and then you push. You're giving Secret what we call like 70-30% gunfights. Secret having 70% chance of winning, you having 30, and Weibo seemed almost happy with those numbers when they could make them 50-50 by first doing the utility clearing step. That's the basics of a Chalet bar attack. Now Weibo, I'm not saying you cannot play aggressive, you can, but you gotta do it together. Ape dying alone, Blitz dying alone, no refrag, no trade, no nothing, no pressure points. That's not good enough.
That's what starts to be a bit of the story here for Weibo. It's just not good enough. It's just not the standard that we've seen from them so far. I mean, against Dark Zero, they won from a lot of very much unwinnable positions. They had a really solid performance against Genji. Both of those maps were 2-0.
Yeah,
now they might actually lose 2-0 to Team Secret. We need, like you said, the reset button. We need them to get back the form that we've saw from them all of APL and all of the EWC so far as well.
You can't fight fire with fire if your enemy has much more of it, and that has just been the story. Individually, we've not seen the Weibo star players really showing up. I mean, I don't think I've said Reap's name more than once this series so far.
Which is funny, because last time he played Chalet against Shopify Rebellion, he got 12 kills.
Yep. I think he's got about half of that if you go for the entirety of Skyscraper plus Chalet so far. It's not a good look, but again, Skyscraper was a very difficult one. This should be a bit easier, but again, they haven't shown us that they figured out just yet. Second attempt, this is better, right? Hard destruction, open up the office wall, drone around, take library control, this is the first step. Discovery phase, counter intel. Can they clear Doom on the half wall? That's the second step. Can they take piano? Combined with that, also the second step. That's the big question now. One thing at a time.
Step by step, clear out these keeper barriers, start to march on forward. Jim is actually falling back. No one to cut him off from the master window or from the piano window.
The tower.
Yeah, he does. Ape finds the opening kill. Where was Mowgli? All the way over in office. Spotted all the way from Fireplace. A very long angle from Ape. And finally, we start to see Weibo having a little bit of success. Speakeasy is actually down below. He wants to go on this rappel. In all likelihood, he spots a player and he does find that kill. So good here from Weibo as they finally look a little bit more lively in the server, and they completely dismiss the defense of Secret. Firing up our Weibo, and Reaps has a few choice words to say to his opponents. Finally on the scoreboard are the Southeast Asians.
So much better. That's the best round we've seen from Weibo the entire BO3 so far. It was very simple, it was very predictable, but it was solid Rainbow Six Siege. Long left side, hard destruction, not sprinting around the corner for speed, checking that window swing, expecting Secret to be aggressive, a good read. The only thing they were missing was a big master window repel, but they had the Demo Strike on Doom anyway. Good backup play, good fundamentals. That's what we expect to see from them.
Yeah, more of that from Weibo, and we're going to have a really entertaining competitive game here, because I have no doubt that Secret, if Weibo turn it up, well, Secret are going to turn it up as well. We've seen how much they are capable of that. And they haven't really broken a sweat since their first game against Falcons. That was the only overtime. Like I said, it was a 7-2 over W7M. Skyscraper against Weibo, it was a walk in the park as well. This might be the first time that they really have to work for it, but Weibo need to show us more rounds like that one just passed, and not at all like the first round. And if I'm Meepy and I see Weibo do another fluff round, I'm calling that tactical timeout and saying, guys, no more of that.
Yeah, no, same. I think if you lose a round in the wrong way, you call it early, get ahead of the problem, don't get too tilted. And the thing is for Secret, if they start recognizing that, hey, Weibo actually playing like good fundamentals, they're doing like the good clearing stuff, they just get it in their face like on Skyscraper. Yeah. They can turn up if they need to. They, like, last round was one of the first times Secret fell back and gave up map space for free without needing to. They chose to. Yeah. They got punished for once.
Well, Weibo, what have you got to show for us as we go to repeat the same bomb site? It's Office. Oh. We still have a bit of cockiness here from Secret. You can see Savage peeking. Even these very aggressive Angers with the hollow sight. Mowgli does find the opening kill as Terza jumps on inside. Bit of damage done to attempt to refrag his teammate, but not able to find that kill as of yet. And Savage comes in with the wall bang. 3 players from Weibo have fallen, and Team Secret again are looking well and truly in control.
Yeah, it comes down to Secret. They strike back. They will take a fight. A freebie downstairs. Yes, sir. But again, low impact. 2 versus 4. Starts at the building. Ape just watching rotations. But Secret, they're not moving a whole lot because, again, they don't have to. There's no pressure on the map. They know Weibo are either in the basement being a rat or outside just simply holding angle.
The way back into this game for Weibo is by fishing, one by one, seeing if you can find these kills. But Secret have been so hot on their shot. It's not easy to find isolated 1v1s, and it's certainly not easy to win them.
This mute has been a big problem for Weibo on both maps so far as well. The Deimos trackers, the Grim Bees, the drones. There is a world where a mute ban comes out because like this is annoying at this point.
Yeah.
But can you afford to ban a mute on Chalet of all things?
This is not even watching the game, just taking notes. Meepy's also taking plenty of notes. Likely to make a tactical timeout shortly. Yeah. Noah finds the first one. He's going to find the second if he has enough bullets, but does have to reload. Adrian comes through. Joom is fired up after that one, and Team Secret again in the lead on Chalet.
Faceup's going out. Waiting to see if we get a tag timeout. So far, no. I guess not. First, operator bans.
Well, you get a sort of tactical timeout when the operator bans come through. Of course, the coach can speak. I don't think Meepy is, though. Leaving it up to the players.
I'm curious. Asami, Fenrir, Mute, all a bit problematic, perhaps. Asami and Deimos. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind that Deimos ban from Secret as well. I think Secret have just the perfect read on what to ban out against Weibo. No point getting rid of the Blitz. They're pretty bad with it. Get rid of that Deimos. Give your roamers a little bit more flexibility. The Dokkaebi is in, however.
Yeah, also, if you, for whatever reason, for fearing a mute ban, and you ban the Deimos, you've now nullified each other, basically. So there is that small thing where you can, in case they do this ban, what should we do?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I really hope that Blitz is a repick here from Speakeasy because I did not like what I saw from him last time around.
It can only get better. I will say that. Like, they lost Ape early. Speakeasy was feeling the need to make a hero play. Didn't work out. I don't think Blitz is a bad pick for them if they play the 1-2-3 slow pace siege.
I mean, look, I'm not a pro player, Pengu, but I'm not loving this lineup from Weibo. I feel like we need a little bit more X factor. The IQ, well, I don't mind it. I think in tandem with the Brava, it works nicely. Brava actually Weibo liked so much that Shopify Rebellion banned it against them on Chalet last time they versed each other. It was the 3rd ban from Shopify. But from Weibo here, I'm surprised. Like, why is there no Dokkaebi? Like, she's such a good operator right now. If you want to go for your lurks, you pick that operator. Instead, we've got the Lion. I feel like the Doke would be so much better. The Gridlock as well is a bit of a question mark for me. You're really worried about flanks, seemingly.
There is one benefit to the Gridlock, which is just gives you like a ton of burn if you really wanted to. But there's nothing to burn, no Jaeger, no Wamai. So it comes down to, again, just what happens early in this round. Can Weibo get a foot in the door? Can they establish a foothold to work from, their base of operations? And we see the game plan Secret very clear. Shut them out. Aggressive Solarum, aggressive Master Hallway in Piano.
Right now,
the bomb site doesn't matter.
Oh, Noah.
Outside.
Yeah, aggressive and reaps to go down early. Not a good game for the Chinese player. Secret are still in control and they've got this roam on lock. Weibo don't have anyone cutting off these roamers from going back to site.
Rotating.
And they're rotating, but also allowing Secret to rotate. Yeah. Look at this.
No one's cutting the map in half, so again, there's free roaming from Secret, a fast entry into West Main, but no one's really here. Main door, finally a cutoff happens. Mowgli goes down to even numbers, but they're lacking map presence. Abe is in the building, bottom Solarium stairs, but there's no drone and there's no teamwork. He's clearing every angle himself. 3 drones alive, half round to go.
Yeah, and the result is, like you said, no drones left for Weibo. They're going to have to dry peek most of the map here. Yeah. And when they finally do get towards the library and Blue Stairs side, Secret have this incredibly powerful setup. We're going to need, I mean, the Grimm's Bees and 2 nades, 2 flashes and a smoke. That's not really a lot to deal with the setup that we've got here.
And there's a Warden as well to counter. So now it comes down to, again, can you clear this particular spot? Top blue mentioned in the hardest part of the bar attack.
is about to happen. And there's nobody on the library balcony from Weibo. They, again, don't have a backstepper. So, and the windows in library, they're closed. So Noah has full range of motion inside library to make any sort of play he wants to make.
Wow, a lot of the B's come out as well from Turdster. Are they capitalizing upon this opportunity, though? There's no one here playing on the mezzanine. Secret have fallen deep back into library, but they've got these ACOGs, and most pivotally, they have that DMR. It's Noah deep in the corner of library, finds a long angle against Speakeasy, and he's hungry for more. He is traded by Weibo, who now have control above the bomb site, but there's only 25 seconds remaining, and Secret are still fighting tooth and nail to contest in the late round. Adrian aggressively peeking the hatch on site. Weibo need to get in, and they need to quickly. But they don't have that diffuser. They're going to have to go for kills. Adrian, he's not going to fall. Instead, Team Secret, they play into the aggression, they fight back, and they put Weibo back down again. Another dominating round for Team Secret. Oh, how do you fight against that?
There was a small moment there I was thinking, this is looking pretty good for Weibo. They got the library rotation, they got in, they shot down Noah in the corner, but then time becomes a problem. You're forced to drop down that hatch with the Siege X launch. You're forced into a hipfire animation. You can't ADS and take that gunfight comfortably. Weibo has called their tactical timeout. The final, potentially final chance for me to talk any sense into the players of what they gotta do to make this right.
And there's no way that Secret should have won that round. We need a hard reset now from Weibo. A few things done well. We need more explosivity. We need more decisiveness. We need more conviction here from the APAC team.
We need that measure twice, cut once mentality, where you're really doubling down on what you want to do, because what we saw previously, they were not in the building until Secret gave it up for free. They ran back towards the bomb site. They cannot get in Solarium. They cannot get in Master Bedroom. They don't own anywhere on the map. This is Chalet.
They look toothless without the Monty.
Yeah.
Without a way to say, okay, we're just going to march and brute force this avenue, they look clueless. They can't gap find. They need to have presence all over Chalet. It's not a huge map here, Pengu.
Yeah, I was going to say, Secret, they're not making it easy because they are everywhere on the map. But what we're missing is library windows weren't opened up.
Exactly.
Main door wasn't opened up. They were just four guys, Solarium Repel. And it's like, well, you have one guy playing in Solarium. You can't rappel in.
The first thing you should be doing at the start of the round, someone spawns helipad, you're opening up the library windows, you're opening up the site window, you're opening up mud window.
Yeah, now there's pressure.
It's phantom pressure. Even if you're not pushing there, they have to stay away from the windows. They have to expect that you might be playing from there. Hell, you could be on the helipad for all they know. They're going to have to play more passively. You open up the balcony window, the fluke balcony window, you open up the main door as well. Even open up the door and fireplace above Snowmobile as well. Just go for really put the pressure on Secret. I mean, Chalet is such an open map. And by the way, Doom is even opening it even more here with the shotgun. These long lines of sight are going to be so troublesome to deal with for Weibo. I mean, here we go. One tap for Mape. Mowgli aggressively peeking outside. And he's not the only one as well. Doom still peeking this library window.
I think it was Doom's job to watch the helipad so Mowgli could swing somewhere else.
Oh, he jumps out. Yeah, that's worth it. Oof. Yeah, and that's an oof back again. Ape, the only hard breacher, he is taken down.
Here's the issue. Once again, Secret have a player on Solarium stairs, and they can't clear him. I mean, look at the lineup. There's no nade, there's no Capital. They can spot him. The only way where it's cleared out if a Secret or Savage rather walks away for free. Like, it's Secret's choice to give the space up or not.
C4 goes out as well, and it gives him a line of sight, although it doesn't find a kill. The Dokkaebi finally picked here by Hoven as it rings on out and hopes to give some ground to Weibo. As the Blitz repels on inside, he might be meeting his match pretty shortly as Savage spots him. He wants to continue contesting. He goes on the vert angle. Turd takes a little bit of damage. His teammate is there to support him. Adrian holding down the fort. The smoke goes down, but Adrian, he spots a pixel through it. Hoven to come for the backstab, but he's not going to do enough here for Weibo. And Team Secret again take another round away from Weibo. And at this point, it's like taking candy from a baby. APAC have been sat back down again and humbled. Team Secret 4-1 on their defense with 1 round to go in the half.
And they're going to look so easy. I mean, Secret keep making the right decision after right decision. They're just fighting back. Strategically, there's not really a matchup here. It comes down to mechanical skill, gunfighting, and those small individual player decisions. Hoven found that gap actually on the bomb side, walked in, but it was a 2 versus 4. So he gets the kill right here. then dies from above, because again, there is no map control in any of these rounds from Weibo. They don't have verticality, they lack the pressure. It's a very, once more, like one-sided push from one position.
Yeah, Team Secret are really feeling confident. They will be ecstatic. Not even qualifying for EWC last year to now in the driver's seat and on the verge of finding a semi-final. Would you believe how much money is on the line here, Pengu? 130,000 US dollars just for making it to top 4. Guaranteed. That's doubling the current prize money these teams have earned, 75k. And of course, if Team Secret make it further than this, they will not be settling for 4th place. They will be fighting for that lion's share of the prize pool in 1st place. $750,000 on the line. Team Secret, well, they're looking their best. They are undefeated at the tournament, not even dropping a map, and they have continued that form here on Chalet. Weibo, one last chance to find another attacking round after a 5-1 devastation of a start on Skyscraper. Don't allow the same thing to happen on Chalet.
Twitchstrom being a bit of a struggle there for Doom. Zaps him. And again, Weibo, 2 guys, library balcony, 1 by the bar, gaming door. Doom out of trouble. Blitz ADSing, no one jumping in.
Savage is able to find up a Speakeasy though. Somehow has snuck inside, and on the Blitz he's found 1 kill. Weibo out of nowhere have erupted and found their lion's share of the frags. Oh, a lot of damage done on the Speakeasy and finished off by Mowgli. Deadly with that SMG-11, however, Hoven is able to reply. It's a bloodbath in the early round. Barely a minute is done, and it's a 1v3 for Savage, who receives a few bullets his direction as he retreats back towards the site. A tall order for the Portuguese player as he waits for these Weibo players to expose themselves to these line of sights.
Now you gotta take it nice and slow if you're Weibo. Drone, use your smokes, your grenades, your flashbangs. Don't give Savage any 1 versus 1 engagements. Now they know where he is. Either office or piano. Now they know again. Get that diffuser, go together. They even have a call on Dokkaebi. Like, this should be unlosable for Weibo, but there's always a way if you misplay.
And they are feeding their drones. Instead of lining up those drones to watch rotations from safer spots, they're throwing them his way. He now has a really nice line of sight to contest the breach as well from safely inside of Master. As the Dokkaebi call rings on out, he's going to answer it immediately. No, he changes his mind. He wants to hold the angle. He's got a perfect angle as well onto piano, but he has been read, and Reaps puts him down. Weibo salvage their half with a 2nd round, but it may not be enough to claim the map.
Yeah, it feels like the rounds the Weibo are winning is where Secret, they're not letting them, but it's when they're kind of overstepping or misplaying their rounds themselves. I will give praise to Weibo. They actually had a lot of pressure there, catching them by surprise. Blitz is in bar, out of nowhere, right?
I don't know how he did that.
Exactly, he's just in there. But if you're Secret and you're playing 5 rounds straight with no pressure from anywhere but 1 location, you're not going to expect that to change. Weibo finally changed it, and with that came round success. Now they go on defense, and again, the biggest thing now, if they can figure out what their issue is going to be and fix it immediately, they have a chance. But if they got to play 3-4 rounds of these without figuring out what the weakness will be from Secret, it's too late. Then you look at a match point or series point for Team Secret. So we want to see Weibo being very adaptable, very flexible immediately. Recognize problem, fix problem.
And Twister and Meepy have used that operator ban phase to talk to the team. As you can see, microphone's down. Meepy still has a bit to say. Microphone goes back up. Fist pumps come out for Secret, but noticeably not for Weibo. I actually haven't noticed quite as much of that from Weibo.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
They're actually a very animated team typically. Yeah. These players, they love to have a lot of fun. There's always a lot of laughter. They're real memers as well, of course. Let's not forget Team Joel. That was these guys. But here, looking very serious. A little bit too serious for my liking at EWC. Like, where's the camaraderie?
Yeah.
They are laughing even when they're losing.
They are, which is almost concerning sometimes, right? Because like, ha ha ha, guys, we're terrible right now. Ha, ha.
Yeah.
No, but of course, keeping high spirits is very important. One thing for sure, they're not mental booming. They're not out mentally. They're still trying to play the game. Some teams, they have a 0-5 round score, and it's just long phases. They're keeping that up. Now, operator lineup-wise, they're showing us a bit of different things right now. Like Lesion, roaming, anti-shield counter, when the jumps in is great. Utility in the castle and the clash. Team Secret, they gotta try and control the pace right now. Say, hey, if we wanna go fast, we're gonna make it fast. If we wanna clear, step by step, we can do that too. Weibo has to look at what Secret are doing and make the right decision in the round. Gotta be proactive as much as possible.
I do like this extension from Hoven, and he's a great operator for it as well with those goo mines he can toss into bar.
Yeah.
A good extension here from Weibo. Team Secret, how are you going to play on the attacking side? Oh, he's swinging. Here comes the blitz. That's a really valuable kill for Hoven. He just needs to fall on back and play passively now. He does not need to overextend as he is spotted by Mowgli with the death mark. Meanwhile, downstairs, a player has made their way up. I'm not sure where that pressure is coming from. It looks like it's from the backstore wall. Hoven knows he's quite isolated. He needs to try and take this fight, and he does! Mowgli down. Hoven's worth his weight in gold. 2 kills already, and he's baited Doom into another as Turtz has got his back. The round seemingly on lock for Weibo as Adrian steals one for Secret. But a long road ahead here for the Europeans as Weibo have such an advantage thanks wholly to Hoven.
Now I got a clash to deal with. Reinforced walls. At least check out the Hibana, 18x Kairos. What were you looking at, Savage? I was thinking the same thing. So Savage was the blitz, and he was looking in the complete opposite direction. Maybe trying to see where his teammates were on the outlines as the IGL of the team. Trying to figure out the timings of what they're going to be doing. Hard breaching is done. I mean, when you have Speakeasy in the clash, this should just be a full-on lock for them, full information. You can put it down, they can't clear it. No Selmas, no self-destruction. There shouldn't be a way in for Secret at all here.
Oh. Aggressive swing from Reaps. I mean, that is how you lose this. 1 by 1. 2v3 is very winnable here for Secret. 2 flashbangs to work with here for Adrian as well as they start to go on out. The clash is the real hindrance. As the gadget activates, Noah does get into a plan spot. However, another flash to go down, and here comes the aggression from the blitz. Maybe he can stick the plant. He looks to try and play the 180. It doesn't work! Weibo! You can't let this happen! Turster's got to clutch on up, and he does! Adrian's on the floor, and I don't think Turster knows it. All he has to do is confirm this kill, and he will be able to get the diffuser. Far too close for comfort from the 4v2 to the 1v1, but Turster will get Weibo across the line.
Again, Weibo are showing us that those fundamentals they are working on are not really panning out because they're swinging, they're getting too aggressive. The 4v2 with a clash on the board, and Reeb steps out to go for a 1v1 engagement. It's way too risky. Way, way, way too risky. In the wrong play in that situation. Yes, they get the clutch factor, they get the round victory, but it's way closer than it should have been. Secret, the desk said they need to see a convincing 2-0 here for them to have a good shot in this event. For Weibo, I want to see clean rounds. Yes, they're winning, but they're not clean.
Certainly not. Team Secret look deadly. And look, even in moments like that when they're fighting from a 2v4, you can see it on their faces. They still believe they're capable of winning those rounds.
They were.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Very much so.
Well and truly. Now, Weibo, 1 defense round at a time. That's how you unlock this. They're only 1 round behind right now, but of course the context is that by far and away the favored side on Chalet is the attack, and that's why Weibo picked to start there. Now they have to make up for their mistakes as they move on to that defensive side. They found 1. The second round is all they would need to meet par for the course.
That is aggression. Again, another spawn peek attempt. Secret, they're sprinting into this one. Are they ready for it? Checking the windows above.
Oh no.
Not the door below. Another one works out. Another 4v5 start for Secret. This time losing Mowgli on the Grim.
And it's a big play. Oh my god, Reeps. That's... Well,
that's the APL special.
That is the APL special. It's also the Weibo special. Weibo love to get in the heads of the opponent. They're a little bit G2-esque in that regard. And Mowgli is definitely a hot and cold player. I mean, one of the hottest, scariest swingers to come up against. But if you can get in his head, he will be essentially a foregone conclusion in the map. And with him currently going 3-7 and getting spawn peaked, I think that Weibo are really leaning into the mental game here.
I think with Secret, you gotta start respecting what Weibo can do. But then again, if you are a Secret player, they haven't shown much against you so far. But now they are showing up. Gotta see them now problem solve on the attacking side. Fishing around right now in the window repels. Holding rotations. Nobody really in the building yet, actually, for Secret. A very slow round for them. Maybe expecting more aggression from Weibo just holding their angles, but right now they're playing discipline. They're waiting.
Oh. And Reeps, he can talk all the smack he likes, but he can't seem to back it up from the server today. Hoven still holding on to this awkward position inside a kitchen. That's a big kill, though. As Noah goes down, tries to rappel in alone. There was no support there from Secret. RP held on to his position just fine. And now Team Secret are at a bit of a loss.
Must have thought it was clear because he had 2 fires and smokes in Pog and just like full send it regardless. Only 4 drones for Secret as well. They're looking very locked out of this one. I mean, Doom is outside, rotating around. Got Savage still on the Westman window, been there the entire round practically. And as long as Weibo don't overstep like last round, swinging aggressively, they should once again be fine.
Well, Team Secret are just fishing for kills at the moment, but Weibo, we saw, like you said, what happened last round. Even in a 4v2, I wouldn't count out Team Secret.
They are waiting patiently. And Weibo, they're moving around.
There are the kills out of nowhere. How does it happen?
They just moved into their guns.
Weibo got ants in their pants, and Team Secret are going to take advantage of that. Now they're in the driver's seat. They got a 3v2, and the Deimos is still alive. The Denmark does fail as Hovin moves into a mute jammer, but it doesn't seemingly matter. There's no one on this camera for him to support him. We need one of these dead players to... Reaps is now on it. Flashbang goes out. He does dodge it for a brief moment. Worried about that player above him as the camera has been taken down. He needs to get back to a mute jammer as the death mark comes through. He is going to be spotted. These 2 players for Weibo try and hold on, but it's just down to Speakeasy. And Secret are on the verge of it again. Doom out of nowhere! Death from above as he drops down! Twister says, you are that guy! And Secret steal a round that they never should have won. A 3 versus 4, but Weibo, they give it away for free.
It again comes down to Weibo unable to play a clean round. You said it so well. Why is no one watching a top blue camera with 3 people dead? They're so slow. They're so far behind. I believe it was Turtstyle on Mezzanine walking into right here. Walks into library, dies. They have top blue clan. They have blue staircase. They have Mezzanine. They know fireplace is clear. The only place an attacker can be is either in the basement, on library balcony, or on the office balcony because you have information on everything else. You can deduct where they're going to be playing from. You shouldn't lose that round. Well-needed clutch moment for Doom. Had a bit of a quiet one on Skyscraper earlier.
Yeah.
Really showing up here when it matters the most for Secret.
We talked so much about Doom. We said, look, this is one of the best players in Europe. I think he was ranked 3rd, but all of the other top players technically were on the lower level teams that didn't make it to the playoffs. He's such a phenomenal player. He's so well-rounded, such a key fragger, and he's so good for Secret. But where is he at LAN? We often don't see him.
He had a slow reload,
but here today, looking much better. 10 and 4.
Yeah.
Even in the Falcons map that we casted, Pengu, I remember not saying Doom's name a lot.
Yeah, he had a slow start there as well.
But he's looking so much better here against Weibo. And Team Secret, from the very start of this map, very start of this series, they've looked like it was a foregone conclusion. They had every ounce of confidence against Weibo, just as they did against their prior opponents in W7M and Falcons.
You see a little bit more from Mowgli though after that spawn peak death and being 3 and 7, right? Same for Reaps. I mean, I feel like Mowgli and Reaps right now are 2 sides of the same coin. Like they are both these like really hot level players that play really well, and they've heavily shown up so far.
Yeah.
Reaps specifically is on both Skyscraper and Chalet just not been the kind of player he's been in the past. Often regarded as the best player in all of APL across every single sub-region. Not that guy right now. Quiet one for Weibo holding on, just watching their angles, expecting a rat, a lurk play somewhere from Secret, but they're playing a slow fundamental game themselves, taking library control, bar gaming, and now Noah's quickly, for a quick second, inside a fireplace, double door. They're just doing a half clear. They're taking half the map from below and above. They gotta breach the wall, top floor office, and by the bomb site, but now the issue comes, Kite has been brought out with the 2 brow. And finding these Kite claws, well, they can do it, but can they clear them with the grenades? It will be difficult.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a challenge. That said, I'm a bit concerned here for Weibo if Team Secret start to mount that pressure on. This is well juggled here by Speakeasy. I'm keeping in the back of my mind that there's going to be temptation from Weibo later to drop players down below, and Doom is lying in wait already in Wine Cellar next to that hatch in the site.
That's true, but they should know. They saw a drone below. You can kind of do, okay, if they're droning it downstairs, it might be a guy. Oh, yeah, I think it's a rotation from Secret, though. They can't get the wall. They're going to go upstairs. Solar Repel, Master
Repel.
A free P? Just like that? A free pick?
Ape exposing himself to Solar.
unnecessary, and it's the water to go down. The flashbangs start to come on through the air jab. It knocks Thirdster on his back, but it doesn't seem to matter if Weibo are able to hold down the fort. Mowgli up against the world, but he's found his first kill, and I wouldn't put it past him to clutch. Hiding, though, next to the desk, Thirdster gets found. It's now a 1v2, and there is plenty of time for Mowgli to get this done. Another air jab to go down. Reaps is standing right next to it. The temptation to peek must be immeasurable as the Chinese player peeks for a brief moment. Mowgli sees him. He's got to walk into this crossfire, but Reaps will swing him, and Weibo continue. They stay alive as they draw another breath that Secret look to silence.
Great rotate, great opening pick for Secret, but Weibo are holding on. They're fighting back. They weren't giving up the maps for free. They're fighting till the very end, and they come out victorious. I like the small mini play though, the air jabs and the rotations, the window repels, the aggressive jumping piano, but in the end they did not find success. It does feel like Team Secret are the ones to make all the right moves right now, and then getting shut down. Weibo just holding on, playing their positions, playing their angles, but strategically, Weibo outperformed Secret in that round. The 2-brow plus Kaid hiding the operators in the drone phase meant, hey, we can ensure these walls will get closed, and because of that, we can all look towards another area of the map and play more close together as there's less pressure points now. Because had the side been reached first before that push happens, different story.
Located a bomb.
Still, again, it got close for comfort. And that's the story here. Even in the rounds where Weibo are looking good, Team Secret bring it back. That was a 1v2 down from a 1 versus 4, by the way.
Yeah.
And Weibo are always victim to these freebies as well. Team Secret are so good at getting themselves into these positions where they catch a player pants down. In that round, it was, I believe, Ape on the Warden upstairs inside a Master, thanks to that solar repel from Savage. Now Team Secret still have a bit of headway here. They're still 1 round ahead. Only 2 more from sending Weibo home. And this time they brought that blitz.
Usually, when Secret they go for these kinds of shield plays rather with the blitz, it's a fast one. And I feel like Secret, they've been slow, but then they go fast. With this, they can go immediately if they want to. The issue on this bump side is, though, getting inside is a window repel. That's not where Blitz excels. You want a staircase or a window jump in, of course. So I'm curious where Secret will go. Right now, just on drones, checking Solarium. He's currently just supporting his team. Mowgli on the roof, rotating as well. I'm not sure there's a full clear sign yet for Secret what they want to accomplish in this round.
Well, they got to deal with the player on the solar stairs, which is Reaps.
That's where Blitz is going.
Oh, I see. The gridlock's going to restrict his mobility a little bit. He doesn't have a lot of protection here.
Oh, the vert downstairs.
He's going to have to deal with so many angles. Nade comes through, and Flash comes through. He's able to actually escape into Solarium for a brief moment. He has been spotted, but it's a direct trade between Adrian and Reaps. And given the situation, I think Reaps should be pretty happy with that outcome.
Absolutely. The flash, the nade, the trade, I mean, that's a good value pick.
And the lack of hard breach now for Team Secret.
That's true, that's the only one. Claymores and Sophia. Blitz doesn't have any. This might be a tough one, but a saving moment here could be that to find the roamers that are isolated here in Bar Gaming. Yep, there it is. Get the Blitz active, get in there, take that kill, play the 4v3. That could be the easy way forward.
Yeah, and they are 2v1ing him. The Blitz, though, is going to have to walk through a couple of those goo mines, taking the first fight. Hoven, he finds one before he's traded on back, and again, that's worthwhile. For Weibo Gaming, Team Secret, they played it well, but Savage was just too late to save Mowgli's life.
I think Mowgli was too early. I mean, his job is to cut off the rotation to make sure that Legion can't run away from the room. Instead, Mowgli goes in first before Blitz even arrives. They had time. Didn't use it very effectively.
Oh, a scary moment there as the Warden peeks through the smoke. Downs one, sees the Blitz now. As the Blitz brings out the pistol, wins the fight. That's 2 kills for Savage! It's all up to Thirdster now, but it's a 1v1. As Speakeasy's C4 did land successfully. The revive is coming on out, and he's been spotted. Doom, can he go for this revive? He can because of the track stingers. And now it's a 1 versus 2. There's not a lot of options here for Turd, but neither for Team Secret, as both of them must follow the same angle, and they refrag him out. Team Secret again firing up
Weibo sat back down again. It's map point and match point for Team Secret.
Disgusting series of events. Savage gets a 2K with the pistol, one through a smoke blindly, and the first against the Warden going for a pick. And a beautiful small jiggle there in the 2v1. Sophia, low on HP, jiggling the door with 20 health, just to wait for June to walk in and get that kill again. There it is. Clutch after clutch, Secret, they get round after round.
It's elation for the Europeans at the moment. How many rounds are they able to steal from these disadvantageous positions, throwing whatever they've got at the wall? And to think that Savage on that blitz was able to find 2.
Ridiculous.
10 kills, and he's been playing shield operators, he's been playing support operators. I mean, June, credit to him, he's top frag in the server. But Savage has been unbelievable for Team Secret. And now, 2 match points available. Weibo, they're on the verge of elimination here from the Esports World Cup. They've been there before. They faced defeat, and they ran through that lower bracket successfully until now. They 2-0 Chen-Ji, they 2-0 DZ, and now into the playoffs they go. To keep their hopes alive, they have to come back from this.
Secret hungry for one more round. They know that they should be the ones to win. But they gotta take it first, they gotta earn it and show everybody that they have what it takes. Hasn't been the cleanest of rounds, but they have clutched up time and time again. They've been flexible, playing fast, playing slow, playing utility. And for this one, they're showing something new. The sense being brought up for the very first time to create chaos, to distract the players of Weibo Gaming. The question remains, when and where will they execute? Right now they're rotating as they have been before. On the repels, on the windows, looking for a free kill. Reeds is getting more and more aggressive as round are going by. But 2 different repel angles might be too much for him to handle. He might have just have to fall back here. Ape in the meantime suffers a lot of damage. They're being cut off everywhere right now.
It's well played from Secret. Oh, and they do manage the cut off. 2 kills from Team Secret. While Mowgli is injured, it's not going to matter because he's going to pick himself up. Look at this from Reeves. He gets straight baited into it. It's going to be out of desperation for Speakeasy and Turd as they look for something, anything to make this winnable, but Mowgli's taking him down. Speakeasy against 4. The APAC dream riding on their shoulders, but Weibo will fall apart. It's a semi-final booked for the youngest team at EWC. Quiet confidence from the Europeans as Team Secret silence Weibo and send APAC home.
What a convincing way to do it as well. That final round for Secret, almost flawless, playing on the cutoff, just locking them inside the building. They're stuck like it's their own jail cell. Doom, massive performance. I was critical of him. We all have been. He is now here to play. Weibo, this wasn't their series, but how they got here, as you said, 2-0 Genji and Dark Zero, they should be proud of that, and of course in the future, aim for more.
It is an early exit for Weibo. They cannot top what they did as Bleed last year, but for Team Secret, at their debut at the Esports World Cup, they're into the top 4, and they are hungry for more. A huge victory here. And of course, tomorrow they'll play their semi-final against a North American roster. But today, it was unbelievable. They continue their undefeated streak, not even dropping a map thus far in Saudi Arabia. Team Secret are hitting new highs by the minute.
They got many more maps to show as well. They played 2 best-of-1s to get here. Played their first BO3 in a 2-0 fashion. They got a deep strat book. They got a good map pool. They have so much more to show that they've been keeping in the dark.
And it was such a good omen that their first match was against Falcons, who knocked them out of contention for the European Championship. They win that match in overtime. They go in to face major champions, W7M. They destroy them 7-2. And here against Weibo, APAC's last hope, the giant killers. After taking down DZ, Team Secret said, that's no problem. We can play BO1s, and absolutely, yes, we can play best of 3s. 2-0 over the Southeast Asian roster, and Team Secret did it in style.
There we see how much it means to the players. I mean, Jim's been popping off in the player camps every single round victory.
Oh, yeah.
He'll get 0 kills in a round and still just be screaming.
And we saw the energy from Team Secret that we didn't see at all from Weibo. Weibo are known for being real jokesters. They're known for bringing that fire into the player camps, and it was Team Secret the whole time. A massive game from Secret. They are through to the semi-finals, and we've got an interview up on the stage.
Standing by with semi-finalist Noah here of Team Secret. Noah, you looked almost in shock when you clinched up victory there.
Yeah, I mean, that last round just froze the entire time. I didn't realize we even won the game. It felt so good, you know. Yeah, I'm just so happy.
It was the first time you've made a top 8. It's now the first time you've ever made a semi-final on a main stage like this. How much are you enjoying this moment?
I mean, it's incredible. I love doing it with this group of guys. You know, these guys are like my favorite people ever. I love these guys to death, and I'm so happy that we're doing this. Now I just want to really, you know, get that trophy right there.
Right next to you.
I want it. I want this thing right here. I want to take it home.
I love that. Shout out to Weibo. They drop out of the competition here and now. They will get their key crushed very shortly. It is one of the beautiful yet brutal parts of the Esports World Cup. Shout out to them, but you just wiped them out. It almost felt like, you know, this is a team that really builds on momentum. When they are flying, they're a hard team to beat, but you just shut them down from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, we saw their game against DZ and all their games before that. We knew they were going to be difficult to play against, but we were ready and we felt confident in our default gameplay, so we felt really confident going into the game.
Personally, you've seen a bit of an astronomical rise recently as a player. You're one of the top in EU right now. How much are you just loving it? And what's brought on this big change, do you think?
A lot of hard work, a lot of sweat, you know, behind the scenes. You know, it's not just all fun and games. You know, sometimes you really got to go through and work really hard, work for long hours, put in everything you can. And something I've really learned, you know, is just that whatever you want to do, you can really do it if you just push hard enough. And I came from the bottom, and now I'm here, so I'm just really happy.
Started from the bottom, now you're here. And if you do want that trophy that you've already said you desperately want, Shopify Rebellion or SSG, who do you want in the semi?
I want Shopify Rebellion. I want to get that game against Spoit. I want to see the Sweden versus Sweden and see who takes that crown. So.
Cool guy, great interview, fantastic game. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys in the studio to discuss that one.
All right, Noah. That was such a good interview. He's feeling it. Respect.
I loved his energy there because usually he's quite a tempered person, you know, and then he's come out and gone, I want that trophy. I'm confident with what we're doing. We're putting in the hours. I mean, spit. Let me know what's up.
Hell yeah. That energy's so good. I love it. We're also really glad to see he's picking a team he wants to play against because we so often have these players like, oh, we'll play whoever. It doesn't really matter to us. I like that he's picking a team. I like he's putting out the you know, the target there for him and his team, and I would love to see that happen.
That's dangerous. Yeah, imagine we have to pull up a head-to-head between him and Spoit. He's got to have to step up there.
Yep. Hey, maybe we're gonna get to that at some point. Shopify is playing later today against SSG, so we'll see how that plays out. If any history repeats itself, whoopsie poopsie. We'll see. But you know what I really liked him mentioning? We started from the bottom. Well, he started from the bottom, but Secret in general did start a little bit from the bottom, if we do say so ourselves. Because when we were looking at EML and their way into here at EWC, it wasn't that they were the big dogs, the top shots that we were even thinking were going to qualify. But then they're literally one game away from being in the finals, 2 away from winning the whole thing and actually touching that trophy. And they get to crush another key.
Oh, they're waving to it.
And
they're waving.
Bye. When they were getting so active as well after the game. That was a
that was Mowgli.
Well.
That was Mowgli getting
really
active.
Animated. And I'd love to see that.
Yes. And be honest. Yeah. What did Mowgli look like at the end there when he was screaming?
Mad.
Yeah, he looked mad. He was like, it was like he was trying to prove something to Weibo. I don't know what beef they have, but it's been squashed now.
Maybe it's just like natural. Maybe he's got the dog in him. I don't know.
He's got that dog.
They're just like ready to rumble. But I really love this side of Secret that we're seeing because it's not just the fact that they have hit the ground running with the best of ones that they played. We were asking a lot of questions of, okay, we haven't seen them play a best of 3 yet. Do they have the stamina to be able to do so? Are they going to be able to do so? It's on the stage. They don't have that experience either. And every single question has been answered with yes.
Yeah, but isn't it crazy that this team hasn't even lost a map yet and they've moved on to the quarterfinals while doing so? That's actually insane. We can obviously, the same goes for Virtus Pro and the same goes for Shopify Rebellion, but they haven't played that best of 3 yet today. And that's the big thing for me, to go into the quarterfinals flawless currently. That is insane momentum for Secret.
I think that's also a little bit of a scary situation to be in because it is like, when are you going to get that reality check that you are not necessarily invincible? But that game against Falcons was so incredibly close. I feel like that could could be the closest potentially that they get to the reality check. But I also think like from the players themselves and from Twister as well, this is not a roster that's gonna get in over their heads and be like, oh yeah, we got this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they've always respected their opponents regardless of who they are. They came into this Weibo game very animated, as Anne would say, and they were very happy with the win. I actually thought Weibo played quite a bad match of Siege, and I come from APAC, so I could say this without the bias. I was really upset that they were lacking all the fundamentals that I was hoping they would bring against Secret, because that's what you need. So I think Team Secret, they definitely won, but they were also given the win in some sense. So I like that you brought that up, Ginny. I think they need to be careful about how much they take of this as a win and really improve themselves for the next matchup.
I think as well on the topic of Weibo, we really do have to sing their praises because again, it is from the APAC region, and that's the region that we very often and usually always the first region to be out and that we count out as well. And I think Weibo has shown that this is that super team from APAC that we all hyped them up to be and we all expected them to be. And if anything, the feat that they've had so far here at EWC is something to be proud of.
It is, and it's also good practice for them, you know, given the tournaments we've got coming up internationally. We know we talk about the quality in APAC maybe not always being what we desire from it or what we wish from it. So being able to play against these big international teams on a stage like this for Weibo is huge, because with the future coming in, you learn so much from these games.
And I have to shout out the fact that the APAC teams, even when I was a comp player in ANZ, I had about 5 other teams you could verse, and then you started to dig into the pool of your opponents inside of your league. So that's where it becomes tricky in APAC. I do sympathize with them. You don't have a lot of scrims that you could do at high quality in the region. So coming to an event like this, they'll be able to go back to their player rooms and continue to scrim, be a really good scrim partner for the remaining teams here, and it won't be a risk. So I think that's awesome. That's huge advantage in experience.
Yeah, but Secret are the ones that walk away with the win here, which means that one of their players is also going to qualify for the Sony Match MVP. Do we want to throw out a little feeler of who we think it's going to be? No, close your eyes, both of you.
My eyes are closed.
Well, and her eyes are open, so it doesn't count. It's all right. It's going to be
expect someone else to be here? I mean, when we're looking at this performance from him, it's actually insane how he stepped up. Not always happening during EML, but it happened today.
Yeah, I think he's like the silent ninja of the team that when they need him most, he's able to come in and get the job done. He plays a plethora of operators that I particularly love, and both attacking and defensive wise, I think he's the weapon that Secret needed.
Yeah, I mean, we're singing Joom's praises right now, and he's had a phenomenal series today. He's had phenomenal last 2 games as well. I mean, it was like towards the end of the first best of 1 that he started coming online, and we're like, this is what we wanted to see. And it's really nice to see that he's kept that consistency, and they're able to keep that going. But, you know, we also have one of his teammates joining us. Savage, thank you for your time. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you.
Do you agree?
Joom's performance today? Give us some words.
I mean, he's just a crazy player. Like, he's like the kind of player that I think any team in Europe or any region, if they could get Joom, they would. Like, he's just...
Oh, you got to lock him down then. You got him locked down, yeah?
I think he's happy, but hopefully.
What do you think makes him so special then?
I think he's just... He's just a different player, I guess. I don't know, like, he's just unpredictable. He doesn't do the same thing twice, and he can do a bit of everything. He can lurk, he can entry, he can do anything, like, really. And obviously his gun skill, obviously, is very good, gifted individually as well, so that helps a lot, obviously.
Now let's look at the bigger picture in terms of Team Secret as a whole, because you guys had a really good event so far. Win the first best of 1, win the best of 1 against Falcons. Now you're winning your first best of 3 against Weibo. You're basically 2 wins away from actually getting that trophy. What? Oh, I saw the smile on your face. Yeah, that's the situation that you guys are in. What happened between EML to now for you guys to unlock that potential?
Honestly, I think in EML we came third, but I don't think we played that bad. Like,
I agree.
For me, like that game against G2, we were really tired on the playoffs. Like, generally, like, it was an excuse. We were just really tired, and we still took them to the 3rd map. But then the game against Falcons, the second time that we lost, we gave them that game. Like that, we had a 6-2 lead on labs there. We troll almost every single round of that. Like, came down to 1v1s a lot. So I think we were playing as good. I think maybe there's a land buff, maybe, especially for players like Noah. Like, he plays really well on land. But I honestly think, you know, maybe people slept on us a little from what
I am so glad you're saying this because I said on the pre-desk, I feel like everyone kept calling you underdogs, you know, and you were always the one to maybe watch or a dark horse. How many times do we say that about you? And how many times do you need to win before people start going, actually, this is one of the top dogs of EML. We need to start putting respect on their name. Do you think maybe it's a little bit because EML never really had that depth? It was always like the top two teams. There were never strong competition. And now that there is with you guys being there, do you think people are just lacking the respect because of that?
I don't know. Maybe it's also like last year, both majors, we lost obviously to Falcons.
Right.
So I think maybe people don't have that in consideration. You know, that they were like the team to beat at that time. They were easily top two, and both times we got eliminated by them, and both times they were close games. So I think maybe just they see, there's quarterfinals, and maybe they think, you know, we don't play that well because we're not making deep runs.
If it's not Falcons and it was any other team, you think you would have the respect?
I think so. I think so, but you know.
I mean, we had the power rankings as well. Came to the teams that we thought were going to be doing really well, and we put you guys actually as contenders or favorites to win the event. I will be completely honest with you, that was not on day one, okay? On day one, you guys were on stick. We were like, maybe, they have a really tough bracket. But now that you are in the top with the favorites, with the likes of G2, Shopify, VP, do you agree with this ranking? Do you think there is any other team that we should like move around?
Well, I've got really bad sights, so I don't know.
Okay, VP, Shopify, Secret, G2, favorites.
Favorites, and then what's the second?
Furia, SSG for contenders. You know, they can win this event. And then rosters to watch, NIP and Weibo. Well, Weibo's out now, so that doesn't count anymore.
I was going to say, Weibo's out. No, NIP, I agree completely. Like, I think even ourselves, maybe we slept on it a little bit. Maybe because now we scrimmed them, like most recently, and they are quite good. You know, they're quite a structured team. They play quite a good siege, you know. I know they are on the third map now against G2 as well. They're giving them a show. So I think that's the good lists. You know, I don't want to call out any teams because I don't know who I'm playing against, but maybe.
Do you have a favorite you want to play against?
Be honest.
I want to play someone that I haven't played, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure who I can play against. Like, I don't know my side of the bracket. But I just want to play someone that I normally don't play against because I don't want to play a EU team because we just play them all the time. Yeah. So NIP would be okay. Shopify would be okay. You know, I just want to, you know, have something different because playing Falcons every tournament gets a bit boring, you know.
Especially when you got the Falcons curse. Maybe it's better to verse someone else.
I mean, they're out, so it doesn't matter anymore.
I mean, look, you took care of that really early, so that's fine.
Yeah, better to do that now than to have to play them, you know, in the semis or finals, or you know.
Oh my goodness!
I think everyone's like very grateful for you guys taking them out. Whoa! I was talking more about the team's perspectives. Okay,
I want a new winner, Ginny. I am biased for a new winner. That's all I care about.
I like the Falcons guys, but I was thinking the same when I saw them was losing. He's like, you've won 3 times, man. Let someone else win.
Someone else's
home.
chance. Yep. I'm with you.
You guys took care of that. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on the win. You're now in the semifinals. We'll see who your opponent is going to be. Over at Stream B, we are covering G2 going up against NIP, and as Savage already touched upon, it is 1-on-1, which is actually really close. I think when we were looking at this matchup just for G2 NIP, I don't think we necessarily knew. You could go crazy.
Hold on. I was busy watching the Team Secret game. Obviously, I got to do my job and analyze the game. What am I looking at? Okay, fair enough, right? Bank is one of those maps that I put as a partial specialty map. One of the more specialty maps right behind Consulate, Skyscraper, those ones. That's a map that if you're really good at as a team, you tend to stick being good at and other teams will avoid taking you there. So if NIP has really sharpened that up, that's not a surprise.
On that map, we've seen amazing bits from them during the EML. They were the one to defeat that big win streak that Falcons had on this map, won it in overtime, the stomp and ace, to then now lose it in such an important game here at the EWC. It sparks a bit of worry maybe going into that decider map.
Or maybe that was on purpose because we know it's G2, and if there's one thing that G2 loves across every single game is the content game.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's League, whether it's Valorant, whether it's 100%. Siege, it doesn't matter. Like, they have to throw in the content game just right there to put everybody on the edge of their seats, and maybe this is what they're doing.
How many years have we said G2 saving strats? I don't think they're saving strats. I will say Savage did just sit here and said that NIP is underrated. We've scrimmed them. They are way better than we expected them to be. So, okay, a little bit of, flowers for the NIP boys for what they're doing. I'm very interested to see what's going on with Map 3. I know we're running our desk, but production, on another TV, can you put on the game for me? So
you know what? We're going to let you go completely to watch the game. You can leave because we're going to be heading over to a break, and we're going to be coming back with the second best of 3 of today. Furia going up against VP, the last remaining, potentially, Brazilian team. And we'll see which one gets sent home and which one gets over to the semifinals. Stick around. We'll be back shortly with Furia and VP coming up next.
Cara, eu nem sei por onde começar. Hoje a gente tem a maior batalha das nossas vidas profissionais aqui em Riad. Tudo se resume ao dia de hoje. Ou a gente se fortalece como time, ou a gente vai desmoronar. Kill por kill, play por play, até o fim. A gente já passou pelo inferno, confia em mim. Todo mundo aqui lembra do Stage 2 ano passado, né? Quando a gente não classificou pro Major. Mas o que importa é que a gente renasceu das cinzas, a gente voltou, round por round. E só se aprende a ser forte quando você perde as coisas. Esse time voltou mais forte. Aqui a gente joga para vencer. Aqui a gente dá o sangue pela vitória.
Isso aí. Bora.
Nesse time, vocês sempre vão ter alguém que vai lutar até o fim com vocês, que vai se sacrificar por vocês, porque vocês sabem que quando chegar a vez dele, ele vai se sacrificar por vocês também.
Isso aí.
Isso aqui é um time. Ou a gente se une agora como equipe, ou a gente vai cair como indivíduos. Chegou nossa hora no EWC. Isso aqui é o Seed, é só isso. Agora é nossa hora e a gente vai ganhar isso aqui. Olha bem pra vocês. Olha pra cara um do outro. Vocês são vencedores. Bora. Pera aí, cadê o Ertz?
Essa, pai.
Ertz, que é essa, cara?
Ué, Pox, você não falou pra estar pronto pro EWC? Eu tô pronto pro EWC.
Vamos! Indeed, welcome back everybody to Rainbow Six Siege X at EWC Playoffs Day number 1. Winner advances to the semifinals and the loser is going to be sent home. And from the looks of it, Furia is more than ready as they're going to be going up against VP. I'm Ginny, joined with Anne and Leo. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
What time is it?
It's yap time.
Hey,
I looked at my watch. I was like, huh?
No, it is time to yap. He said it before we went live, and I just wanted you to say it on stream. Thank you for taking the time to join us.
You can get me to say anything on stream, apparently. Almost anything.
Okay. Anyways, thank you. Furia VP is the game that we're going to have to look at. And this is super interesting because you're looking at VP and they are also one of the teams that went through the play-ins unscathed. They played 2 best-of-1s and they were chilling. Furia, however, had a lot more of a difficult road going up against W7M in a best-of-3. So this is a test of, is VP ready for the best-of-3? Do they have the stamina? Can they do it? Are we... considering they also have the least rounds played here.
Yeah, I will say first of all, I think it's a rematch from, in my opinion, one of the best match of Siege esports ever. It's a direct rematch of the lower bracket grand final of SI 2024 in Brazil, Sao Paulo. One of the craziest one ever. And this one, in the BO3, I'm expecting a barn burner.
Yeah, and I know you are really looking forward to this match, which is why you're kind enough to prepare a Telestrator segment to highlight the level up and the glow up that we've seen from VP.
Absolutely. So when you look at VP right now and you think, what do they need to do right now to beat big teams? And one of the things that were, I think, stopping them so far were the playstyle. They were too slow. It was the operators. They were not playing shields. They were not playing meta. And it was the map pool. Now let's take an example at real footage now. Let's take an example of their game yesterday against Dark Zero. Now we're gonna see something, guys, and that is a cash defense from Dark Zero. And we're seeing a triple extension right now on the side of DZ. As you can see, you have Naif playing in master bedroom, holding the windows, and also holding Jacuzzi Bridge. At the same time, Citizen here is holding main stairs and office drop, and NGR can support him from construction, supporting the fallback, but also in sort of a crossfire. Now, when you see a triple extension like this, it's made to burn time. It's made to prevent VP to attack quickly. Now, let's take a look at how VP changes their playstyle. First of all, they are bringing a blitz, and that's new. They didn't bring blitz before, but also they bring a buck. And they use this vertical play here to make sure that the master player cannot rotate into office. As soon as they've done this, they go in, drone the office, they see no one is here, they spot the con player. Then they will go and drone again from the windows, and they drone the master player here. That's Ella, and that's gonna be the first target of Virtus Pro. Now, how do you problem solve the Ella when you're a shield? You cannot go in, you know you're gonna get Ella'd. So now let's take a look at the direct team play. Buck comes from downstairs and starts bucking holes at the same time as Blitz is pushing that Ella away. The goal here is not to kill Ella, but to move her away to rotate into construction. And who's ready to punish anyone from construction? Shepard, who gets a kill here, which means that Pasha can then run in and kill the Ella that's running away. And then Buck can go upstairs and kill the player that was in construction in a span of 30 seconds. What did we see? VP get aggressive, get the information, and get a triple kill on the extension. Only a single operator is still there. Look at this guy. Naif, completely stuck alone. Way too far from the bomb site. And so, when Naif gets a kill here, they're aware only one roamer remains. So the rest of the team, what do? They collapse. Stan here is ready to walk in server. Joystick pushes the last tanker on side with the blitz. Shepard is gonna go and rappel in and go from construction into cash. And at this moment, Always can take the 1v1 onto Naif as the rest of the team collapses on the bomb site. What's new here from VP? It's the playstyle. Much faster paced. And at the same time, what do they use? Grim, Blitz, operators that we did not see before. And that's a great example, I think, of what has changed in VP.
And I love that. I mean, this team has had so much time to cook in the shadows, right? After SI, we didn't see this team for about 4 months. It allowed them to play with these newer operators, with newer maps and everything. And I think we need that as well, because let's be honest, when we look at SI for Virtus.pro, and in particular against those Brazilian teams, it wasn't looking all too pretty. The only game they lost in group stage against a Brazilian team got knocked to the lower brackets of playoffs by a Brazilian team. Eventually got eliminated by FaZe as well. Guess what? Another Brazilian team. So in general, the history, Virtus.pro isn't doing too hard against Brazilian teams. I mean, Nikita was here yesterday. He was talking about it.
He was scared of it.
But a Brazilian team.
Oh,
because
he
we know how
cursed it.
difficult it is for us.
But that's like he cursing. He's like, oh, we don't want to do that. But then like eventually, like, you know, the scripts this entire event has just been full of sick jokes. So they were like, oh, you don't want to play Brazilian team? There you go. But I also think what's really important to touch upon here is the fact that when we're looking at Furia, it's not the Furia that we're used to. It's not the top peak echelon Furia of like, we are so locked in and ready to go. We've seen them make a lot of mistakes that we usually do not expect from or see from this roster at all. And I think that puts Virtus.pro in a really good position because they are on the complete opposite of that scale, where they have leveled up, they've taken the time, they've really studied what they want to do, and they've also had that one day off on top of that.
I actually disagree with you, Jenny.
Ooh,
I actually
okay.
think that Furia is in a favorite position. My reasoning for this is VP so far, they're here only because they qualified on day one. Like you said, they only won 2 BO1s, but that's the story of VP. They have a restricted map pool, they're amazing in BO1s, and then when comes BO3, what did we see in EML playoffs? They struggled. They're the 4th seed coming from Europe. What do we see from Furia? In the last 3 months, I've seen them play in SAL. They struggled the whole BO1 group stage. They struggled really hard. As soon as they reached playoffs and LAN, they destroyed everyone one by one, going all the way in the lower bracket. It was a crazy run from them. I think they get better, the harder it gets for them.
Yeah, well, that's a really good counter argument. I'm going to counter argument and say VP has had a whole day to rest. They also had a chance to see more maps from Furia to be played because Furia had to play that best of 3 on top of that best of 1 and then another best of 3. So when we're looking at VP, considering the brain as well that they have behind them when it comes to all the prep that they're able to do, I am not too worried. I think this is going to be a very close matchup, but this is also a roster that has been together for a very long time, and they have gone through thick and thin together.
That is the big thing, right? I mean, this roster being together for such a long time, getting so many reps under the belt. What was huge for them as well during EML was playing on that bootcamp, playing with that lower ping. I mean, we know how good they are on LAN. It's because they have little to no ping. I mean, that's what happens when you play on the LAN. So I'm so excited to see them again in this best of 3 today. And like you said, with their background staff, they should be cooking against the Brazilians.
It's a wealth of experience, and it's a wealth of experience that knows how to rejuvenate themselves. They've improved, they've changed a lot of stuff because they want to perform. That's the real story for me. They've struggled so far at reaching the same heights as in SI in Sao Paulo. Now they need to change.
Yeah, and ahead of their game against Furia, Lax also had a combo with them, so let's see what they're said.
All right, we got VP approaching us with joystick, holding the key, and Dan the man. Dan, we got history. I got history with you guys, obviously, through my career, through your guys' career. I just kind of want to ask you, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. So good. I'm excited to play the game against Furia. We want our revenge, and I hope we can make it here.
I was going to say, it's funny you talk about that revenge, because you know, obviously, when the last time you played them was.
On SI, I think, in Brazil.
SI 2024.
Yeah, we trolled the game and let them win the tournament. It was our tournament, maybe now it's our time.
Okay, so you obviously acknowledging that this is a rematch. Sorry if I knocked your backpack off you. You acknowledging that this is a rematch. You guys trolled that match back in 2024. What are you going to do different this time around to get past that hurdle, push yourself into the semifinal?
We will do the same because we're that type of the team and just try to be at our best form right now and enjoy the game. That's the main thing.
Absolutely. So the funny thing is, which I'm sure you're aware, it's not funny for you, but obviously, given the past 3 major events that you've attended, which was SI 2024, you lost to a Brazilian team, ends up winning the entire event. You then fast forward to Montreal. You lose to the new W7M roster. They win the entire event. Just recently, at the most recent SI, you lose to FaZe. They end up winning the event. All Brazilian teams. It makes me question, if you get this win over Furia, theoretically, you should then be the winner of the Esports World Cup. How do you feel that that might be and could pan out?
It could be the main thing. I think that match will be like against 2 teams that deserve the title, and I hope we will be the winner during this game, and I hope we can and we will keep this energy until the end of the event.
Absolutely, Dan. Well, obviously, I want to say good luck, brother. You deserve it. And that's us. Oh my God, that is it from me here with Virtus Pro. I'm gonna send it back to the desk, and you guys can break it all down.
All right, Lax, I love the theory crafting towards the end of that interview. You lose to the team, the Brazilian team, every single time that actually ends up winning the entire thing, which means that if Furia wins today, that could mean that they win the entire thing. But you know, as Lax was saying, if VP wins, that's pretty good odds.
It really is. I mean, it might be some bit of copium thinking that if you beat a Brazilian team, that's all the final hurdle you need to clear to actually go and win the event. But I would say they would look really strong. If they do clear Furia here today, it's looking very good for them to progress in the tournament and do get to play that final that's been a little while since they got to play one of them finals.
Yeah, I do feel like it's really funny how they used to be complete opposite playstyle. You had the really slow and methodical VP that only plays tactical, and then you have the one team that has the best gunplay in the world. I think that has changed a little bit. One more thing that's really interesting, looking at the map veto that we're preparing before, both of these teams actually love the exact same maps. Yeah. So whatever maps we're going to end up with, they will have an incredible level on them.
All I'm hearing is that we are promised an absolute banger of a game. So you know what? I really hope that it does live up to these expectations, because now I'm excited and then watch the script just crumble all down. But it is Furia, though, that they're going up against. And you've already touched upon it, and you know, you've kind of been their advocate where you're saying like, oh yeah, they did play the best of threes, and yes, they had a really difficult run. When you look at SAL, when it comes to those best of ones, and they ramped up as they go, and we're no strangers to that. We've seen Furia do it at SI when they were still under the W7M banner. We know that this is a roster with insanely talented individual players, dare I say damn near perfect, and they do not crumble under pressure. They can make miracles happen out of thin air somehow, but they were still shaky even in the best of threes that we've seen yesterday.
Let's have a look at, obviously, I mean, this team yesterday, it was so difficult for them. They lost that first map. Then on the final map, I really want to talk about it. I think I could talk about it for hours and hours on end, because it was really looking like W7M were going to take it. Some individual moments where it seemed like Furia didn't play out their 2v1s correctly. It had to come down to the final round, 2 full overtime. And what does Hertz do when they need him the most? He jumps out. Look at his stats right now. He's not doing too shiny for himself, but he gets a major jump out. Kills 2 players and will actually get a quad kill for this round, stepping up when this team needs him the most and when it really looked like it was going to go in the way of W7M. So this confidence on the map point to either face elimination or continuation in the bracket is bizarre to me. But when we're looking at his stats, this is the big storyline for me. Hertz has always been that shiny player. He's always used to drop insane stats, and he's not really doing this so consistently anymore. I mean, he's stepping up when they need him the most. Did that during the SCL playoffs as well, but in general, it's not looking like we're maybe used to seeing these shiny numbers from him.
I'm a big fan of this guy out of the server, but in the server, he's the kind of player that I would hate as the IGL, because I was a traditional IGL, and this guy is completely crazy. He will take unfavorable gunfight any day of the week. He will go crazy, he will go aggressive. He's the X factor in Furia, and he struggled really hard during SL, during the whole group stage, and then came playoff, dropped more than 100 kills. This guy, he's there when it matters.
But that's the thing where I said, you know, they can make magic happen out of thin air, and this is a very big piece of that puzzle where when you're going up against Furia, like, you know, I mean, you can be down on the last map, in the last round, and something crazy is going to happen. And we're looking at a team like VP, who admittedly does like to play a lot more with a lot more methodology. It is going to be scary because they're going to throw a spanner in the works, but also they have their fans. Yes. I didn't see any VP fans, so this is a scary situation to be in.
I was listening to the concert of the fans, and let me tell you, I could feel the flashbacks from Rio, that I was there a couple months ago only, and then from SI in Brazil, where their fans are so crazy. They're so crazy with the drums. I can't wait to hear them in the crowd.
And I can't wait to hear what they had to say to Lax ahead of the game.
All right, there they are, my Brazilian brothers from another mother. Felipax, how's it going, my boy?
Bro, all good?
I'm doing good. I mean, the bigger question is, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. After yesterday, how could I not be feeling good, bro?
So, speaking of yesterday, obviously, we've talked a lot throughout SAL. I've talked to you, I've talked to Igor. Something that we've criticized about your gameplay and that you've been aware of is the lack of teamwork, is when you guys can actually play together, you guys can make a lot happen. And especially in that match yesterday, that huge comeback, we saw far more teamwork. And I feel this has been a constant struggle for Furia since SAL and coming to here. How are you going to correct that now going into this matchup today?
Yeah, in my opinion, I think it's the lack of communication. In the beginning of the matches is our biggest mistake that we are committing in these games. We are entering map 1 like not communicating, not being ourselves. When we can do that, when we are, getting the hit from the match, and then we start being ourselves. And let's try to do that today from the round 1, from map 1. And be ourselves, yes.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys obviously showed resilience having that comeback. I want to ask you, do you know the last time you played VP?
It was on 6th Invitational, lower bracket runs.
It was the 6th Invitational. Obviously, that was even a close game, and it went all the way to border map 3. Super close. Now, is there anything that you're going to do here to go against a team like VP, given they're very structured, they stick to the plan very cleanly? Is there something that you're going to try to just get over that wall, break through that wall with your aggression? What's the approach?
Yeah, they are a team known for doing the same thing over and over again. So we did a lot of prep to counter them, and that's what we are going to do today.
Absolutely. Now, I've been asking every other team this. I'm going to ask you this. If you're in a 1v1 scenario to close out the series, push yourself into a semifinals, who would you take in a 1v1 from VP?
To be honest, I don't care. I can choose that in the match, so I won't choose now. Anyone that comes, I will win in a 1v1 to get to the semifinals and get it done.
All right, well, you heard it from Felly Pox and the boys here at Fear. They are ready. They are going to pounce on their opponents from VP, and I'll send it back to all of our queens on the desk.
Ooh, you look queen.
I'm a queen now.
Hey.
Great. I'm loving it. Thank you, Lex.
Welcome to the club.
Oh,
How's it feel?
all right.
It's like a promotion.
Oh, yeah. Is it a promotion? Yeah, that's a promotion. Because I used to be the prince, and now I'm the queen.
Ah, you get like up there. I
yeah.
respect it. Either way, actually, really good. I was like, the way that Felipe was, yeah, it was in SI. Was the last time we played him. He's like that match is like etched in their memory, which to me just means that this is gonna be even better. I mean, the smile on their face. It said it all. Like that was the match that sent them to the final and allowed them to actually win that SI that was so important for them. They were on a major streak. I mean, major streak literally in that year as they won both majors. The only thing left for them to do was win SI. The only thing left to do for Furia right now, especially with Falcons being out, is to win EWC. They've checked every single event off their list if they do so. So yeah, surely he does remember that and he's looking to do it again today. Yeah, like we've heard it from the players themselves as well during the media day and the interviews where they're like, yeah, like this is the only event that is missing from our cabinet. So this is the only thing they want to add to it, and they're gonna be locked in and they're gonna look to do it. But we are gonna be throwing it to a very quick, short little break because we're gonna be back. We're gonna dissect it a little bit more. We'll have the map veto. We'll get on the stage. So grab a water, grab your popcorn because that is absolutely essential for this matchup. We'll see you soon.
better.
Trash talking. Let's say it's a fair fight. Can I put it even? Okay, even.
Allemand. I am very professional.
Maybe.
Allemand because Allemand lost more losers, so more rages.
Hurts.
You're sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't rage, never. I'm a chill guy.
Allemand, of course.
Me. Yeah, I'm terrible.
Oh, Allemand, of course.
Hurts. Yeah, I own G2, so I can't really get kicked.
Allemand, all time.
G2, of course. Us. Hurts.
All bad things, Allemand.
And all good things in you.
Good things in me.
That's so nice to see the players. I mean, it wasn't... Okay, I'm not going to spoil it, but it was so much fun to record this content. And, you know, it was really funny because after Hertz was done with the piece and he went out, all of Fury was just there like, Allemand, because every answer was just Allemand. But they're not playing G2 today. They're playing VP, and that is going to be a different kind of battle because it's also, I think, one to touch upon here is the fact that it's not like they play them often. So yes, you can watch the VODs. Yes, you can see what they've been cooking up here at EWC in the 2 best of ones that we've seen them play. But you're never really against them on the server on LAN, in front of them.
520 days. That's how long it's been.
I thought... Never mind.
What did you think? What did you think? Go ahead, come on.
No. I thought you were counting the days of like your employment or something, or retirement. I don't know.
My retirement? No. Maybe I was counting the days since my last title. Oh, wait. That's never.
I don't even have to. You know what I do?
At this point, you know what? I've read a book yesterday and I was like, what's the best strategy when you're getting bullied on the desk? And it say attack yourself first. No one can then attack you. So right now I'm just doing it myself.
Smart, not gonna lie.
Hey, that's pretty smart strategy.
Avoid it, yeah.
Makes me feel guilty.
I don't think that's a strategy that's going to work in game. I don't think that losing so that your opponent doesn't beat you doesn't really work. So I think both teams are going to need to put in the work. And looking at this, yes, like you've said, it's been a really long time these two teams have played each other. And I believe that when looking at this, VP has put in the work to change things and make sure this time they would win. Whereas Furia, they're still the very same.
Yeah.
They go through harsh battles. They leave to have these incredible individual skill players, but their core playstyle, it's not really changed. One thing though, with new CJX, they abuse the operator bans a lot more than anyone.
Yeah, something that you also mentioned is the fact that when we're looking at both of these rosters, and is that they have very similar map pools. So with the map veto coming through as well, I think no huge surprises should be coming out.
Should be, no. I mean, we're probably expecting similar maps here. We always talk about Virtus.pro in the context of map veto, especially in their best of ones. Like, there's these newer maps they don't like to play, and then these older maps coming back into play. But when we're looking at the map veto, Virtus.pro picking a cafe first.
Yeah. And that is not a surprise because it's a map that everyone avoids against them. In fact, they've only played it 3 times in 2025. Having played SI, having played an entire season of EML, you're like 3 times is not a lot for half the way through the year. Well, it's because they've won it every single time in 2025. It's a map that they absolutely love. Now, one thing I will say for this is they've just picked into one of the best map of Furia. Currently sitting in 2025 on a 9-win streak on Cafe, 100% win rate against some of the best team in Brazil. That's really tricky for them.
Which also happened to not be here.
No. And I'm looking at the next map. It's a Furia bank pick coming out for this one. I mean, it is a stronger map for them, but then we do look at it on the side of Virtus.pro. It always used to be a super strong map for them. Teams would not want to play Virtus.pro on this map whatsoever. Remember speaking to the players as well, like teams in EML don't want to play against them. It's often a 7-0, but in recent times, for Virtus.pro, it's been a weaker map. They're on a 3-loss streak on this one, losing it to, for example, Gen G, losing it to G2 over in EML. So with this new operator benefit phase, Pasha talked about it. There are some things they need to fix on this map.
So we're going to be going to border for sure?
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah.
520 days, Anne.
And that's exactly the map that was played as that final map in the series. And it is also a really good map between these two teams. When we're looking at it, it's a high preference map for Virtus.pro. The map that's probably their best map over on the side of EML.
And it is the best map of Furia. It's also sitting on a 9-win streak on border in 2025. 2 of those maps are on 100% win rate, 18 wins in a row in total. combined. And they picked, it's not even their pick. Cafe was picked by VP and the rest is a decider. They picked another map and the two others are their two best maps right now. It's insane. It's a really good map veto for them.
Honestly, the way that it sounds right now is top dog above top dog. And then it's just who's going to be the top dog, because both of these teams are absolutely unbelievable on all three of the
Top
maps.
tier
that they
analysis.
have. Yeah, thank you. You know, that's why I'm the host. They're absolutely incredible when it comes to... wow, that threw me.
Oh, I cook you. Yeah, yeah, I can cook you as well. You're just discovering my fire.
Maybe ask for the book later.
Yeah. At least it didn't call me mean, so we got that going for us. But it's when we're looking at Furia VP, I think this is probably the closest, potential one of the closest BO3s that we're going to be seeing today, because the one that we had earlier today, when it comes to Weibo, they weren't really able to get under Secret's skin. But I feel like the history that we look at it from the side of VP, when we look at the history that Furia has with them as well, we'll look at the map picks, we'll look at how both of these teams have started the event, and I think Philippak's also touching upon it, where he's like, yeah, usually our first map is not that good, and we're looking to do that differently, and that could potentially happen, but also not.
I think that's an advantage for them. I think that's an advantage for Furia. I think one last thing, the map pool is the only thing that I don't think has been worked on enough for VP. They did bring Lair, that's a new map, but I think in general, so far, they're getting hard punished by it. And one of these biggest reason, right now they're playing on maps that are the best of Furia, only because of that restricted map pool.
Yeah, and that second one could be a big curveball as well, right? Will it actually work out in the thanks to Furia? Will Virtus.pro have fixed some things? There's so much for us to uncover here, and I really hope we get to Border as well, because it's the best of these two teams.
And we are absolutely more than ready to have those exact same questions answered, as we're going to be heading over to the stage to get both of those teams ready. VP against Furia starts now.
This is the intense walk that our players make down the player tunnel into the Amazon Arena for a quarter-final for CJX at the Esports World Cup.
And it's a game that we've all been looking forward to, a best of three like no other, a rematch from the Invitational 2024. We got to witness it in person in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and now it happens again right here at the Esports World Cup in Rio.
Love it. We are set for an absolute banger, and this tournament, I don't know if you feel the same way, Milos, but it is a blink and you miss it feeling at the moment. Players and teams are absolutely flying through these series as we continue our journey on to find out which four of them will make the semi-finals and battle for this trophy.
That makes it incredible that all of these big teams, big professional squads that have done so much have been eliminated, but not the two in this game. Let's bring them out. First up on the docket, it's Virtus.pro! EML favorites are out, and they might be booed by the Furia crowd, but for them, a cheer is still a cheer, one way or another. They face down an audience of 10,000 Brazilians, and they're prepared to do it once more, even so far away here in Riyadh.
We got an epic pocket of fans here, and I think they are going to love this moment. Vamos fazer barulho! It's Furia! Undeniably one of the greatest rosters that this game has ever seen. They have won everything there is to win, except for this, the Esports World Cup, in front of loud home support here. I'm loving it.
Because Siege is global. No matter where you go, Siege fans will follow. And Furious fans have absolutely followed us here all the way to Riyadh. We're gonna have a last little chat here. So Philippaks, please, Joystick, please join us on here for some last words, gentlemen, to your spots. You guys have faced off against one another at SI. That was a long time ago. You obviously ended up winning. You've won pretty much anything and everything except for this one. Are you ready for these guys?
Yeah, we are ready. Last time was a bit close, but today is not going to be. We are going to smash them.
Joystick, he says it's not going to be close. He's going to smash you. What do you want to say back to him?
I don't know, we are ready as well. It's always a pleasure to play versus Brazilian teams. So, good luck.
Love it. There you go. Gentlemen, please, you may go place your keys, have a little handshake before you head off back to your seats. Can I? I've always wanted to do this. Can we say the line together?
In Riyadh, should we do this? In 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho! Let's get into it, shall we, Milos? Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this electrifying quarterfinals matchup of the Esports World Cup 2025, right here in the heart of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We're about to witness a clash of titans in Rainbow Six Siege as the Russian cyborgs Virtus Pro square off against the unstoppable force of Furia Esports. This is a best-of-3 showdown with everything on the line, a shot at the semifinals, and a piece of that massive $2 million prize pool. I hope you have your popcorn ready because this is going to be a series you won't want to miss. On one side, we've got Virtus Pro. This squad is battle-hardened from years of competition together. They fought tooth and nail through the European League to earn this spot here, and they're ready to bring their tactical precision and explosive plays to the stage. And in the other corner, hailing from South America, it's Furia Esports, the king of the Brazilian region. These guys dominated the South America League and are widely regarded as one of the world's elite. With this relentless pace and fearless strategy, Furia is here to prove they're not just the best in Brazil, they're a global juggernaut. These two squads have battled through the group stage inferno to reach this single elimination crucible. Only one will advance to the semis, and with the crowd roaring and the stakes sky high, you can feel the tension in the air. Who's going to bring the fire? Will Virtus Pro's grit outsmart Furia's South American flair, or will Furia's high-octane chaos overwhelm VP's defenses? Crank up the volume and get ready for an epic battle that'll have you on the edge of your seat. It's Virtus Pro versus Furia Esports, and it starts now. My name is Samuel Stewart. I'm joined by Jesse J. Chick. Jesse, how are we feeling about this series between these two historic rosters?
Oh, Sam, I'm feeling very ready, especially after that. I mean, we know how much both these two teams want it. It's not a common occurrence in nature when a Siberian polar bear meets an Amazonian panther. Even rarer that ends up happening in the deserts of Arabia. But when these two beasts meet, one thing can be said for certain: only one of them walks out alive. And that's exactly what we've got here today, Sam. Virtus Pro and Furia, two of the most experienced teams in Rainbow Six Siege. These two rosters have been together as 5-man teams for years and years at this point, perfecting their crafts. We got a lot of young new stories in the Esports World Cup this year. We've got G2, of course, coming in with their young star of Stompin'. We got Weibo that made top 8 earlier in the tournament, and then, of course, Shopify Rebellion coming in with a new look, too. But that's not what we've got here today, Sam. It is two veterans who don't want to just show up and make a top 8, say, great, man, we did it. It's our first event. Because it's not the first event. It's not the second. It's not the third. We're getting into the teens, the 20s for these teams. They want to go all the way. They want to get that W. They want to be the Esports World Cup champions.
It's bound to be mythical between these two beasts of their respective regions. And I can tell you, I am extremely excited. The fans in the crowd are extremely excited. And we have officially opened up the doors to EWC 25 to let these Siege crowds in. And Jesse, let me tell you, I'm so very excited to jump into this one.
Yeah, Sam, I mean, once we got the fans in the arena, it's clear one of these two teams came back in the backup support, and that will be Furia. The Brazilians, they travel extraordinarily well. It doesn't matter where the tournament is, there's always going to be a section of the crowd that does scream Portuguese. So that's what we're going to get now in the crowd, making that noise, making sure that the support is heard. VP, no strangers to it, right? This is not a team that cracks under pressure. In fact, typically when VP struggles, it's in some of those like online qualifiers. It's in those online stages where they maybe don't have the best connection. They don't have that comfortability. This really is a LAN team. I think both of them really just play their best Siege when they get in front of an audience, when they get in those high pressure situations. So we're going to get a great game between these two teams. They're going to be kicking it off on Cafe, Sam, which will be our first map of the series. It's a Virtus Pro pick and kind of a weird one to be coming in against Furia. 10 seconds of the game launches. I hope everybody is ready and excited because this one's about to get fiery.
3 seconds on the clock, and we will jump into the snowy map of Cafe. Virtus Pro will look to try and steal this away from Furia. The bans will come in, and Jesse, I think you're a little bit more suited for this portion.
Yes, Sam. Well, we're expecting to see some shield bans come out typically on this map, but you're going against Virtus Pro, who aren't really the big shield team. Of course, they'll be banning the attackers to start things off. They still ban one shield away. That'll be the monster that does get removed. Then often you do see either a Ying or a Grim as that secondary spot. No surprises from Virtus Pro. It'll be the Azami plus Castle being removed now from Furia. Both those operators making sure that the windows can stay closed, that you aren't so worried about the repel mechanics. On a map like Cafe, there's so much strong repel play. That's going to be even stronger with a way to protect yourself from those windows.
Absolutely. And, you know, even with Castle getting removed, you know, in case of those window plays as well, he's also got a nice application downstairs on Kitchen. We see people cut up those hallways all the time, you know, play things over towards Kochek. So Furia really tackling Cafe wholeheartedly when it comes to these bans. And I think it'll be very beneficial to them. We'll see how it pans out down the line, though. Virtus Pro, as Jesse said, Grim and Monty off the board. So attacking one of the mainstay shield ops just to try and make their life a little bit easier when Furia start their clear.
As we just get into Cafe here, I said it was a bit of a weird pick for VP. They've only played this map once this season, beating Falcons 7-5 in the EML, and that's a big result. Falcons are a really good team, so to take them down is certainly important. But Furia have a 7-1 record this season. They've only lost a single time. That was to NIP in overtime. So they're extremely experienced on this map. Furia, I think on all 3 maps, are going to be feeling very comfortable. VP, much the same. I think our analysts broke that down quite nicely where they said these 2 teams like much the same map. So it's not going to be unfamiliar territory really for any of these squads. I think both opponents can manage to get wins on all 3 maps.
Yeah, well, comes down to that quite a few times here on just international competition. Teams start to favor the same maps, and in a world like that, it becomes dog eat dog. Who's got the bigger bark? Furia taking their time, as you normally do on this initial portion of the round. Trying to work things through. Pasha crossing once again. Almost like he didn't realize that he just got shot right in his back. A nice little find here. Frag grenade. No way. Pasha's going to be able to slip away for just a second, but the window play here from Furia, it's just fervent. It's absolutely everywhere as it peels Pasha away from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and even with the very first kill, you're seeing the impact of those operator bans, right? The window play always going to be coming in and having that factor. So got to watch out if you're Virtus Pro. No angle is necessarily safe. Dan playing Pixel with the shield and ADS is winding back the clock a little bit, but basically a nade and some pressure. He's going to have to escape back to bathroom. More ADSs lie for him here, so he's going to continue to play these layers and back off slowly one at a time. Feeling very confident with that rotate back. I'm not sure that Fury have a great way to root him out of this position now that they're all out of nades.
I'm going to put the Selmos down and make it to where Bathroom's a little bit more complicated to play. Hertz will be able to find Dan as he tries to commit to that rotation, and around the building we go with that new repel system over to White Stairs. They know somebody's more than likely around this space, but Shepard too active to hold on to for Hertz.
Keep in mind, bomb site's not on that top floor. We're seeing a lot of action up there, but of course it is going to be mining, dining to start things off for Virtus Pro, and top floor players on VP will all choose to back off if they haven't already been killed. Conceding that floor now, that space to Furia with 60 seconds to work with. They've got some decent utility, right? They've got secondary shotguns, of course, on both Fleetbox and KZ, so they can really start working these floorboards to try to make some of those angles, make it really awkward for anybody to exist in some of these locations. Train is, of course, going to be a major point of focus as well. We'll have to see where this push comes down. To me, Sam, it's looking like it might be a dining finish with JV starting to walk down White.
Could be a solid consideration. You're looking to clean things out over on the White Stairs, as we already know they are clear. Want to hold on to that and create some angles in through the wall here. Shepard waiting extremely patiently, but that might not pay off in the way that he wants to. He's right underneath the window. Nobody can find him, but finally Nate will knock him down. There's a man underneath. It's always with some impacts. A frost map for one, and he'll be able to take out JV92, but the case is going down. He doesn't know where it is either. It's over near that rotation that we saw earlier, that little vision shot into the wall, and nothing doing for Virtus Pro. It's down to always, so clamber up the red stairs to try and make something of the situation, but Felipox very aggressively changes positions. He knows that he has to try and work his way up one of these stairwells. They'll be able to discover him as soon as he eclipses the top of that stair.
Nice try going down below with those impacts. If they had a little bit more information, it obviously could have been a massive play. There was the Valkyrie on the board. I'm not sure if they put any of those cameras actually in the bomb site. Could have made a big difference for them if they had, but I don't believe that any of them were inside of that site. Probably one inside of dining, but just didn't think to put one dining. That's kind of the gamble you got to take sometimes. Very limited resources, limited utility that you can have on the side of Virtus Pro. Double entry from Herds, the entry player for Furia, certainly going to make his impact on those windows. Immediately, again, you're seeing the impact of those bans. And even at the end there, JV92 getting on the window to force the position of the last player in sight, right? Make sure that nobody could play inside of dining. Then he repelled into a frost mat, so, you know, JV92 things. But even still, I think they're going to feel pretty confident about that first round win.
100%. And, you know, I think it was really on full display how those bans worked out, as you said. Just making it to where those windows were so accessible for Furia and really throwing a spanner in the works of the defense. Virtus Pro just not really have the capacity to operate around that. And honestly, it's extremely difficult. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt as they try and find any way, shape, or form to work their way out of that first round. And now, into round 2 we go. It's going to be a kitchen defense here, an extension over towards VIP, as you normally do, and a little bit of a roam game to boot.
Yeah, nothing crazy. It's just going to be Pasha by himself on the top floor. Back during the regular season of EML Stage 1, Pasha was the only positive player on Virtus Pro. Kind of ridiculous to make top 4 in such a competitive region whilst only having one player go positive, but that just goes to show you how much Pasha can carry when he absolutely needs to. So he's the one player where if you see him out on his own, you can be pretty confident he's going to get at least one for his troubles before he ended up going down. Not really an extension, though. Of course, already fallen back down, playing coat check, playing red. So be a full 5-man anchor setup. Not sure if Fury are so concerned with clearing the top couple floors, right? Because they do have the bait, obviously, on that sledge. They want to work soft reach, but they've also got a couple of good ways to just rush in through Bakery. I really like that Sens plus Capitao combo. Means that they got a really good entry point if they want to use some of those smokes to get in through Bake. They've realized top floor is completely free at this point, so they will take it, whether that was their initial plan or not. And now they can kind of make that choice, right? If Freezer Hatch looks like the best play with those Sens walls, you can make it that way. Or if Bakery is more appealing, you can still head that direction as well, and it's going to be just as strong of a push because they've wasted no time here, Sam.
They've done fantastic, and this is all up to early information gathering, Jesse. The fact that they knew that the mid and top floor were practically clear probably stemmed from a drone watching Pasha rotate down. They got somebody in on that top floor and just quickly were able to dispatch anything on the mid level. And now we're here. We've got that mid floor covered. You're going to more than likely see Nade work his way in and start working this verticality with the sledge. It can become a little complex later on down the line if we do start to see, Virtus Pro start to fight back. Fortunately enough for him, not a lot of nitro cells in the lineup on defense, so will make his life a little bit easier, but you still have to be careful.
And there's a drone watching the back of Dan right now. He's going to be the first target as they try to rush him down. So the Sens wall from the restaurant window as well being set up right at the start of the round. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Dan. It's really important that he doesn't fall without getting at least 1 or 2 kills. Ideally, he stops the planter from dropping in Freezer Hatch, but with how much pressure looks to be coming his way, he could have a lot on his hands.
Yeah, it could be multiple bodies all honed in on VIP. IQ scanner out here will discover one of the players on their phone inside. I do believe that's Shepard as he pilots one of those yokai drones around. Dan, a very important position here. Knows there's bodies around, and he beats KZ out. But does he know there's another one here? He'll take the fight, and he'll win it out. And that might be the moment for Virtus Pro. It will be. Off the back of that effort, Shepard lines up 2 as well. And what a moment here for Virtus Pro as they equalize up against Furia.
So the really interesting thing from Furia's push there, Sam, is they didn't actually drop anybody through the Freezer Hatch. Instead, they walked 2 players at Dan. One came down the white stairs, and then Philippox just entered the garage door. And Philippox had the defuse kit. So once Dan killed both those players right here, with the first one happening, you see his aim switch over to the hatch expecting a drop, but instead there's no drop, so he just says, let me swing. Gets the trade, but that's by far more than good enough. And now Shepard's able to clean up those last couple of players who were kind of panicking, realizing that with Dan doing all that damage, they've got to recover the defuse kit. They've got to do something to save that push, and it really just all seemed to fall apart. So really good credit to Dan. Hyped up how important he had to be in that round, and he stood tall.
Difficult position as well, and we can't, understate that. You're in VIP, you got that pressure coming in from the booth window, you got those 2 players trying to operate around White Hallway. There's a lot of miscommunication and just poor decision-making that can go on there given the circumstances, and yet Dan is able to figure out a clear path for himself, and especially the confidence in round 2 of a quarterfinal here at EWC, steps up to the plate and decapitates his opponent in white to really put a nail in round 2's coffin. Now we're on to round 3 here. Obviously, Virtus Pro won't be able to go back downstairs. It'll be mid-floor to try and solve this puzzle.
I should mention as well, it's a little bit interesting that we see Furia. Of course, this was Virtus Pro's map pick, so Furia chose what side they wanted to start on. They ended up choosing attack, which is not the conventional choice that teams would usually go for. I will say Furia have an excellent attacking win rate on this map so far this season, 59%. So they are a confident attacking team on Cafe. a little under their defensive win rate, still 70% on the defense. So again, Fury is a great team on this map, but maybe just they can get the hard part out of the way first. Maybe they think they don't want to let VP kind of get those attacks under their belt and start to warm up a little bit. Lots of different reasons teams might choose to start on the attacking side, but it makes it all that more important. The VP do rack up the score count in the first half. They want to be getting like a 4-2, 5-1, 3-3 at the absolute minimum in the half swap, because once they get to attack, it's going to, by natural causes, become a lot more difficult to win rounds.
Take a picture. That's exactly what Cafe's about. 3 people on rappel outside the building, all holding angles, all holding windows, and they've already tagged up always. Kind of a repeat from what we saw in the first round, except obviously that was Pasha over in Bar. And Furia is trying to do the same thing. The last time Virtus Pro got a little bit too active in the building while Furia was waiting on these angles, and they just got pick after pick after pick. They were able to take the map control after that and then progress into a very solid round. How does Virtus Pro respond?
Well, it's definitely been better in the first round. They haven't given up those early picks. Much the same strategy from VP. KZ's starting to make some ground, though. He's looked so deep, Sam.
Oh! Might be able to get a good find here. Pasha will get that, and they're fighting fire with fire. They know one's in white. JV92 goes down, and Virtus Pro a little soul-searching through these first 2 rounds, but it seems they've found themselves, and particularly Shepard. 5-1 at this current moment in time. Really channeling himself into Cafe. What else will we expect? Even with that 5-1 scoreline, I highly doubt there's even a smirk on that man's face. Always cool, calm, and collected. Nade, one of the twin brothers from Brazil, to try and have any solution to this equation. Oh, so close to tagging Pasha there, and he's on such low HP as well. Shepard's right around the corner. He'll dip back out towards pillars, but doesn't have any information. He's just checking everything as quickly as he possibly can, but it's Joystick to put it down on Nade. And that will be the round going the way of the defense.
Sam, we didn't catch it from a first-person point of view because we were busy watching the shenanigans going on with that push up top coming through from KZ. But Shepard was downstairs playing inside of Reading. He went to the pillar door and he ran out the building to kill 2 players on rappel for Furia. A massive play from the hard support player on VP. This is a 27-year-old man we're talking about, Sam, and still making
you
good
watch yourself. Okay, you better watch yourself.
I know. But still old for the range of pro players that we see in this game, but making really aggressive on the fly type of plays that do pay off massively. If he doesn't make that risk, if he doesn't go for that run out, it's probably a Furia round. So really heads up play to come out from Shepard, of course. Hard support for Virtus Pro, getting the job done when he has to, and really heads up thinking from him.
The adaptations, Jesse. That's what this entire game is going to be about. The big conversation point when it comes to Virtus Pro is always the fact that you practically know what they're going to do. It's, can you stop it? But I think the one caveat that people tend to forget with that is that Virtus Pro, their true strategy is all about the micro adjustments. Yeah, that's what it is, and that's what we saw in that last round. It's a very similar strategy, Jesse, but they slow things down just enough to force Furia to get into the building where they have to try and apply some pressure, and it works out perfectly. Everybody's trying to help with that top floor execute, like you're saying, and Shepard slipped through the cracks on Hell Door. Well done to VP, and we'll see what Furia have to say about that.
Yeah, I think it really does exemplify kind of how things were going for VP all throughout the season, right? I mean, they've talked plenty about how important it is for them to manage to work some of this more aggressive stuff into their playstyle. They haven't said that it's been easy, right? They've talked about how difficult it's been for them to incorporate some of these more aggressive plays, but that they have been trying, and that was a really great example from Shepard. Now round 4, we will start to see a new bomb site finally. It is going to be Reading Room for our 3rd site to be played here on Cafe, which means that we're going to see a little bit of a different lineup coming through from VP, and again, that aggression coming through. No spawn peak success from Pasha, but certainly was looking for it.
I love that they're starting to call up numbers here, especially for Pasha, you know what I mean? They got him on the Vigil. Not something that you see all that often anymore, as there's just a lot of operators that can seriously deal with info game in a much more conducive way, and we see exactly why. Herds was already scanning that ERC7 backpack of Pasha, so they know that he exists, and that's kind of a terrifying prospect for him. They'll more than likely be pretty aware of what's going on. He does have that Boss G prepared for the run out. He will swing. He'll be able to at least find one, and Dan will find the other. Virtus Pro have a great pace for Cafe.
And again, I just don't think Fury are ready for this. Fleetbox, you heard him before the game started. He said that this team can do the same thing all the time. We've done a lot of research on what they do, but there's no way that you're researching Pasha running out with an impact in Boss G, because he just doesn't do that every time. You can't make that a constant strategy.
M590 and the Boss G. Do you want slug or do you want shot? That's really what it came down to, and the answer is yes, Jesse. It didn't really matter which way you sliced that one, unless you're talking about joystick. You get a little scared there for that second one. It's Nade all alone on an island once again, just like in our previous round. This time a 1v5 down to a 1v4 after he'll take out joystick, and I mean, maybe there's a world, maybe. You never know. Not this time around, though. The barbed wire's there, and it's unfortunate timing. Virtus Pro will continue on their escapades here on the defensive side.
There might have been a world, Sam, but it certainly wasn't this world, that's for sure.
I was just really hoping for that, you know, like Cadian moment from Heroic back in the day. I mean, what happened first? You know what I mean? One of my favorite esports clips of all time, but that's why that clip is so amazing, because those things never happen. So,
yeah, good attempt coming through. Really nice trigger discipline with the Boss G coming through for Pasha through that round. 2 really important kills. Will prompt attack timeout from Fury, and I think they really just do need to get a better read on the way VP are playing these defenses, right? I think they maybe came into this without the right read on what was going to be happening, on how VP might be playing this map, and it's really catching them off guard, so they need to start paying a bit more respects in the early round, setting up some more drones for this, taking things a little bit slower, so that those plays just don't catch you off guard like they have been so far. At the same moment, now that you know they're starting to make that adjustment, VP, you can maybe slow down on that, right? The attack timeout's coming out. You can start to switch your game plan. I mean, it always comes down to these little mind games, and end of the day, it's going to be whoever can read their opponent better in the server, and VP have certainly been that team so far today.
It's truly impressive what Virtus Pro has been capable of thus far, especially with the fact that they haven't honestly had that many rounds overall of this tournament. It's actually just insane. Up until this point, 17 rounds played to Furia's 71.
Yeah,
stat check me?
That's correct. Yeah, this is the battle between the team that has played the most amount of rounds in the tournament and the fewest amount of rounds in the tournament, because Furia have battled incredibly close matches all throughout the lower bracket just to get here now into the playoffs. Virtus Pro had, I think, a 7-2 and a 7-1. They've literally lost 3 rounds so far in the tournament. Now it's 4. You're right, good point. So they're up to 4 total rounds lost since coming to Riyadh. Absolutely ridiculous story, especially when you consider this is the Russians' first time here in Riyadh for either Gamers 8 or EWC. They've always failed to qualify for this event anytime that they've tried to make it, and they have always been trying, but it's always been open qualifiers in the past, Sam, to get to this event. And this time it wasn't open quals, so VP were able to have a bit more success, and certainly showing exactly why they deserve to be here through both the group stage and now their first couple rounds versus Furia.
Yeah, it's truly impressive what they've been capable of so far, especially with the adjustments from round 1. I think that's the biggest thing for me here. You know, Virtus Pro immediately had an understanding. Okay, Furia's going to want to hold angles here, so how do we counteract that? We'll get active towards the outside of the building, and active they have been, especially with that Boss G play. I mean, whenever any of us see something like that, we just go, oh, that guy's feeling himself.
Yeah. Once again, going to be one of those basement defenses. Everybody's on the first floor for Virtus Pro, so should be a slower round that we tend to see. Furia, much the same operator lineup. They don't have the Sens this time, but they're still looking to go top down, then probably get a push in through Freezer, whether they go the hatch or they do the same thing as last time, where they do just try to make an entry through the breach and go that way after they clear out the VIP player. But again, it is Dan playing that position. No longer on the Warden, instead swapping himself over to the Vigil. The right call, because he was on drone the previous time that he was playing this position. So if he does get pushed and there is a rat drone somewhere inside of VIP, he'll be able to hide from cover with that. So I actually really like that change in operator coming through from Dan, despite the fact he's playing the same position. Some of these players on Furia, though, are looking for different angles.
Yes, sir. Well, before we get too deep into this execute here, I do want to give you guys a little update. So if you don't want to spoil for G2 NIP, please mute the stream now. I'll give you 3 seconds. Okay, G2 have won up against Ninjas in Pajamas 2-1. And a very impressive feat, because that best of 3, I think, was a lot tighter than the vast majority of people are giving it credit for.
Yeah, that means that the winner of this game will be playing G2 in the semifinals tomorrow. So that's going to be a high-pressure game. Can't think about that right now if you're VP or Furia. This is going to be a bakery push that ends up coming out, so a bit of a different game plan for Furia now, just avoiding Dan and VIP, and they do find the opening pick.
What a way to find that frag. The eye of the needle, Herds capable of pushing a camel through it, apparently. He'll take down one. Always will finally find something for the defense, as they've done a pretty good job of being able to just take their time here and see how Furia is going to try and enter the building. But Furia have done a bang-up job of breaking down said building. I mean, Virtus Pro looking quite worse for wear. A very long angle here and a shot that must be hit. The case is going down, but they can't kill the red player. The verticality up top is too strong, let alone the fact that Herds is decimating every opponent that he comes into contact with. Furia with a fine adjustment on this round, recognizing that Furia, or rather VP, really wanted to slow things down, bring it back to bear on the site, so Furia choose to, well, peel up the floorboards and make things complicated.
Another round for Furia on the board, another one that comes after a double entry from Herds. Doesn't happen from the windows this time, Sam. He's just playing by big door, and the swings come his direction, and man, Herds does not miss those very often. I would argue maybe the best aim in the world when you're looking just at individual mechanics. Always leading the world in headshot percentage, 71%. Highest of any player at this tournament when you look at the season overall. Headshot's not everything, but I think it really does speak to his consistency in finding those frags and finding them in maybe some of the more difficult ways. Herds is always able to step up and do that, and it's incredibly impressive considering after yesterday's victory over W7M, he tweeted about how he's got tonsillitis at this event and how he was playing through a fever through his entire game yesterday. We certainly wish him well, and I hope he's feeling a little bit better today, but regardless of how he's feeling, it is not easy playing under those circumstances.
Brother, are you telling me that we're going to have a Michael Jordan flu game right here live?
We might be, Sam. We might be.
Oh, man. Yeah, you guys better be paying attention to that ticker down there for Herds, because I don't know if you guys have had tonsillitis before, but it sucks. Yeah. It is not fun. So the fact that he is really even able to focus at this high of a level up against people like Pasha, Joystick, and Shepard, I mean, very, very impressive stuff. So hopefully he's able to channel as much of that energy as he can. We'll definitely be feeling for him for the rest of this series, but so far so good for them. Furia back out of the gates here for round 6, what will be their last offensive round unless we get to overtime. Couple of adjustments here. I especially like that since we did have that third ban come in here, Furia are now bringing out some more creative operators, some of the things that are a little bit more annoying to deal with on the defense. Practically 4 out of the 5, really. I mean, Ash is just a little icing on the cake, right? Blackbeard, Deimos, Lion, Dokkaebi, things you don't want to hear said if you're on the defensive end.
The Logic Bombs come out, and so do the first couple of kills. Sam Shepard gets the first, but it's traded back by KZ on the Deimos. Managed to make a lot of big space, and KZ's not done.
What?
Still finds more. Triple kill come through with the pistol. They're finding everybody now. VP have to run back to site.
Herds is putting this case down. JV, yes, gone, but it's up to Dan. This was just KZ legitimately walking through the map and eliminating every single person that he could find with a revolver. Truly disgusting stuff. And sometimes that's all it takes, folks. It's not as simple as him just walking in. They spotted that gap, and they're able to abuse it to its highest potential. Off the back of those logic bombs, off of the back of the early information, they're able to capitalize and take that third round.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Sam. I mean, everything was happening at the same moment in that push. Logic bomb was coming out, plant was going down, KZ was killing everybody. So there's a lot of things to focus on if you're Virtus Pro in a round like that. Look at the 3-3 split, and I kind of mentioned earlier in this game, that's almost a bare minimum, right? You're really worried if this gets a little bit out of hand, how this might end up going for the team. You see a little bit of chat going on from the coaches, too. I'm not sure if that was attack timeout or if they are actually allowed to converse a little bit at that halftime. I'll have to check on that and get back, but regardless, it does feel like these two teams are neck and neck in the server. The side swap might make a difference in that. Furia, as I mentioned, 70% defensive win rate through this season so far. They played it 8 times. Virtus Pro, only 1 play. And in that 1 play, they played 6 attacking rounds. They won 2 of them. So small sample size, but still going to be one where you're looking to see Furia probably come out on top. Unless Virtus Pro could do something really spectacular here on their offense.
Well, it's as tight-knit as we would expect it to be between these two, especially given the circumstances of what we saw at SI 2024. Back when Furia was W7M and picked up their very first hammer.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting the second part of the trilogy here. Pretty excited for this.
No, this is really something special, Sam. I mean, teams of this high quality do not go against each other all the time, and certainly on LAN, I think it makes it all that more important. Elimination best of 3 just raises the stakes even more, so we're certainly getting the game that we wanted out of these two teams. Furia choose to start top floor. This is not a bomb site that Virtus.pro seemed to like at all. They didn't even run it once. That might have had something to do with the Clash and Castle ban, right? Those coming in make the top floor a little bit more risky to hold on to. Only one of the two do get banned. Castle and Azami, it's only the Castle this time, which will leave Azami on the board, and it's actually not brought by Furia, so they don't feel like it's going to be that necessary to their hold. Might have prepped to hold without it and just got comfortable that way.
Early days here on Virtus.pro's very first Cafe offense. And as expected, to the roof we shall rise as we start to drone things out. Obviously a bar cocktail defense here for Furia, and a pretty straightforward one at that. Some laser gates to hold up, potentially some windows and doors, and then Doc Warden to really just try and get in the face of the opponents. You can really say that just about the rest of the lineup there for Furia, as they'll look to try and fight fire with fire once Virtus.pro attempt to make their entry.
What a heavy commitment to the second floor. Both KZ and Fleetbox are playing down there. They have rotates up, of course. White stairs will be the main way to get back to the site, but it'll be interesting to see if they want to do anything from down there. A Nitrocell does get held by KZ, so that would kind of be the main threat that he brings, but it's got to be paired with information. Otherwise, you're just tossing with blind luck. Could be a swing over onto Heaven as well from these players that might just run out that reading room doorway, but for now, Sam, I mean, it's been all quiet. There's the first strike, and Nade able to grab that kill.
It's going to be Dan going down. The most important piece of the puzzle when it comes to the utility available for Bravo to try and steal, but obviously still want to have the capability to have that gun up, but Joystick will have the equalizer. Okay, we're rolling back the clock here, my friend. Nice shots at a Joystick in that 5.52 commando. It'll bring us down to the last minute.
Diffuser's on the roof, so they've got to be a little bit cognizant of that. Somebody's got to go back to get it. It'll be Always who is tasked with that job. Meanwhile, everybody else just focused on getting the site control, Sam. They've got loads of map pressure at the moment and man advantage.
Okay, Z running into a little bit of an issue here with that cocktail window player. He'll get lit up just a little bit. Joystick will flirt with the cigar door, wraps over to New Balk once again here. Don't believe that he knows somebody's down low near Brown, though, so this could potentially become an issue. They most definitely know that JV is playing around Deep Freeze, though, as this deployable shield's here. He's been sending shots for a while. He'll blow up that shield and try and swing on, and he'll find the first one. The second one will go the way of JV92. It's a triple kill. They need to find a place for the case, but KZ! Practically wearing a ghillie suit here inside of Cocktail. He'll take him with the super shorty.
Oh, Sam, the trades were absolutely perfect for Virtus.pro right up until they weren't. They had such a good clear. They were using their numbers. They knew where these players were at. They said, Fleetbox below, we can ignore him. That's fine. JV's inside a freezer. We can double swing him. We'll get the trade. We still have numbers. That's fine. We know that we know that KZ is inside a Cocktail. We still got 2 players left alive. That's okay. We can make a swing and get the trade, and it's totally fine. Until it isn't. Just better on the side of KZ, prone inside a Cocktail. Hopefully we get to see that once again, too. Might have whipped the first one, but then the super short, he just is able to get it done in the end. That's such a scary round for the way that it plays out. I will say, Sam, even if he loses that, Fleetbox is still alive, and there's only about 7 seconds. They're not holding the fuse kit. So I'm going to say that they probably win it anyways, but KZ makes it easier. Why not?
Yeah. And honestly, just so impressive that he was able to make so much chaos in a moment like that. I mean, you could see the eyes of the IQ staring at him in the face while swinging into Cocktail, but there's so little time, Jesse, you can't communicate something like that. That's why that other player's looking all the way on the other side of Cocktail. He just never got to see the head of KZ. They're mismanaged, they're not on the same page, and KZ able to get 2 quick kills with that super shorty. Not something that you see every day, but that's why we love games like this. because they bring some magical moments like what we just saw. Furia will take the lead now after quite some time. The only time we've seen it was when they won the very first round, and then it's been the VP show since then.
Yeah, it was a conversation with Whippet 2 days ago where Dan kind of talked about how he thought their main thing they needed to work on was that communication. Obviously, it's not easy in the high-pressure end-of-round moments, but that's where the best teams do shine the brightest. So Virtus.pro not able to lock that one down. Furia moved to the bottom floor this time, so VP really in love with the middle floor, really in love with dining. Furia not so much. Definitely a different take between these two squads. You also do notice, again, I just quickly want to go back to the bans, no shields being banned from Furia. They don't seem to respect VP as a shield team, as it's been a relatively new invention since they started bringing these operators. Shepard will be on the fuse, and I do believe that is fuse shields, so it'll be interesting to see what he gets done with that. I imagine he wants to use those cluster charges up inside of dining, up inside of train, start to clear out some of the floorboards to help out his teammates with this top-down play, because every other shield's available if he wanted it.
Yeah, he wants to make it a living hell inside of the site. You know what I mean? You get all that verticality up here, and what's the one thing that really sucks when you're bringing up that verticality from the top floor down low? Sometimes you just can't dislodge people correctly to get them to move into the angles you need, right? For sure. And this is one of those things that can really solve that issue. And what else do you notice? Oh yeah, Furia's banned Grim, and they banned Capital. That's exactly what they don't want them to have. Shepard is trying to supplement something to try and assist this situation.
So I'm going to expect it to be a freezer take at this point. They could still pivot, but if it is, talked about how important Dan was in that position. It's going to be Herds playing that spot this time around. He's going to be the one, the Warden. He's going to be the one who needs to step up and make sure he can get a kill or two before this push comes forward. These cluster charges start to do some damage, and Casey down already from a vert angle. That's the smoke off the board. Probably the most important operator you could have killed.
And that's the thing about those cluster charges. It's going to force movement, and they're able to get that smoke because of it. 40 seconds remaining, and yes, that might seem like a little bit of time, but Virtus.pro, they've got all the time in the world when it comes to the siege clock. Pasha holding on to red. I don't know if he knows one's over near a bake, but he'll check it. A lot of barbed wire. There's people everywhere. Pasha just challenges it, but I think it's because we have some things going on in sight. The fuse is in just a bad way. Always will be able to assist. The fuse still alive, but JV92 will take one for himself, and all of a sudden this entire round is just so very discombobulated. They don't know where these players are pouring in from, but they're still finding the frags. Joystick with a nice find of his own. He'll be able to slip back into Freezer, or Shepard will attempt to put this plant down. Nade finds Shepard and Joystick through the verticality. The shoe is on the other foot, as Virtus.pro simply don't have the bodies to try and assist themselves.
Sam, that round was total chaos. I was watching the top-down feed, and it just looked like a Benny Hill moment where everybody was running around. Nobody knew what was going on. Shepard got into that plant spot so early in the round. He was there very confidently. He had always covering above, and then always died. He's like, okay, I can't plant. But then it's okay, he's got the horizontal coverage coming in instead from Joystick. And then Joystick died. He's like, I can't plant. And then eventually he gets pushed, he's got to get kills on his own. And at the end of the day, it's not enough. It really does come down to the wire. If Shepard could just have found a way to get that plant down, maybe if Joystick was on more than 1 HP, that could have been a bit more winnable, but Nade steps up in the end. That is a devastating round to lose if you're VP.
Oh, Jesse, it's just one of those situations where they don't exactly know where that other player is, right? So they make that decision. They're going to plant closer to the front of bunker back there. It makes you really think, maybe if they plant a little bit closer to Coffee there at the back end of that same space, maybe they're able to get the plant down, but that's a big thing. Now we're nitpicking. You really never know which way those kind of situations are going to go, and lucky enough for the Furia fans, they're able to find the light at the end of the tunnel, so peel that one back in a pretty perplexing 2 versus 2 that seemed a little bit too easy for Philippox.
Well, attack timeout gets called from VP. Needing a moment to slow this down, to readjust on the attacks. They get to find even one successful offensive operation. If they lose their 3rd straight, that's going to put Furia on match point. If they win their opponent's map pick, that puts VP in a horrendous situation in the series overall. This felt like a must-needed map, despite the fact that it's been good for Furia historically. Still one that Virtus.pro wanted to be able to take. They felt confident. There's a reason why they chose this, but they're going to have to reset a little bit. Talking with Karjeka, of course, coach of this team, get them back online, get them back in the server to focus up, because it's not going to get any easier when you're facing a team like Furia.
Yeah, Karjeka would know a lot about that. been a member of this squad for a very long time, a former player for Team Empire as well when they were underneath that organization. And quite a tenured history in Rainbow Six Siege, if I do say so myself. One of my most memorable moments with him would definitely be Milan in 2019, up against Evil Geniuses. A lot of North Americans have nightmares about that game. We'll take it as a showcasing of just how good the CIS region can potentially be. Virtus Pro, after that tactical timeout with Karjaka, will look to try and adjust some things. We've got some more execute utility pouring in here with Shepard. And the big thing about this Ying, if it starts to be a little bit too good in this round, that is an option for Furia for that third ban.
Yeah, it's a super common target on Cafe, probably the most commonly banned operator other than the Shield, so its effectiveness this round will kind of determine how things go later on. Kiba Barrier is also going to be a threat and a target for that last defender ban. We're seeing how impactful those can be just to keep these top floor players alive. JV92 and Herds have both existed for so long in these aggressive positions. Not because Herds doesn't want to go for some picks, and he takes his opportunity but doesn't find it yet. He's so annoying in this spot, Sam.
He is, and he's going to get aggressive because guess what? You're not playing ticket window, god damn it. You're not swinging. Furia take full advantage of that, and they will simply run amok. That's all they really needed to do at the end of the day. Virtus Pro are starting to fall into some trenches of too much respect right now. And Furia, they see the look on their faces, and they are out for blood. Pasha will go down. It's looking like a flawless round starting to build here in round 9.
All right, well, you jinxed that one, Sam. Always good
curse,
one.
baby.
But Herds is not going to feel bad about going down there, okay? If there's one player in Siege that is never afraid to die, it's Herds, and so he's certainly gotten his kills getting ready for this round. Top floor usually at this point would be given up by the defense, but Furia feel themselves, and they're a team who do not give up ground if they're not forced to. So they will continue to play this top floor. There's a player inside a Cocktail that's going to be nade. That flash goes his direction, but unfortunately doesn't find much, and Shepard, little to do here, Sam.
Yeah. If anything, if I'm Shepard, it's probably a pseudo timeout. Maybe go to the roof, but no, he's going to hold the angle. He'll get hopped out on from White, and Furia really starting to compete here on Cafe.
I think when you go back to it, right, it's that initial push that comes out from Herds, from Pixel into Piano, obviously, right? Like, that's the big play that gets things going. That play happens in minute 40, Sam. That's pretty deep into the round, right? I mean, it's not the end of the round by any means, but at that point, Virtus Pro have had a decent chunk of time to start to work the top floor, to get in. You saw that they had played a position inside a Cigar. They'll start using some of their utility. But at a minute 40 on the clock, they still had all 4 Candelas in pockets, all 2 Smokes still in pockets, still a nade in the pocket of Always, all 3 Selmas still in the pocket of Pasha. They just hadn't really been using their util up until that point. There was still a lot that they could have used, and I'm sure it would have come. I'm sure VP were planning on using that utility in a really great way to clear out those top floor players. But if you give Fury the opportunity to stop you from setting up, to stop you from letting you go for that push, I mean, that is on Virtus Pro at the end of the day. You're the ones who are taking too long and are opening the door for Furia to make aggressive moves like that because you're not applying the pressure soon enough. Absolutely. Feels like we're seeing them just fall back to that old VP style that wasn't finding as much success internationally. That new fast-paced VP doesn't seem to be in the server right now.
Yeah, because it'll take advantage of you as soon as it reaches critical mass, just like that. And the recognition there from Herds with that little fight that he had on the ticket window, and he goes, this guy's not going to peek me again, at least here for a couple of seconds. So this is my time to step up and eliminate anybody in Cigar. And of course, we find that player over there on New Balcony thinking that things are covered from that double, because why wouldn't they be? We have somebody repelled on the ticket window. Well, Herds found that moment in time. Sometimes that's all it takes. Even the best players in the world can make mistakes like this, and it's on full display there. Now Furia on to map point here on Cafe, and I mean, things are already very problematic for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, this is really awkward because you've got to win back to back to back. See, Herds? No fear. Now he knows he's in their head, Sam. Now he knows that he's the one that they are fearful of, and so he's able to go for little plays like this.
I can't believe this guy's sick right now.
I know, right?
He's sick in and out of the server.
Yeah, he is. Operator bans did come through exactly as both you and I predicted, by the way, as Ami and Ying. So following the trends, the aggression is not stopping Furia every chance they get. Going to try to make a good play. That could be that these Claymores being brought will find some value. It's 4 being brought in the pockets of Dan and Pasha. All 4 being placed now at this point, so that's a nice little play. Not sure if there is one outside of Garage. There is. They's able to be in trouble, but just a bait this time. Not actually committing to it, make that noise, put even more fear into the hearts of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a barren wasteland on the southern part of the map anyways. There's not a single person over there for Virtus Pro, so run out really not even necessary. There's more of a distraction if anybody is around that space. And now Virtus Pro, kind of the vast majority of these repels set up. We'll drop in towards Cigar again, but are we going to see the same somber song?
What is this angle, KZ? He's got a nitro cell coming up through the Cigar hatch. Didn't end up committing to it, but I mean, still could go for the flank up the red stairs as well. There's track stingers, of course, and it looks like they're ready for it, but with proper timing, anything is possible. And KZ, he's a tricky bastard. Nitro does not land, unfortunately, and so he's going to have to do this the old-fashioned way or just fall back to sight.
Well, Virtus Pro, I know how difficult Cafe offenses can be, especially to get started, but now you're finally in the building. Now it's time to let that chopper sing. See if there's anybody that could potentially get this pick. I love this aggression from KZ. He knows that nobody's going to influence anything from this other portion of the building, so he's just being a damn nuisance. Just keep that thing dinging. What, do you want to get down off the rappel, Shepard? I know that you have to manage these windows. And guess what? If I stand right here, then you can't do anything about it. Unless you want to rappel all the way over and I shoot you in your face. So far, so amazing here from Furia as they are doing everything in their control up against VP minus stopping the plant. Nobody knows this man's planting in the middle of goddamn Long Bar, and Virtus Pro are somehow winning the round. What in the hell is happening?
No shot in the 1v4, surely, Sam. I mean, this has been ridiculous so far. There it goes. Dan finishes him off, and that's going to be a clean round going down. Beautifully played and read by Virtus Pro. They saw what Furia were doing, okay? They said there's guys throwing nitros up the Cigar hatch at us. There's guys running outside of the garage breach. There's so many players down below that we can probably just go plant. And Dan was the one to find that entry point, thread the needle, get the defuse kit on the ground. Immediately after that plant goes down, stands up, gets the first kill of the round, and keeps them coming. Got the final frag too there, as you saw on the replay, so was really able to just dominate the round, start to finish. Beautifully played by Dan. He found the gap, realized the games that Fury were playing, and decided, I'm not going to play along. No shot.
Truly incredible, especially with that plant spot as well, Jesse. You never see somebody plant practically out in the middle of Long Bar, just hugging things underneath the skylight, hoping nobody peeks him, and it works out. That player inside of Cocktail on the right-hand side instead of the left, not able to really swing out in any conducive fashion to find him. And instead, Dan is the one that delivers in that scenario. Truly mind-boggling, but what else would you expect between these two teams? Furia trying to, kick up a sandstorm on that second floor, constantly trying to get at the necks of Virtus Pro as they manage the windows outside, but the shoe's on the other foot as Virtus Pro get that plant and get the round to boot. Now, still a long road ahead of them. Need 2 rounds to guarantee overtime here, but a heck of a lot closer than they once were.
Game's not over till it's over, Sam. We're seeing the late Valkyrie setup coming out from Herds. They tried to hide 2 operators there. Herds was hiding in Train the entirety of the prep phase. JV on the Kaid, was also trying to hide. He did get droned actually quite early on, so he wasn't successful in hiding out on the Kaid, and so Virtus Pro will be aware of that. They've only brought impact EMPs, and they don't have an IQ or anything, so a little bit scary on the side of VP. If you don't get that Electroclaw, if you don't guess correctly where it is, it could be a big issue for you. At the same time, you're playing Ace, so the Freezer Hatch can just be popped from the sides. Maybe not the biggest deal for them if they do end up losing that.
Doesn't seem like they're too concerned with it right now, but that might start to become an issue here in a minute, as obviously Furia, practically every single body, yes, every single body downstairs on a full horizontal hold, meaning Virtus Pro have full access to the full breadth of what the middle floor has to offer. Looking to try and get rid of this, it'll be an EMP down low, as they're more than likely putting an Electroclaw underneath on the ground, and that's exactly what it is. It's over near Coach Check as JV92 tries to hold on to things, but he won't have the opportunity. Track Singer's down to try and hold up the flank, and now this is when we get down to brass tacks.
Yeah, I really like the Jutsu so far from Virtus Pro. I mean, completely ignoring that Kaid Claw that didn't really do anything in this round because They saw it so early, they brought the correct tools, they didn't fumble the job. The Valkyrie cameras are maybe a little scarier, but they've started to ping them out, so they're aware that they do exist, at least on the site. Not sure if they've still been found up above. There are yokais as well that'll be moving around the bomb site and providing a lot of information. One VIP and one still inside a freezer to watch the drop. First playing inside a VIP should be the first point of contact as the gunfight comes in.
Joystick? Does he know this man's inside a VIP? This could change the entire round if he's able to find him with that Nitro cell in his hands. Herds is still ready. It seems like they've got a ping out over there. The Nitro will go out towards Shepard. The swing coming in from Herds. Joystick, it's a must win. They'll finally be able to get it. VP with 2 big picks. Yokai's in here, though. This could be a huge situation here, especially with KZ up close and personal. He runs in. He's trying to bully the round away from them, but how do you bully a mountain? He'll get knocked on his ass and murdered. 20 seconds remain for Nade and JV92 to try and pull this back across the line. Pull Cafe back into their favor. They've got some yokais. It's a double kill. He'll be able to hold on for just a split second. Oh my days. He's been discovered. Oh my heartbeat, Jesse. It hurts. As just for a split second there, you think Echo has an opportunity until he's executed inside of Bakery.
Yeah, thank God they don't lose track of that one. Virtus.pro do manage to get it done. Stay alive in this game, most importantly, now 6-5. It was a really cool strat from Furia. They had all the setup around Freezer. They had the Yokai constantly spamming this Montaigne, and so that was supposed to provide an opportunity for somebody to make a move. First it was Herds who was trying to swing out from VIP, but was being watched by Joystick on the stairs. Then it was the smoke of KZ who just sprinted in with the shotgun, but he was too discombobulated, Sam. Didn't know where he was trying to shoot at. Couldn't find the Monty until it was too late. By the time he tried to back off, he was low HP anyways. Just ended up falling. So it's good ideas, but it's just a little bit scrappy in the way it's being put together. It really feels like in these late rounds, Sam, Fury are starting to fall apart under the pressure. They got to 6, but the 7th is sometimes the hardest to find.
I really think that you can chalk this up to Virtus.pro and their capability to kind of put a cage around Furia. You could see it in the highlights there. The positioning from VP punishing a lot of the different plays that Furia are going for. You think of the player moving in through Whiskey, trying to assist with that white hallway. We have Pasha over towards Brown Stairs just waiting on him. Situations like that popping up over and over again here is Virtus.pro starting to seem like they have a good semblance on what they need to go for up against Furia here. But the biggest deal is that this roster is known for their adaptations. They're known for being able to change things up on a dime and constantly find a solution that gives them success. For Furia, it comes down to this. Can you try and take this away in max regulation?
Mining, dining, I mean, the setup is very similar from Furia. We're going to have that same 3-man hold up above, Herds, JV, and Nade, with Herds being the real front runner at the top of kind of Pixel and White. Then you see JV a little bit farther back inside the bar in the freezer. Then you're going to see Nade all the way back inside a Cocktail. These exact same 3 positions they were playing with earlier that ended up being such a huge problem for VP. This is where they need to be a little bit faster, Sam. I do not want to see them let just Furia go for those aggressive plays like they did last time. They have to get active with their utility and take these gunfights to Furia before Furia can take them to them.
100%. And not only in the gunfights, Jess, but in the utility. Look across the board here. Goyos, Fenrirs, Wubs, everything in the world to potentially slow you down and Legion to boot. I mean, Virtus.pro have got to be on their timing. It's time to shift this thing into 5th gear and see what we can potentially do. Virtus.pro still doing a little bit of searching to try and find a really positive entry here. Fortunately enough, they've already gotten Joystick inside of Cigar as he'll continue to try and search for this initial pick.
Still some pressure. I mean, Herds has not left his position. Pixel, Nate's not left his position either. They are really hunting for this kill, but the time is starting to tick down, Sam. They haven't done it. They haven't gotten aggressive to find that. More Goyo cannons are just going to keep getting popped.
Oh, Nade, what a shot! A perfect moment in time. A kill inside of a vacuum as no one will be able to try and refrag him at all. Fortunately enough for them, Joystick, once again from Cigar, able to find some value as he'll down Herds. Pasha gets one as well. Virtus.pro starting to propel themselves forward. He sees the blood on the ground. He'll find the kill as he'll rotate over towards the white hallway. The top floor now in their control as Furia has abandoned ship, but they haven't abandoned the site.
JV and KZ made the decision to run back down white. They think the 3v4 hold is going to be advantageous to them. Shepard in a very sneaky position up the red stairs. Could catch them off guard for a late round push. And this defuse kit's going to be dropping trains to go for one of the 2 different bomb sites they can push for. So really scary situation for VP.
What? What a shot out of Philippox. Discovery work. Furia patiently awaiting any Virtus Pro threat, any threat at all. It doesn't matter what your name is. JV92 has your number. And Pasha with a lot to say and a little amount of time. JV92 shuts it down. Furia will take Cafe away from the Russian machine.
Oh, 12-round 1v1 at the end, Sam. It doesn't get closer than that. JV92 stands up when they need him the most, gets the final kill to be able to shut that down. It really felt like Pasha had it in him to get the job done, to secure the 1v2. He knew the positioning, he had just enough time, but unfortunately, he's not better than JV92. Ridiculous play coming in from him. 1.31 KDR heading into this tournament. Probably the most consistent support flex inside of Siege right now. He is so incredibly talented. And he always lets you know, too. One of those players that will step up and talk about it after he makes a big play. Really well done by JV.
Well, what an amazing map here on Cafe. I'm excited to see what our analysts have to say, and fortunately enough, they're ready right now.
I'ma keep it a bang a buck. As the analyst, we don't really have much to say. You guys will probably find out why pretty soon once the camera does turn to us. But until then, this has been an insane appetizer of what we can expect in the next couple of maps. And honestly, even like round after round, there were highlights of exactly what we touched upon earlier, and where we're like, there is always going to be a little bit of magic that Furia just pulls out of thin air to be able to close things out.
There is, and honestly, when we're looking at Furia in this crowd and the fans, I can imagine that they're bringing that spark, to bringing that fire. These fans in the crowd, we sat there for a little bit as well. The passion is insane. It is incredibly loud in that arena, and they're supporting Furia to this first victory here today. I mean, starting out on attack is quite a risky choice, especially on Cafe, but it worked out so well for them.
Yeah, it was a big surprise for me. Obviously, when you see that kind of map being picked, you should expect the team that picks it to end up in attack, because the team then in front of them will pick the easiest side, the defense. But Furia comes in with a gamble. They come in and they choose attack, and they have 3 attacks that they put down, and that's the biggest difference with VP. One single round that they won more than VP on that side, and the biggest difference is always in that little bit of magic in the gunplay.
It is, and we have a little bit of, I don't know if this is like magic. I can hear myself twice. Okay, there we go. A little bit of magic as well on the analyst desk as we borrowed these. We promised that we will give them back. So
we got in trouble asking for this.
Yes, twice. You know, you actually said it's probably easier to sneak out with a trophy than to sneak out. I'm like, that is so true, but we'll bring them back. Either way, we sat in the crowd, we heard the fans, we've seen what Furia is able to do. The fans are bringing the magic, Furia is bringing the magic, but something that you also really have to touch upon is how close it was, because VP could have pushed this to OT, could have won this.
It's consistent with these guys whenever they play each other. So much experience. One of the only 2 rosters in Siege that have not made changes in modern history. They always know their number, but one big difference, and every single time, is the skill set. If we take a look at some of these rounds, honestly, there were so many examples of VP playing the right way, but then Furia overcoming them with sheer skill here. It was a consistent thing across attack and defense. Let's take an example here on round 3. You see Gridlock going into this crossfire, gets the first kill, trades the second one instantly. Another example here. You see a bakery hold, very turtle, you see the Melusi, the Aruni, all of this to turn burn time. Hertz quick picks this, dry pick by the way, gets an insane skill here, and then the Capital bolts from Philippox enable him to get the second kill once again. And we see another example here. In defense, when he's on dock, look at this player holding him on minibar. He's scared. He doesn't want to take the gunfight. He's too scared of the gunfight. So then Hertz recognizes that and pushes in, gets the cigar kill. And later in the round, you see Philippox, he goes up, get the kill, and Doc is still in piano. Everyone is so scared of this player because they always win the important gunfights.
which is crazy to me because normally we say this about Virtus.pro all the time. You do not want to give these players 1v1s because they have that incredible gun skill to be able to win out that 1v1 successfully. But then when we look at Furia on the other side, if there's anyone that has incredible gun skill, it is these 5 players. They step up every single time, and it just reinforces the point that I made about Hurts as well, right? That quad kill, the 6 rounds other than that, he only had 2 kills. So once again, he is being anything but the Avatar, stepping up when Furia need him the most.
Yes, and VP now also needs to step up as they have just lost that first map. We still have 2 more potentially coming your way, but at least 1 coming up next in this best of 3 of Furia against VP. So stick around because you don't want to miss it.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Pengu. Old man, I think is 8. Old man 2, 9. Good player. I think is the best eye in the siege. Top 3. Canadian old man 10. Old man 7. Elipox, my captain, top 1. Old man, no titles. I think is 11, but no possible, so 6. Herds, top 2. Palo, it's a good player, but not too good. 5. Alemão, my son. Alemão is a good player, but versus me, shooks, nervous. I think is 4.
Pengu, I will put 5. 6.
Shaiko, you ever heard of the guy?
Nah, but I will put it 1. Canadian, I will put 7. Goga, 8. Felipox, 4. Nesk, 3. Herds, I can't put it 10, so 2. I have only 10. Did I did all the one not 10? Oh, 9 then.
We'll give Pengu 8. Let's put him 5. Number 6. I'll put Shaiko on 3rd spot. Number 1. Chargos number 1. Goga number 10 for now. I had Shaiko on 3rd. Canadian on 1. I'm gonna put him on 3rd. Nesk, 4th. I'm gonna put him in 2nd right now. Palu number 5. Alemão shared 4th. Who is my GOAT of all of these? Nostalgia, I think Penguin Canadian.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EWC stage here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I hope you guys had a little bit of a break, were able to go do whatever you needed to do before we got back into this map and this series between Furia and Virtus Pro. If you missed our first map, it was on Cafe, and it was a pretty solid banger, I would say. Max regulation, Virtus Pro a 1v1 away from forcing overtime. And Jesse, now we're going to Bank.
Yeah, Sam, I mean, this is going to be a real test, I think, for Virtus Pro. They lose map 1. That was their own pick. Now they go to their opponent's pick of Bank, which is always going to be a scary prospect. And they're facing elimination. You lose on Bank, you're going to be going home out of the tournament. For Virtus Pro, it's their first time at Esports World Cup. They've never made it to this event before, despite being one of the best teams in Rainbow Six Siege. For Furia, they've shown up, not just with all of their teammates and support staff, but they brought an army of fans as well who have been supporting them throughout this battle, helped them secure that 1-0 lead that they now go into Bank with. So I'm going to be feeling confident about this. Furia have won every type of tournament throughout Rainbow Six Siege. They've won Majors, they've won the Six Invitational, they won Reload, but they've yet to win the Esports World Cup. This is the one event that they still need to check off the list, and so they are hungry to make sure that they get the job done, and this is the first opponent in their path as far as playoffs are concerned, Sam.
Well, today is a day where we see if robots have feelings. As Bank is loading up, Virtus Pro is looking to force us onto border. 2 years ago, these teams faced off at SI 2024. Back when Furia was W7M. That last map in that series was Border, as now Furia were able to take it and take the hammer as well. Virtus Pro is looking to rewrite history, be able to walk the clock back a little bit, and be able to get a little revenge for what happened years ago. Virtus Pro and Furia are moments away from launching into Bank and Lynx. Oh my gosh, dude.
Wow.
Jesse, I'm so very excited. They die very hard,
Yes,
brother.
they do.
They die very, very hard.
All right, well, and Taro, we've got a really good game coming up.
Oh, that almost hurt more.
Spoilers from the B stream, by the way. If you want to hear them, the winner of this will be playing against G2 in the semifinals, who beat NIP earlier today. Really exciting game that ended up going on. And that series, that was B stream, was a very close match that did end up going all the way to overtime. That third map was a really close one, so we'll see if this one manages to go the distance as well. You'd like to hope that it will, with, of course, these two caliber of teammates, but I really do think that for Virtus Pro, it's going to be about adaptation, right? It's going to be about forming into the meta that we're in right now, getting really involved with Furia's playstyle, and making sure that you are able to read into it and counter it hard.
I think it's going to be about who has a ukulele player in the crowd, but that's just my personal, breakdown of things. And with 5 seconds remaining on the clock, it's time to get down to business. No more jokes, no more fun and games. It's Rainbow Six Siege between Furia and Virtus Pro. Bank loaded up. The players in the server, we're into the bans. Clash and Ace already gone. Probably going to see another hard breach go because, well, it's Bank, Jesse. Oh, we're not. It's going to be Capital. The Habana's going to stay up.
Really interesting. Yeah, I was sure it was going to be Kaid and Hib. Kaid is by far the most banned operator here on Bank, so I was a little surprised it didn't go first, but pair it with the Clash, I think makes a lot of sense. Fury have been a really great Clash team so far this stage. I have to say it. If I can put an opinion out into the void, I would say that Nate is the best Clash player that we saw throughout Stage 1. He really did use that operator well. We saw a couple times for Philippe Box and hers as well, but I thought that he used it really exceptionally at a high level.
Yeah.
So it gets banned out by Virtus Pro alongside the Kaid, and then the Capital ban targeting now down onto Virtus Pro. It's an operator that they do tend to play sometimes. It'll be interesting to see kind of who that ends up targeting down. I know that's an operator that we do see quite a lot from Shepard throughout the regular season. He brought that quite a few times. Pasha as well brought it 7 times for his buddy. So a couple of these players will like to play that operator when it's available, but not available today as it does get banned out.
Oh Well, now as we load things up for the very first time here on Bank, into round one we go between these two. Prep phase done. No more crossing of T's or dotting of I's. It's down to blood, sweat, and tears to see who can potentially win things out here on Bank. And quite a conducive strategy for success for Furia on this basement. You can see it all across this op lineup, what the name of the game is, and it's all deny, deny, deny. They want to make sure that Virtus Pro are not going to be able to work their way in here and get a plant down successfully. Now, will there be some more aggressive tendencies? That's really the only question on my mind, because a lot of these ops do need to stay alive to be able to use their utility. You're thinking Herds, Fleapox, and Nade more than likely will be the safety net later on down the line.
Yeah, light roam, and I mean, it's mostly JV92 playing inside of open area. Don't think that we're going to see him go for anything too crazy. Starts feeling some pressure. Probably just looking to shoot some drones. Herd stops server stairs, playing very passive position as well, and you do have Nade technically, who was on that top floor, but drops the elevator hatch as I speak. That 2-minute mark, Sam. It's going to prompt all of these players to fall on off. Herd's taking a little bit of damage, but other than that, everybody else in their own game decides we're going to fall back, we're going to concede that space. We need to have all 5 alive for the push.
One of the better things to do, not only on Bank, but a multitude of maps where you can get away with a small roam game. Show a little face, Jesse. Shake a little leg. Get some drones in there and be able to take those things out. Beauty of that is the offense then has to respect you and whatever the heck you got going on from where they last saw you. So they'll do their due diligence and start to clear things out. Herds will get marked by one of those death mark trackers from Dan. So continue to sit here at the bottom of blue stairs. This is a pretty tasty prospect for him, especially with that M590, the fact that they've got so much utility to pour into this situation. He just put his first smoke down. Now here's the one thing though, just a little caveat. There's 2 ways that this can go down. He can swing off this smoke right here and just push his way through, and that's exactly what Always will do. Persistence is the name of the game, and Virtus Pro now making headway towards the bomb site.
Maybe we don't need Blackbeard, Sam. I mean, Always just makes his operator look like it's completely irrelevant. Coming in with the fuse, doing just as good of a job to take down that kill. Long angle from KZ all the way back in garage will find Shepard, so it's going to equalize numbers, but this is a traditional push, right, Sam? Virtus Pro inside security, 30 seconds still to go. How do they deal with the Tachanka? How do they deal with the Echo? That's my big question.
Really, it's just you got to kill him, Jesse. They have so much utility right here to stop all of this. Always is just going to continue to burn. They've got a Yokai too. They have no choice but to shoot the opponent. There's no space here for Always to try and work this. It's now or never. They're waiting to see if potentially somebody can get him. Somebody finally finds Nade, but the fire was already in transit, and that's more than likely going to be it. Dan tries to stick it. He's on 1 HP. He'll adjust, but he's going to get stopped by the Yokai. He's got one more blast, and Furia, good as gold from the gold vault for the Yokai wielder.
And that's just good old-fashioned util bank basement, Sam. I mean,
yeah, baby.
That's what we love to see, right? Good stall coming through. They wasted a lot of time top floor. I mean, it was weird because there wasn't really much committed there, but it still took Virtus Pro quite a bit of time to get their first pick onto Hers, and the fact that it got immediately traded out too. It felt a little bit bad for them. They were in the 4v4. A couple of aggressive gunfights started to whip down the numbers from Furia 2, so they're starting to get some good picks on the Virtus Pro, but then it really just does come down. So the operator's always worried about Tachanka and Echo. You don't have time to deal with those, so somebody has to go hit the back. Joystick did his best to try, but he never really found the gap he was looking for, and ended up just having to go try to help his planter in any way he could. Wasn't the right call in the end. They couldn't get that on the ground, so really tough coming out from VP. A game of seconds in this case, but those seconds favor Furia.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, you know, Furia with that early roam that we talked about, showing face and forcing VP to respect the potential roam, they put so much time into that basket, and that's really where things started to fall down. It's not that they didn't make, you know, solid headway, it's that the timing was poor. And with that amount of utility still on the board from Furia, I mean, we all know it's just green lights for this squad. So they're going to carry it on over into round 2. We'll see if Virtus Pro have any adjustments that they want to make. Really, it's all going to be about that early information gathering for me, Jesse.
Yeah, Sam, I think it's going to come down to kind of what they can glean in these first big 60 seconds at the top floor defense. So they don't have to take gunfights in the early couple seconds if they push this one with 30 remaining. I mean, it's not the end of the world because you don't really need to take map control on a site like top floor. Stock is always going to be an important point of interest, and that's being held down by KZ at the moment. The main window is going to be a big problem for them too. The mirror window currently being held in the pocket of Herds. It's going to be set so that he can put it right next to the first, Sam. If they destroy the first one, the second one comes out in the exact same position. So that'll be kind of the game plan for Furia. Make sure they have vision into CEO.
Positioning will have to be pixel perfect here from Furia on this top floor, Jesse. As we all know, you make one little slip up and you are decimated from a window angle, whether it be from the lobby or over towards those sun windows. Doesn't really matter. Buck underneath here for Dan, and so try and rip up the floorboards above him. Little anti-verticality there, from the Kiba barriers. Virtus Pro doing their best to try and find any gap, any potential here, but continuation of the same story as we will reapply and constantly Furia maintaining their position.
But the window is still closed. These Kiba barriers make it impossible for the Buck. They're eventually going to get bored and just place the second mirror window anyways, because why not? Now you'll show that both of them here are going to be here inside of Janitor. Makes it really tough now. You brought that Zofia instead of the Ashe, so you really don't have good counters. It's a nice pick from Dan, but the util's still there.
And a nice pick from KZ, and once again, equal footing. And what do you notice? Very similar time frame to what we had in the last round. And VP not winning the fights that are a necessity at the current moment. Wasn't able to find KZ. Always will get a kill onto Felipox, though, as they'll start to open the door back up for themselves. But a pretty bang-up job done by Furia thus far. Still have the potential of delaying and denying things too with the utility that they have at their disposal. But Virtus Pro also have a lot more access to the building than they once did.
40 seconds, I mean, always is jumping out the building. He's going to rotate over to the square window, to the CEO windows. But again, Miros will be watching those if he tries to jump on in. He's going to have to choose some other way to get in, maybe Banana instead. But there's no good option here, Sam.
Yep. That's why you're seeing what we're seeing right now. It's not the worst thing in the world. We've seen plenty of kills from the Skylight Repels before, and Shepard will find one. That's the thing. Sometimes the angles just get awkward, and you'll never even consider it. A nice little find here, 10 seconds remaining, and a chance that Furia are able to make this a 2-0. KZ trying to take his time. He'll swing in, but not this time. Joystick will be able to find his mark with Zofia.
One of the greatest fraggers in the world versus one of the greatest fraggers in the world just a couple of years ago, head-to-head at the end there, Sam. That was really scary from Virtus Pro. They, yes, had the man advantage. They got a couple of good picks from the Repel, but KZ had the defuse kit. 1v2, but Kid is down. There's less than 10 seconds to go. KZ doesn't lose that very often. This time does end up going down. It's a good kill from Joystick. He doesn't panic. He doesn't face the pressure. Could have been a real disaster if just a couple of fights went the other way. But that's what we've seen all day long from these two behemoths, right? Every single round gets down to the wire. It's always so incredibly close. KZ does what he can here, but Joystick is too disciplined. Really nice job winning that fight. They will secure their first round on bang.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get so pissed off with Virtus Pro about their patience, and then other times you're just like, wow, this is truly incredible what you're able to accomplish. Just working things around that lobby space, finding new angles, waiting to see what Furia want to try and kick up, and they discover some very nice kills to once again open that door back up for themselves. And Furia just getting a little too aggressive at some moments in time there. Those discovery moments from VP coming back to bite them. We'll see what Furia's adjustments are. Now, it is going to be a top floor hold once again, but the bombs aren't there, folks. It's going to be open area kitchen.
Yeah, top floor is actually not super heavily defended. It's Nade playing in checkers at the moment, so we'll see if he stays playing on the Echo. And then Herds, of course, playing that same mirror window setup that he loves so much inside of Janitor. Doing what he can to try to lock down that part of the map and make these windows just impossible to enter, right? If you jump in, it's going to be a problem for you. And if you try to drone in, there's problems for you as well. KZ with that nice little pass will catch the drone. Doesn't stay alive for very long, but still denying that information is incredibly valuable for Furia.
They'll continue to work this top clear. And unfortunately for Nade, his ankles will get eaten up by those bees. Apparently didn't have any bug repellent on him today. So continue to get marked over here. They'll know he's all over checkers. Frag grenade in, but Virtus Pro do not want to attempt for that swing just yet, as it more than likely would lead to their death. We need to see if there's any potential for the spiral space, or if there's just a gap down low. Pasha will continue to search. He knows there's one on the long angle, gets tagged up all the way from top square. And that's the thing about these walls up here, Jesse. Some of these angles get ridiculously long, and this is one of these that are constantly fought over, and Dan will find it with the cameras.
Okay, that'll do good. Managed to find the long angle coming in with the DMR, so that's going to really start things off from Virtus Pro. Was worried they wouldn't be able to. Big trade coming out from Pasha and KZ. 1-for-1 as they shoot each other over towards elevators. Top floor now going to be fully held by Virtus Pro. If they can start to use this verticality, that would be big for them. They don't seem to know 100% that the top floor is free for them. With a man advantage of 65 seconds, I really like their chances during this push, Sam. They are out of the Bs, so always won't have any of that to help them out, but they've got quite a bit of hard breach, so that stock hatch is looking mighty juicy as they start to move their push over that direction. And square as well. Going to be looking like a really fine option if that is the direction of the push.
Only 2 drones remaining, and one of them's Shepard that he's currently piloting. It was over towards that lobby area. He'll hop back on and he'll shove it in towards Teller's office. Are going to have that hard breach come in here. As you can see, Kitchen starting to be the focal point of this push. They do have to worry about blue, as this is always a hot commodity for rotation, and that's a beautiful find. That's just Joystick being smart and playing bank a bajillion times.
Yeah, he went down through the sewers, Sam, outside the building, so knew exactly what he had to do to deny that important position. Reflank from Hertz, though, is gone top floor. This could throw a huge wrench in their plans if he lives, but he dies.
What a find. JB92, the last one remaining, but has he slipped through the cracks? That's the real question. A nice find here on Shepard, but Dan's there to be able to sweep it under the rug. And Virtus Pro will get around here yet again.
Another one of those rounds where it's like you're worried about how much time is happening with not a whole lot going on, but slowly but surely, Virtus Pro hold their angles and they're aware that eventually it'll pay off. They're confident in their ability to get those long-range fights. They just get one. It's just on the nade, but that's good enough for them to start then moving into the top floor. Trade happens elsewhere around the map. They start to take that man advantage and use it really well with the time management. VP in this clock. They like to flirt with it, Sam. Sometimes it gets a little dangerous, but it doesn't seem to matter. In this round here on Beg, it does feel like they've got a good handle on it. That Grim may be being a bit too annoying over the last couple of rounds, though, as it does get removed.
I think it's a pretty solid idea. You don't exactly see echo bands all the time, but I respect that as well here. I mean, they've gotten a lot of value out of those yokais, especially knowing that they have access to that downstairs side again, taking away one of those very impactful operators, let alone impactful, Jesse, but the one that actually decided the round the last time down here. Probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Does maybe open the door now for Furia to play a bit more aggressive, right? They don't have that double anchor position anymore where they can deny with all that utility. Well, how about instead go for a little bit of a roam up above? Could be an option for them. They still got the Chachanka, of course, and Nate's not going to want to move off that because he can do just so much ridiculous destructibility thanks to that beautiful rattling gun coming out from him. Starts to pop a lot of this utility early so the attackers can't get a hold of any of it, and it really will come down to some of these other players on Furia. Are they going to extend up above or not?
You just really got to feel bad for the devs, right? They do all this cool stuff for us, and you practically see every single pro immediately remove it from the map whenever it's there. It does make a whole hell of a lot of sense, though, for this basement.
Yeah.
I mean, especially that fire pipe right there. You do not want to have to deal with that thing. I don't know if any of you guys have even tried to stand in one of those yet, but they do a heck of a lot of damage. What'd you see?
Oh, Joystick just took a 99 damage as he jumped into the top floor.
Oh, God.
Really scary stuff as he's lit up to 1 health remaining, but he is going to be okay. Gets back on that drone as he's safely in the site now.
Kind of safely.
I mean, that comes back down to it, right? You're playing a little bit more aggressive if you're Furia. You're taking some more of these risks because you don't have as much utility to rely on back at the bottom floor.
Absolutely. And if you're able to convert something like, you know, Herds after all those mute jammers go down or whatever the situation is into something of value, you know, getting a big pick, that can really change up the fate of this round, especially with how slow rolling Virtus Pro have been and processing the map. That will just cause a massive issue in their clear if you are able to get a clean pick, such as what we almost saw on Joystick. It's going to be Ying, but it's going to be like a cluster charge. They'll put it through the floor and try and get rid of the player in open area.
Everybody's happy to fall back on the side of Furia, so if they don't actually commit to taking any fights up above, the one Nitro from Herds was going to be enough to tickle Joystick down to a sneeze away from death, so you'll be happy with that. 90 seconds to go now, and you're going to have to deal with this barrage of fused cluster charges coming down on you if you're on the side of Furia, but pretty easy to dodge, pretty easy to hear where they're going to come from and get out of the way, so they aren't going to worry about their lives as much. More the utility, right? You're going to have maybe some of those mute jammers in sight, some Fenrir gadgets in sight. That's not going to be a problem anymore once the Fuse kind of gets done with his job.
Same as last time, always going to put a can opener here on the bottom, follow up on the other side. They did the cluster charges upstairs, so they didn't have to really worry about, you know, following through like they did on the wall previously. Cluster charge on, and then obviously a can opener. This time around, though, always will start the plant, the fire eating at him as he will make it away with only about half of his HP. They do have plenty of time here, but here's the issue with a position like this. Guys, look at the amount of fire grenades that Tachanka gets. He's got 16 of those up until Dan murders him. He swings in, he finds the kill. Dan! Oh my! The plant goes down! Who the hell needs a Virtus Pro when all you need is Dan? What the hell is that? A quad kill for him. He's looking for the ace. It's practically all him and an always plant. They know where the last man is too. He'll try and bully him with the shield, and that will be a Dan ace. A flawless round for Virtus Pro after they ban away the yokai.
Dan was the single best player of our group stage, Sam. After the first 2 days of EWC, CSGG gave him a 149 rating, highest of anybody here at the Esports World Cup, and that's a great example of why. During groups, he had 15 kills and just 4 deaths, which is ridiculous, given they played 2 whole matches in that group stage to get here to playoffs, but he's just ridiculous when he needs to be. You know, one of those players that can be counted on in any situation to adapt to any role that he needs to. Can be an aggressive player sometimes, can get into those entry positions when he has to, but really is still reliable in the late round too. That first pick on a nade was really the only one he needed to make sure the plant could go down. After that, everybody on Furia tried to collapse in, but everybody fell to the gun of Dan. Really pretty stuff. 9-1 now, by the way, so chasing even a better stat line than he had in the group stage.
Just disgusting. Just so gross right now. Especially after we saw on the first map, the fact that Virtus Pro are putting up such a solid fight here on Bank, especially on the offensive side, where Furia truly are trying a lot of different strategies up against them. Well, there's a will, there's a way. And Virtus Pro do not shy away from a solid bout. That's the one thing about this squad I've always respected so highly of them. 3-1, Virtus Pro looking to make it impossible for Furia to try and equalize this offensive side. They've been looking so dominant on thus far. Let's see what Furia have in the tank.
Worth noting at this point, too, Virtus Pro up 3-1. They've yet to win Bank all season long. They played it 3 times, twice against G2, couldn't find success in either of those games, and then also lost to Gen G once this season in the EML. So a couple of times they've tried it, yet to find any success. Furia 4-1 record in Tier 1. They're only lost to 7-5 to NIP. So both these teams have played it quite a bit, but Furia have had a lot more success. Had more success in general, but on this map in particular seems to make a big difference. Huge from Herds just there to destroy the Twitch drone and keep his mirror window alive.
Well, usually they say that sports are a game of inches. We play a game of pixels. This Pasha will miss by a pixel. Able to finally find that, and he'll try and slip away, but he already knows that that drone is getting thrown into the ether. KZ will be able to clean up another one. A goo mine out towards the Monty. Plenty of time here for Virtus Pro to work with. I love the situation that we are being presented from the offense here. This is a much quicker offense than we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, certainly. They're starting to take a lot of good space. That Monty play that we really haven't seen so far this series. Shields have not been a big aspect of either of these teams' games, both through the season and now in this matchup either, but starting to come out from always. He's getting good information on KZ's spot. Nobody really with him at the moment. Dan is in a position where he could come back him up, but at the moment nobody is behind him, so it's a bit of a bluff as KZ is standing his ground.
Always. He's going to have to work himself away and get this goo mine out. Finally, he'll get some help from Square here as this team will work its way in around him. KZ usually ends up winning those, but Dan, I think he's found himself yet again. We've seen it time and time again with him. Some of these events, he will just light the world on fire. And this seems to be one of them. 10-1 right now, truly indomitable. And not even a thorn, a true dagger in the side of Furia as they simply cannot shut him down at this moment in time.
Joystick knows that somebody's just run back to side, but he couldn't quite find the player before he would skate back into safety. Herd starts to get some sights set up now. It'll be a square push. Monty's already deep, but doesn't mean he can safely plant without the cover of his team.
Well, that square sledgehammer starting to work its way in from Virtus Pro. The Russian machine eating at Furia. This mirror window might be the saving grace if they can prevent this plant. Pasha will take down one, JV92 with one of his own. The Nitro Cell will down always, and this is where things can reach critical mass. The case on Dan. He knows that there's somebody in behind him, but too many bodies will eat up Furia. The Polar Bears, dominant on the offensive side.
Beautiful stuff coming through for that push. Again, it's Dan who makes that entry point. When there's a player who's just having this good of a game, there's very little that you can do to stop a player like that. And actually, it will prompt a tack timeout, Sam, as Furia decide that the heat is too high in Riyadh. Need to cool things down a little bit, bring things back down to earth. Really does feel like they're just getting overrun by good util work coming through from Virtus Pro. They're having a good use of their time to try to work picks around the map, and then when that execute comes through, everyone's there at the same time. As long as they're not getting denied on the plant by the Yokai camp with 5 seconds to go, they're in a really strong spot. Bleeding numbers out of Furia, making sure they have that man advantage, and then the push just comes easily.
Yeah, I mean, it's really crazy how much that ban actually affected Furia, because it played right into the hand that you said it was going to, Jesse. They banned that Echo. Furia's like, okay, well, we don't have that utility anymore. We're going to get a little bit more aggressive. And right when they do that, VP put the collar on them. They're like, oh, yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you for doing that. That's fantastic. Exactly what I wanted from you. And even that, I mean, Virtus Pro just really aren't taking any gambles right now. They're keeping their chips close to their chest and seeing how Furia operate around these situations that they're presenting. I especially loved what we saw from the Monty there. I know it was a little just, you know, fun play back and forth. He accidentally hits a Gumon, yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, even then, Virtus Pro aren't risking anything that, you know, isn't insane at that moment in time. The shield can just stay up. He can back up, get that assistance from the player over on Square. It was very clean cut from VP. And Furia just not really able to do anything with that top floor hold.
There was a great interview done with Igor, the coach of Furia, back in late July, where he talked about his philosophy when it comes to those tack timeouts, right? And he said he only pauses the game when his team doesn't think how he thinks, right? When his team has got a different read on the situation than what he has, that's when he calls the tack timeout. There'll be times where you're watching Furia and things are quite drastically bad, and they won't call a tack timeout. In those situations, he feels his team has the right read. Maybe they're just not able to put it into practice. This time, the fact that he does call that tack timeout speaks to me that he sees something his teammates maybe don't. He's aware of some sort of situation, maybe the way VP are playing, maybe just the way that they're taking their time and finding some of these aggressive players on Furia that are really punishing the guys from Brazil. That's something he can instill into his boys, help them maybe understand how the best way to counter that could make all the difference, but even if it does, only one round remains in this first half, so they won't get a lot of value out of it. They need this round to at least ensure they get something.
Well, I'll give Igor this. Look at the adjustment he's made on this basement site.
Yeah.
The operator lineups, the mirror window break that we saw over towards servers. It's all conducive towards what Virtus Pro's strategy has been for that entire basement setup. They've been constantly working their way into server, getting the single panel, and attempting to put a plant down on default. Furia have completely designed this strategy to stop exactly that. So now this is where the fun times come. This is where chess is played in Rainbow Six Siege. Have Virtus Pro thought far enough down the line to be aware of what Furia are going for, or are they going to fall back into the same tracks?
Yeah, I'm worried we're going to see the same push from Virtus Pro, which is going to be get inside a server, plant with the cluster with the shield on your back, and pray that nothing stops you. And that can be a good strategy on Bank. Don't get me wrong, it's a good pushing strategy. It's meta for a reason. But with all of these tools in the pocket of Furia, I almost wonder if just dropping down gold, going main stairs, going elevator might be the better call. It's not the one that they opt for. They are positioned in server, so they're pretty much committed at this point. Unless they go for a crazy late round rotation, the mirror window still needs to be opened up. This wall's going to be awkward to get through, and even now, they're fighting against this Tachanka fire, and it's not easy to open up these walls.
It's going to require a Virtus Pro masterclass. Fire on fire from Furia. Speaking of which, Nade still has 15 of those nades on him. So, it's going to be Quite an interesting result to this. As always, he's burning up. He can't get around the sheet as the grenade bounced through the mirror window. Actually, no, off the door frame, and he's able to find one. This round falling flat on their face is Virtus Pro. Furia, they set up the tripwire, and so far it's going off without a hitch.
Yeah, I mean, they read him perfectly. The Sens walls might not make too much of a difference now. There's still 5 players that can sprint through the wall if they want to. Here comes the plant attempt. We'll see if there's a response.
I love the light screens here. It's going to require something out of Furia to get things done. Joystick, he's able to get the plant, and this is a pretty difficult post plant. Pasha will be able to get one. Do they know that Joystick's inside of server? That's the biggest question. Furia's got a lot of bodies to try and donate to this problem. The biggest thing is that both of these guys need to stay alive for some bit of time. If one of them dies, it's all downhill from there. Fire grenades out. Nade will get one. This case starting to look more and more tantalizing. Shepard with one of his own. He'll be able to get another. Can he get there in time? Oh, it's ticking down, and it's over. It's planted in the corner. That hatch not even useful in this situation.
That's tough, man. They really did manage to get the plant down. There's no way they get the plant down, but with the Sens wall covering, there was no chunk of fire to come through. Managed to get it locked down, and so I thought, great, this is going to be a 5-1 for VP. That's an incredible way to get the defuse get down. And then you lose the post plant. That's a tough one because, I mean, you mentioned it, one of the strongest attacker post plants in Rainbow Six Siege, but just based on where they planted that defuse kit and based on that one server player going down without getting even a single kill, kind of tilted the scales back in favor of Furia. Man advantage was just too much to overcome. Nice attempt on that final attack from Virtus Pro. They still get 4. They're still feeling quite confident about their position in this game. That was by no means a do-or-die round for them. It certainly was feeling that way for Furia. They'll get to move on to the attacking side, a side that's been favorable for them. Again, they've played this map 5 times so far this season, and they've got a 67% attacking win rate, so they are quite good at playing on this map on the attack. But Furia as well, I mean, they're going up against a strong opponent. Virtus Pro on the defense on this map can be quite deadly. I say that through 17 rounds, only an 18% defensive win rate, so that might actually be quite concerning.
Uh-oh. I did not like that stat at all.
No.
That's a very scary stat. That was a jump scare.
Basically, every team has like, you know, a 45 to 60% defensive win rate like on every map, right? Because defense is like pretty standard.
Yeah.
18% from BP. Again, sample size of 17 rounds is a little bit scary. I'll repeat myself. They haven't won this map, so expect those win rates to be low, but even still, man, they're going to need to show better defenses than what they showed in the EML.
Truly, truly. You guys might have heard me oogin and ogging there when Jesse was talking. That's because of the bans that we saw come through from Virtus Pro. 90% of the time or more, we see Habana and Ace banned out on this map. They choose to ban neither one of them. They ban One Shield and Grim.
Yeah.
Jesse, is this going to come back to bite them?
I mean, I think it's a decision they've made purposefully, Sam, right? I think if you don't see one, you often don't see the other. It's a real decision that teams need to make. Do they feel like that range hard breach is the be-all, end-all, or is there something that they're more concerned about? I think VP are just a little bit more concerned about that Monty. They have for years and years despised playing against shields, and so if anybody was going to choose to not ban hard breachers on Bank, it makes sense that it's a team like VP. The Grim as well can just provide so many opportunities to work your way into that top floor with how many different ways there are to get the bees into the site. So I think it makes sense. I don't think it's a troll, but it certainly will allow so many more opportunities now for Furia. They're working some of the hatches and working some of the long-range hard breach.
We'll see if it ever does rear its head, because at least for this first round, Virtus Pro won't be affected by the bans that they've selected. Not a single range hard breach available on Furia, so instead they'll be looking for more traditional means to work their way through. Pocket EMP in the hands of JV92 as he'll disable that beeper for the administration office. Works his way in here, or rather, teller's office, but still works his way in down low. Probably just be sitting down here for a while, see if he can get any rotations out of Virtus Pro later on.
Moment, no need to panic if you're Furia. Still plenty of opportunities to win rounds in this game. They've got JV below on the Nook, already inside of Tellers. There's nobody roaming below for him to find, but a cheeky walk up the main stairs could be threatening. There's barbed wire, so that'll be a problem to solve, but certainly an option for him. Spiral stairs looking a juicy target for him as well. Still have KZ down below as well, currently playing inside a basement, so this will be a double kind of flank now coming up the staircase.
Oh, the timing, and Pasha misses!
Oh, no.
You'd never see that. JV92 making the most of the situation, but Furia and Virtus Pro going round and round, body for body right now, until Furia are able to bully their way into the top floor. They will shore up this scoreline practically automatically when they request it. What a first offense.
Yeah, and that really highlights kind of what Furia do best, right? This team have been together as a 5-man unit for like 3 years at this point, Sam, right? It's been a very long time since they've been playing each other, and they've been playing at the highest levels, right? These guys are former world champions for a damn good reason. Part of that's the coordination. When one person makes a play, everybody makes a play. It's not just the Nook that's walking up spiral stairs, it's the Dokkaebi that's walking up the main stairs. It's the Ying that's rappelling in through the windows. It's the Sens who's holding long angles on the windows, right? It's every single player on Furia making the move together. And if you're Virtus Pro, all of those moves are happening in different positions. You can't just look one way and see the push. You've got to look 360 degrees, and that's a really tough thing to do on the top floor of Bank, especially after an operator like Castle gets banned out.
100%. And let alone that fact, but just the calamity that Furia and a lot of these teams cause when they go for those 3-2-1 executes, it's impossible to calm, Jesse. You just have to hope that your whole team is in the proper position to be able to solve the issues that are now being presented. And fortunately enough for Virtus Pro, I mean, they did have a pretty solid opportunity there until the Checkers players started doing a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So for Virtus Pro, that round will slip away. They'll immediately go downstairs. The most favorable site. There's no way.
What? Did they shoot him with a shotgun?
Dan had to have went down from... I could have sworn he got shot from behind by accident. Unless Herds immediately made his way in. What was the call there? Give us 1 second, guys. We're figuring it out, okay? Dan is still down. Nobody's picked him up. Yeah, we're gonna let Jesse do a little discovery here and figure out what the hell just happened there, because I was looking Jesse dead in his eyes when that happened, so I genuinely am at a loss for words. Furia are operating decently quickly, though. Joystick's going to take some damage as he'll start to back off on the mid-floor. JV92 and the rest of the gang will continue to try and clear things out.
I think it was just always shooting him with the shotgun, unfortunately.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, just through the walls, that kind of stuff can happen. It's a little bit deceiving, right? Because during prep phase, there's no team damage, but after that clock hits 3 minutes, you better be careful.
It's very true. Now, not only is Dan on a very low amount of HP, but Joystick got lit up as well by Furia on their entry. They're going to try and dedicate themselves to this roam. Hopefully, they're able to find some sort of value. We do have a player here on Marble. Did the drone find him? It did, and he shoots, but KZ, he's too damn clean, Jesse. He only needed 1 shot out of the 6-cylinder. That's it, man.
Helps when Joystick's on 1 HP, but still a nice shot regardless. Take down the one zombie player, and you can see VP, they're a little bit desperate. That's why Pasha's choosing not to fall off. He needs to get a kill before he does so, but as he misses his shots, he just has to drop, or otherwise he will get collapsed on from other angles. Disappointing roam game from Virtus Pro. That's why now we gotta see some more swings coming up. Always aggressive on the main stairs. Other of these players maybe looking to get aggressive through the hatches. If they just sit and let this happen, I mean, they do have good util in terms of the Goyos and the Echo Cam as well, but will it be enough to stop a 5-man push from Furia? I don't think so.
KZ with a double kill now, the only 2 kills to Furia's name as he continues to be able to find these moments in time to take away the VP players. Pasha tagged up a little bit, but really down the one that's worse for wear due to the situations that we saw earlier on. Furia have done a pretty solid job of being able to work their way into the map, but with 30 seconds remaining, they need a home for this case, or at least the capability to work their way into the side and start doing irreparable damage to the remaining players. And now, this is the time. How will they strike? JV92 working his way down Marble. Nade over here on the red drop. All the crosses working their way in. A beeper will signify the player is on Marble. A flash out will blind the hell out of that player in the main office. Furia flying into the bomb site. Nade will confirm things with a potential plant. The yokai will come through, and he doesn't get it! Shepard, for the first time in my goddamn life, I see him shake!
Sam, he missed. He missed the yokai. He was so panicked.
Oh, man.
He had time, too. He could have taken a second to steady his aim. they weren't going to shoot the can that fast. I don't think they realized it was in the sight already. Oh, devastating mistake from Virtus Pro. Stolen from out from under them. That could have been a Shepard masterclass play, but instead, that initial 2K entry from KZ ends up being the real decider of this matchup, with the man advantage being way too powerful. Oh, that was a scary round for Furia fans, but they must be ecstatic that they managed to get away with it and tie this game.
I mean, that's just as terrifying gets.
Yeah.
I mean, Furia, count your lucky stars, because I'm telling you, we've watched this man for 7 years. I've never seen a moment like that when it comes to Shepard. Truly incredible, but what else would you expect from Virtus Pro versus Furia? It's a tie ball game here on Bank. Is Furia are really bringing Virtus Pro back into reality.
Yep. No, this is starting to look a little scary. That 18% defensive win rate is rearing its head a little bit as Virtus Pro have been struggling on the defensive side. They go open area to complete the site rotation, despite the fact they have not been able to win either top floor or basement round. From the side of Furia, we've got a very explosive lineup. The Yings, the Blitz coming through as well, the Capitao coming forward. Joystick on this Warden is going to be an absolutely critical player this round. He's starting top floor, so he might get aggressive. As I say, he drops down. Keep an eye out on him. He's kind of the one player that really has a hard counter to most of the operators on Furia.
Well, Furia will start by doing their due diligence when it comes to the info game. Getting some drones in over here towards Square will be JV92 on the Lion. As we were talking about, a very aggressive lineup coming out of Furia here. The capability to work off of the back of a lot of utility, a lot of very grandiose aggression could be flung into round 9. Dan, trying to maintain his position up top, does know that players can have some influence over towards Square, as that angle's been open for a while now. Fire out as they start to look to try and burn things down inside of Kitchen. We do have that player inside of Archives attempting to rotate, especially with Felipox working his way in. This could be a plant coming down soon as Furia are bullying the defense. It's down to Pasha, but he hits a shot. It's a trade instead, though. It's Shepard to try and get anything done, but it doesn't matter. They don't even go for a harsh execute, Jesse. They practically just walk into Kitchen and plant.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full confidence push coming in for the Panthers. Really beautiful stuff to take down Virtus Pro on a full 3-round site rotation. Top floor, bottom floor, and mid floor. They do it with that time by just having good flank watch. They had a player ready for Dan. He was that one guy still top floor playing on the dock. Could have thrown a real wrench into that plan, but because he was on the dock, he couldn't really do much vertically. Again, the plan was coming cafeteria, so your only real option at that point is to flank up through top square, and as he does that, shut down by the flank watch at JV92. Site entry is absolutely masterful. The entry duo of Herds and KZ looking as deadly as they always do. I say that Hertz has 3 kills at the moment, but it's still those impact kills that we're seeing in the right moments, right? And I think once he gets on attack, that's when he really starts to heat up as well.
Yeah, 100%. And now the T coming in from Virtus Pro. Garjeka, some words to say. And really, what do you say at a moment like this? It's really just down to the strategy more than likely. Try and get an adjustment in here. Try and get in front of Furia, because that's the big thing that we've seen so far. Furia have really had a pretty easy time of starting off in the building, and that's the thing that you don't want them to have.
Yeah.
Once Furia is able to check off that first box, they are in some of the most powerful positions that they can possibly be as this squad, because they can go in there and try and take those gunfights. A lot of times Virtus Pro have been trying to peel things back and find other ways to be able to affect the game, but Furia have constantly and consistently been able to find their way through these rounds.
Sam, VP are on the ropes, but they have been playing well this series, right? Map 1, they brought it down to a 7-5. It was a 1v1 round 12. Could have gone either way. It was an incredibly competitive cafe. Then in this round, they really dominate on their attacks. They go up 4-2. They look like the better team on Bank, but it's just been slipping away from them. And if this is how VP go out of the Esports World Cup, if this is how they just crumble and let Furia take the second map, steal that 4-2 advantage they previously had, it would not feel right. I have to imagine that attack timeout, be able to go back to any bomb site that they wish, VP will have answers to this Furia squad, because there's no way they go out with a whimper like this. They need to have a battle back, at least make this map close. show us the Virtus Pro that we've seen through the majority of this series.
Virtus Pro waiting inside of the building, seeing how Fury want to try and act. Hertz quickly into the mid-floor. Has that IQ scanner. Doesn't have the suppressor though on the pistol, so they'll definitely at least see these shots coming through. He might be able to find this guy.
No.
Oh man. As long as he doesn't stay on that phone too long, then Hertz more than likely won't even attempt to bring out that 5.52 commando.
It's always, he's on a hard floor, so he should be okay.
True, that as well. It's a little awkward sometimes up there. There are certain patches of this floor up above Hertz where he won't be able to get any damage through, but a lot of this is soft as well, so you have to be careful. You can see Hertz trying to make heads or tails if this is a position where he can try and shoot through. More than likely not, at least from my past brain here on Bank, but it's been a while, so don't be shocked if Hertz all of a sudden pops this guy. Looks like we do have some camera work still to go around, but at a bare minimum, Furia will recognize where that guy is.
It's good information in any case. Stalling out a little bit, we see Always is playing inside of meeting, northeast corner. These last couple players on the side of Furia, I mean, they can still work around this info too. On the rappel, that's a head that just gets spotted by JV, but he's missing it slightly. It was Shepard playing on this top elevator position, just on the Kanto wall, making sure that he can maintain this spot. That's where the ranged hard breach would really start to find value, but again, not really being brought on the side of Furia. Instead, it's a spiral push that's incoming, Sam. Philippox on the shield starting to make his way up, and they get an entry pick onto the best player of VP.
This is terrifying. This is exactly how you don't want this to go. If you're one of the Polar Bears, a Nitro Cell out will start to repel. Some shots come in towards him. Furia making some headway here as he'll wrap around Banana. JV92 will be able to take down Shepard, and it's all starting to fall apart for Virtus Pro. They just haven't found a way to successfully step up to the plate. KZ with the double kill. He'll try to wrap around. He'll get the trade and at least stop the Flawless, but what the hell does it matter when the round is slipping away? And so is the map. Furia looking indomitable on this offensive side.
That's a big push coming out from Furia as well. One round away now, Sam, from making it to the semifinals, securing themselves a date with G2 on the other side. It could be a ridiculous match tomorrow if it occurs, but they've still got to get that last one. It's a ridiculous, another rappel down to the skylight from JV92. He's obsessed with those moves today. KZ, the real star, of course, getting in through checkers, get 3 kills, including the one that gets traded out onto him. So KZ, probably the MVP of that one, but it's really just the team play, Sam. Everybody focusing their attention towards that one side of the map. They didn't give a lot of early warning signs either where that push was going to come from. They weren't spamming a lot of it with nades, with information. It wasn't until that first smoke grenade went out that Shepard realized and everybody on VP realized, oh, it's going to be a lobby push. Took them a little bit to kind of come to that realization, and that split second started to make that difference so the Fury could find the kills. They have not lost a single bank attack, Sam. They are on match and series point. They just need to win one more offensive round. Virtus Pro have 0 momentum in the world. They need a miracle. They need a hero.
Everybody has been quiet on Virtus Pro since their offensive side. Dan hasn't found a kill. Joystick is non-existent. And Shepard, poor Shepard from what we saw from this previous basement round. All things that they will be forced to shove into the back of their mind. Forced to deal with later on, but that could be a problem in and of its own right. The mental fortitude will be challenged. 2 rounds here up against what could be the best roster we've seen in the last 2 years in Rainbow Six.
Well, you asked for a hero. Joystick and Pasha will be the 2 duos that roam inside of open area. Traditionally, Sam, these 2 players aren't looking for fights. They're looking to shoot drones, get back to the bomb site. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and I wouldn't be shocked if in this situation they choose to get a bit more aggro.
Oh, speaking of aggression, this could be the decision right here. JV92. Over inside of E2, he knows these players are in open area. You can see the droning. JV92! Practically a sniper rifle in the hands of the Habana. He'll eliminate Pasha immediately as he'll have to wait on the bench to see what the result of this round is. He might not have another opportunity to play Siege here in the desert. The drone out for KZ as they will continue to consistently work this map. Virtus Pro will peel themselves back.
Furia know they've got full top floor control. They've avoided the real danger at the start of this round, and now they can start the util work. Jumping in and getting the plant down 5v4 is not going to be easy, but you've done it a couple times before, and with the man advantage, it becomes all that more likely that the round will end in a success. We need great util play from Virtus Pro. We need a Nitro from Shepard to get big kills. We need Toxic Babe from Always to stall out the time. We need a big swing from Joystick to make a big momentum shift. Something has to give, because if you let Furia just set up and go for the execute that they want to, after clearing all the utility that lies within this site, you're not going to be able to walk away successful.
Well, the stars at night, the snow-capped north are absolutely gorgeous, but they're asking for those things to align right now. And sometimes those things simply can't happen. Furia, moments away from this execute, as the fire is the only thing that is stopping us from seeing the result of what is this beautiful round that is building up.
Their holding hatch is really aggressive, Sam. This could be actually big for them.
It really could be. Flash grenade in JV92's hand. Still the fire persists, another Toyo out. They found a little gap at the back end here, but another smoke grenade out too. Great utility work from VP, but now the aggression comes in. Nade with the plant, JV92 and the rest of Furia with some nice shots, but Nade, he's confirmed the plant. Furia now putting VP in the hot seat. It's a 2v2, a 1 versus 2, and there is a new apex predator at the top of the food chain. It's the Panthers over the Polar Bears.
What a plant spot coming out at the end there. Nade gets it down in the smoke so that it can't get denied by the Nitro cell. Shepard got so many big kills, but just like the last time in the basement, Sam was an inch too far, wasn't able to get the job done. They'll go home after that result, Sam. Virtus Pro are out of the Esports World Cup, their first appearance here in Riyadh, not able to find success. Furia moving on to face G2 in the semifinals. They are bound for greatness, but the opponents will just keep on getting tougher. Today they can celebrate with their fans, bask in the glory and the drums of Brazil, because they just did a very difficult task in taking down one of their best teams, but there are more difficult opponents to come down the road.
You ever seen a Panther take on a Samurai?
I can't say I have, Sam.
Oh, well, man.
I'd like to.
Do I have a story for you?
Oh, yeah.
That'll be tomorrow, folks. But guess what? We had a heck of a series in between these two, and once again, a proving point for Furia. They are one of the best goddamn teams in the world, and you better respect that.
I mean, Sam, if I can put an opinion back in the broadcast, I've been saying I think this is the team to beat this event. There are some really bright stars out there. Again, G2 are looking really great. A couple of North American teams that have turned some heads as well. SSG, Shopify, battling it out right now on the B stream. I mean, there's some really strong teams out there, but Furia have the legacy. They have the history. They have yet to lose a single tournament since Siege X release, winning Reload down in Rio de Janeiro and then winning the SAL in Sao Paulo as well. They are flawless at the moment and look like they could go flawless in EWC too.
It's just so crazy that Furia, even when the fire starts to come their way, that pressure starts to mount, they just seem as cool as a cucumber, man.
Yeah.
Like, time and time again, these guys are tested, and they are just so talented.
And to do it with tonsillitis.
Yes.
I mean, are we kidding ourselves right now? Herd's completely under the weather, but you would never be able to know if he didn't reveal that information on social media, playing like himself as he always does in these games. An aggressive monster in the server. Maybe didn't have the best stats today. I understand that, right? Wasn't the leading MVP on Bank, but still stepped up in the big moments where his team needed him.
100%. And really, when it comes down to this series, I mean, you really have to tip the cap over to Furia. Able to handle the Russians in a very serious manner, especially with how things were looking on Bank. But that will do it for Jesse and I in this series. We're going to send it down to Ian at the stage.
I'm telling you though, boys, Stokes, I wish I looked as hot as Ian. It's still Milos on here, and I get to have a chat with Felipox. First of all, big congratulations on this win against Virtus Pro. Not an easy game. Cafe looked tight. They are well known for how effective they are, but we can't forget it. You have a full Furia crew cheering for you all day today.
Yeah, we have this amazing crowd that came all the way from Brazil. So, just in Portuguese a little bit, muito obrigado a galera que apoiou pra caralho nós aí. Tamo junto demais, fez a diferença. And that's it, the crowd really made a difference for us today. And about Café that you asked, They repeat a lot of plays, and we did a really good preparation, and I think it's what won us the game.
Was it also the case for Bank? The 7-4, a bit more control. You had better aim, especially near the end of the rounds.
Yeah, it's the same as Café. They were doing pretty much the same thing as we watched they do. And we did a really good preparation, and everybody was killing really good today. Really good aim.
How could you even hear one another through all of this? Because we're sitting just backstage, and there's all this crowd. You got used to it, right? You've won in Brazil. You've seen what it's like when you have a full crew cheering behind you. We have only a tiny little smidge of what you experienced at SI and Reload here.
Yeah, we played with 90K people in Ibirapuera in Brazil, so we are used to it, and we liked it. We like this environment, we like this support, and I think we thrive in situations like this.
And speaking of thriving in these sorts of situations, and Brazil in general, you play G2 next, Alemão on the other side. Naturally, we always used to say, oh, he has struggles when he plays against Brazilian teams, but that was not the case yesterday. It's been changing. What do you have to say to G2 before that game?
G2 is always an easy match. Alemão always shakes against me, always shakes against Hertz. Hertz is his father, so I think this time is not going to be different.
There you go, Papa Feli, Papa Hertz. That is for tomorrow, Furia versus G2. Very much looking forward to that game, Felipox. Thank you again. Congratulations to Furia on the win against Virtus Pro. Let's send it back to our desk.
Thank you, Milosh. All right, Felipox, tell him G2 is always an easy match. Alemão is always shaky. Oh, tomorrow is going to be so good. But today was just as incredible. What we thought was going to be the clash of the Titans was a one-sided match from the side of Furia. And we have Felipox taking away the AWS post-match as well. I mean, everybody on this roster, again, making that magic happen.
Yeah, and I just think for tomorrow, I mean, we're going to have to use our translator again. Alemão's going to have to step up his trash talking, because what we just heard, they will put that fire to G2. And we're looking at this matchup in particular. We talked about it in the pre-show. Picking Bank when we know historically how good Virtus Pro on it is a risky thing to do. It looked in the beginning like it was going to lead Virtus Pro's favor, but on the attack for Furia, they just seem to be so much better. They're making use of those crowd control operators we talked about in the green room. Like, it was so impressive to see how they were taking these rounds on attack.
Oh, absolutely. I think when we look at the highlights of this game, you look at the first side. As a reminder, by the way, it was a 4-2 lead for VP. I don't know if, some people may have, forgot that, but like everything changed when Furia switched to attack. And what happened?
When the Fire Nation attacked.
When the Fire Nation attacked. Everything changed because they were abusing the Blitz, the Lion, and all of this stuff. And then on the very last round, they recognized it's not going to be a room, and they go with a full execute. And now, he's recording the Key Crush. Igor is living for it. Oh yes, Nate, you're loving it.
This is like the best part of the competition, where you get to be a little toxic off the server once you do manage to get that win under your belt. And so far, a little bias maybe from my end, but I've seen a lot of Key Crushes over the event. Siege is the best ones, okay? Like, the players, they know
care about it. It's fun.
And they know how to deliver some of that entertainment value.
You just love it that they control like such a big machine. Like, I just want to go and play with it, but you should probably let
I don't think they should give you that. No, but we do have the MVP as well for this match. I mean,
currently being praised by the crowd right now. He's being praised by the crowd. It's KZ.
Okay, we are having maybe a little bit too much fun, but I mean, incredible performance, as we already said, from every single one of the players. So picking an MVP was not necessarily the easiest one of roles, but KZ is just that one little notch above the rest.
Yeah, and the consistency, I think, is a big thing as well, right? We talked about Hertz being off and on sometimes. This man is just always there, it feels like, and celebrating with the crowd as well. Did you see it afterwards?
Yeah.
Like, just celebrating with the people. I love to see that so much.
He passed the vibe check.
Absolutely, and once again, I will agree with you, Anne. Once again, I will say this is consistency. You look at JV, incredible fragger, but inconsistent. You look at Hertz, even more inconsistent and even more incredible. You look at one guy that's always there. He used to be Nade. For me, it's KZ. Always in that flex role, always the smart ones. He gets the multi-kills, not by being aggressive, but by playing for himself. And honestly, across the match, but across the whole season, he's the standout player for me. The current Furia, reminder that after SI 2024, we lost them. They weren't there. They were failing to qualify to majors. right now, they're back to their prime. They've won Reload. They won the first ever CGX International event. They've won SAL finals for the first time ever. They are Brazilian champions. And they've just beaten VP in 2-0 to go face the European champions in G2.
And history might actually repeat itself, because what happened to VP when they lost to the Brazilian team at SI?
They lost to the champions.
What happened to VP when they lost to a Brazilian team in Montreal?
That Brazilian team went on to win the major.
What happened to Boston?
That team went on to win 6 Invitational, and that was
What's
FaZe.
going to happen here?
Well, it might be the same. Honestly, this could be some big copium, and especially for the Fury fans that are out there. No, but like, it would be really good for them, right? We see this passion from the crowd, and I love that as well. It means something to play on a stage in front of people that are supporting you. Furia must be feeling that as well, because let's be honest, this team isn't always used to being the favorites from the crowd, especially when they were winning all these majors in European territorium. They were never really the favorite, so thriving off of that is a big thing for them.
Yeah, I think as well, like, it just further highlights what Philippok said earlier at the tournament, where it's like, this is the only one that we don't have under our belt yet. This is the only trophy that's missing. And of course, you have a couple of beautiful keys that you could potentially put in there on top of the recording.
Heard say he's ready with his big smile. You remember that piece?
Yes, I do. That was actually a really good speech from the side of Philippok. You gotta give it to them. But I think as well, what you also have to touch upon here is VP. They didn't want to play a Brazilian team. Sometimes that's just the way how the cookie crumbles. But they have had a really good showing here in the tournament, Leo. And it's something that you've touched upon, where we've seen an evolution from VP when it comes to their playstyle already. It's no longer that cookie cutter that we're used to. And I'm excited to see how that further plays out on the ML. But also, you know, maybe we'll see them in Munich.
Resilience is the word for me for these guys. They've stuck together through thick and thin, through every single things. They have kept the same players. They've just right now are on the right path to evolution and success.
And we don't see that very often, where orgs continue having that same roster regardless of the results. So that is something really, really beautiful. But we have them also ready for the exit interview. So let's head over and have a couple of words before they do leave the tournament.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Virtus' pro, Dan. Dan, I know today didn't go the way that you wanted it to. I just want to ask kind of how you're feeling right now.
Terrible feeling. Nothing to say more.
I can understand. I can relate. I guess, you know, one thing that we talked about with coming in here, obviously this was a rematch. Again, it didn't go the way that you wanted it to. I would say you guys have a very good grasp and understanding of the other regions, whether you're playing your own region of EUL, whether you're playing the Americans, whether you're playing APAC. Brazil seems to be a team that you guys struggle with from time and time. Is there any reason as to why that seems to be the consistency?
I think maybe if I knew what's the reason, we would have won every tournament, but we need to think how to beat them. Like every time, especially on first map on Cafe, we were better like on 2 heads above them, but somehow we lost this map. On Bank, they were just better on attack, and whoever plays better on, they played better on defense, and whoever plays better on defense on Bank wins the game. That was all about it.
For sure. Well, I don't want to keep you too long. Obviously, I want to let you get back to your team. Is there anything that you want to say to the VP fans back at home, your family members, your team, your organization?
Sorry to the fans. We disappointed you. We will try to keep working on ourselves and be better for next tournament. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All right, well, that wraps it up for us. Furia advances to the semifinals. VP and the boys, I hope you guys have a safe flight home, and I'll see you guys later. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Lax, for your great work on the interviews, and also commiserations to VP for coming out of this tournament. And I think, you know, just saying that this is one of those learning experiences that they're taking away and they're moving forward. Of course, that's what you want to hear, and that's usually the answer that you will get from the players. But the vibe that we've had from VP so far in the tournament and the evolution that we've already seen in just these last couple of days, I'm very confident that, you know, they put their words where their mouth is. Is that how you say it?
I guess it is, yeah.
I'm asking the non-native English speakers, like, we're
Don't
so
ask me.
Don't look at me, please.
I'm the word at English on this desk. Don't
I
ask
have
me.
You made
no
your
idea.
Yes, I can turn on the French accent, and I can turn it off whenever you want.
I don't know.
See?
Nice.
See?
Let's have a look at the bracket, because I'm not going to comment on your accent, because that is rude. Instead, we're going to be looking at the games that we have a look at tomorrow specifically. G2 is going to be going up against Furia. That is already locked in and loaded. For me, this could have been, should have been a final.
Should have been a final.
But you know, it's not. And then we have Secret that is going to be going up against either SSG or Shopify. Considering how that first map went, and I'm thinking it might actually be SSG.
And here's the big thing with that. We've just seen our first team that qualified through the upper bracket with just 2 best of ones be eliminated from the tournament. Now we're going to potentially see the same with Shopify Rebellion. They also made it through with just the best of ones, playing that best of 3 against SSG, having that really tough matchup to begin with. It might see them being eliminated from the tournament.
I mean, Secret in that case is just built diff. But can you, guys, imagine there is a world where we actually will have an EU final?
And that would be crazy,
Yes,
but
that would
also
be insane.
that would be very deserved with the level that they've showed so far. As
Correct.
a reminder, right now, we still don't know who Secret is playing. That game is being played right now on
The B-Stream.
B-Stream.
Yeah.
That
Go
game
check
has
it
been
out.
very close, very, very close. Space Station barely beat Shopify Rebellion on the first map. The first game was crazy. I can't wait to go out of camera right now and go watch the rest.
Yes. Honestly, that's a mood.
Yeah.
I want to know who's going into the finals.
I think everybody wants to know who's going to the finals because we are here on the A stream are done and dusted. Like Leo said, we are going to go and watch that game instead on the B stream. And you guys should be doing the exact same thing because you don't want to miss this one. I hope you guys had some fun with us here on the desk. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So make sure that you take care of yourselves and we'll leave you with the Kyria highlights of the day. See you tomorrow.
The
Lately, I feel. I can't find my feet. Pushing closer. My heart skips a beat and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white.